Yo, Shine, we can't hear you, man. We still can't hear you. Can any of your? Oh, Shine has just come and gone. But welcome to the live. We are gonna start off any minute now. We're not far away. It's gonna be a fun day. Shine and I are together. So maybe someone will join us in the second innings. Shine's back. Can we hear you, Shine? Finally, he can't hear anything. No, we still can't hear you. Hello, hello. Shine, nothing yet, buddy. Nothing. Yeah. Yes, I am very happy that Smaran's actually playing. I love the fact that he's finally gotten an opportunity. It's been a long time coming for this young kid, and you want him to get that opportunity, right? And I'm glad that it's come along. I hope he gets time in the middle as well. Let's see where he bats. He's obviously not going to open, but we have the openers ready to go. They're warming up. Yeah, could be a one-man show, given Shine's issues today. I'll try and talk as much as I can. But so we'll keep the chat alive. What's my favorite dish in UAE? I'll tell you what, there's this really cool place. I'd recommend it to anyone coming to UAE who's non-vegetarian. There's this place, isn't like a 45-year-old place. There's a place called Al Damiyati. They're, I think, Iraqi or Iranian restaurant, and they're an Arabic restaurant, let's just put it that way. And they serve, I can tell you easily, the tastiest lamb chops I have had in my entire life. It is so tasty. It is insane. Not much spices, but flavor is just amazing. And I would highly recommend it. They've got two branches. I think they have one in Karama, which is Old Dubai, and the other one's in Al Barsha, which is a little bit more newer. So if you are in Dubai and you are craving for some lamb chops, I couldn't recommend a better place than Al Damiyati. KKR seem like they're starting with their best bowler in their squad. Sunil Narayan's got the ball in. 1 wicket away from 200 wickets in the IPL, which is huge. Smaran, I don't think he'll come ahead of Klaasen for sure. I don't think he'll come ahead of Klaasen. He might, I don't know. Could he bat at 3? No, I don't think he'll bat at 3. With Ishan think will bat. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. He also got into a team that's so stacked, no? Lone Quester. He got into a team that is so stacked that it is hard for someone like him to get a look in, because he's also he's a middle order bat. So obviously it was taking a little time for him to get a look in. And a left-hander, and they're filled with left-handers. So doesn't have much to offer. Shine, you're back. Welcome. Hopefully
Yes.
you're back. Oh, yes,
Yes,
we can
yes.
finally hear you. Yes.
Yes, I can hear you and you can hear me as well. Because I couldn't hear you
Yes.
the first time
Hallelujah.
either. I don't know why that
And we
happened
couldn't hear
because we were just talking fine before the live started, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dot ball to start it off.
Yeah.
What do you make of the move, Robbie, to open with Sunil Narayan? I mean, he's been in great form.
Well, he's the best bowler, right?
Yeah.
And you want your best bowler to go up and get one of these two guys out. Because if you get
Yeah.
one of these two out, it's a proper dent in that batting order, right?
Yeah.
Because these guys will come
I also
hard,
think-
and KKR's bowling is also not really working, that much.
To be fair, the last couple of games, I think they've started pulling it back against Lucknow and against Rajasthan. Both the games they bowled pretty well. I think it's another interesting move because maybe they want to tie head down with spin bowling early on. Maybe not give him a lot of pace early on to work with so that he can get away his boundaries. This IPL, I feel like he's struggled a little bit with it. Abhishek can play spin. We all know that he, at any stage you give him spin, he's going to bash it. So Let's
He
see how it
tried to
works.
bash
But it's
it.
Sunil Narayan.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and we have the first six of the day. As I said, Abhishek
He
Sharma
doesn't
does
waste
not
his
care.
time at all, right? He just does not
Yeah,
waste any
exactly.
time.
It's
Uh,
for an opener, I just feel like his ability to play spin is such a unique skill. And the day he's on, he's not going to spare any spinner, even the best ones in the league, actually.
yeah. We just watched this ball and he knew off spinner, back of a length,
Yeah.
but the readiness to go and play that shot, that means he's mentally prepared. So you give him
Yeah.
also little room. He saw that line also, picked the line very early. He's so good,
Hmm.
man. He's so decisive with his batting. That's what's been so impressive to watch in this season of the IPL, is
Yeah.
how decisive the batters have been. The batters have
Yeah.
been so decisive, especially the youngsters. You could say from Priyansh Arya to, that's a good ball. Priyansh
Vaibhav
to
Suryavanshi
Prabh Singh, Vaibhav
from Simran.
Suryavanshi,
Yeah.
even what's his name, Dhruv Jurel,
Ishan Kishan has been
very
pretty good.
decisive.
Not quite youngster, but he's been really good.
Yeah, Ishan is more experienced right now.
Yeah, he's more 26, 27 ish. So,
Yeah, falls into
I think
that
that's fair.
category right now. Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm a
Jaiswal has
little
been
down
pretty decent.
with a little bit of a cold and
Take
a
care,
sore
man. Take
throat.
care.
So I think just the change in weather and all that. So yeah, so that's why my voice is a little hoarse, horse, horse, horse. Is it right?
Of course, yeah.
suddenly, suddenly lost for with my vocabulary.
Yeah. I think even here it was raining last night, like suddenly, but I mean, apart from that, it's been pretty hot,
Where in
man. In
Lucknow?
India, you know what to expect. Yeah.
Ah, Lucknow must be hot now, huh?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's really hot. Gets off strike. Robbie, this is another interesting matchup, right? Weber versus these two openers because we've
Yeah.
seen them go up against each other in the big match
But you
back in
don't know how much
2024.
the ball's going to swing. No?
Yeah,
You
correct.
don't know how much the ball's going to swing. So, um,
I actually quite like this bowling. When I went to watch the last game in Lucknow, with the one which KKR and LSG were playing, his lengths also I thought were pretty impressive. Pant was not really taking a whole lot of risks against him.
yeah, something happens to that LSG side, man. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, so many guys out of form at once, and they actually
Yeah,
have a solid bowling attack. Robbie, do they not? So many good Indian
they actually
bowlers.
have a very good bowling attack. I don't think their personnel are being used well enough.
Hmm. And that's another boundary for and that's another boundary. First one for Travis Head of the day.
Yeah, it's a
Proper
nice shot.
classic Travis Head shot that.
Mm.
Not even a lot of room given to him, right? And he still managed to carve that away for a four.
That's also because he stays so leg side with the ball, no?
Yeah. Do you think his
You
hands are
give him a
also a bit
little bit of
fast? Like he's really good with these shots, is he not?
Yeah, so he's kind of waiting for the balls in those
Hmm.
areas. So obviously, when you're waiting for
Yeah.
the balls in those areas, then what essentially happens is you're because you're ready for it. It feels like your hands are fast because you capitalize on it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like suddenly you recognize an opportunity and you've trained your muscle memory to go for that shot. And now look at that field. There's short third man, and there's backward point, and there's deep backward point. So that means he's looking to bowl there as well.
Hmm.
It is.
This time he went shorter, had tried to pull it but couldn't really get it away.
Obvious shot, no? If you got that kind of a field and you're going to bowl that
Yeah.
back of a length, then
Makes
he's going to
sense.
bowl to you there only. I'd actually
So
come
they all-
inside the line of the ball and try and hit the ball over the leg side. Because if you do that, then you automatically are forcing the bowler to kind of
Change the lens.
play change their lines actually more than lengths.
Lines. Okay. That was a bit of a not fully controlled shot. I actually didn't even realize where it was going. Looking at the
Yeah.
camera angle, it felt like it's going behind square, but then now suddenly it's ended up here. Not
Cover
again,
point.
Yeah. Yeah. See the way they're showing it on the camera. It feels like it's going to go behind, but it's actually going this direction. through cover point, as you said.
Nah. Because he's not the quickest guy in the shed. So,
Hmm.
Nitish Kumar Reddy is not playing here today.
I heard Smaran is playing today, is he not? That's an exciting news.
Smaran is playing today, which is nice.
We'll just have a
But
quick look
Nitish,
at the playing 11s.
But why is Nitish not playing?
Must be an injury only, no? They couldn't have dropped him. Why is Nitish?
Oh, how about that? He's
Whoa.
He's too slow to be bowling around the wicket, which is what I said. The minute he hits you one boundary over the onside, the bowlers are going to feel so lost. Vaibhav's going to feel like, yaar, abhi kahan pe dalu main?
Yeah. So
And he
Robbie,
can't
he's
pitch the ball up also.
yeah, exactly. Very, very little margin for error. And Nitish Reddy is not playing because he's ill. That's what Pat Cummins said at the toss.
I'm just going to
So
turn
they've
the
got
AC on
Smaran
and
in
come
his
back. 1
place.
second.
And
1 second.
And KKR also have Manish Pandey today. Yeah. And that's another boundary for Travis Head. 26 runs of the first 2 overs. Travis Head are off to a blazing start. Well, maybe not a blazing start by their standards, by their peak standards, but Travis Head, I think in particular, would be really glad with this sort of a start because before the last game, he wasn't really looking in the best of form. And somehow he was so incredible in the last match that he's still got like a season strike rate of more than 160 in the power play despite not being at his best. So you just know the quality of the man and you know what he can really offer at his best. And Sunrisers would really hope that he's peaking at the right time. Now it will be interesting to see who gets the next over. Again, it is Sunil Narayan who is bowling another over in the power play. This makes it really interesting for the middle overs. Now I wonder how they're going to plan their overs and everything. But yeah. This
They have to
matchup
go
in
back to
particular,
Sunil
I'm
Narayan.
really yeah. After the over they had, they definitely do. But I think
Yeah.
if they're going to bowl him 2 now, they can only bowl him 2 in the middle. So they have 4 for Varun Chakravarti. They probably have to
Yeah.
bowl Karthik Tyagi then in the middle overs, right?
Like,
think
I
that
want to
seems
know who's making these decisions for KKR, bro. Oh, suddenly we can't hear you again. Shine, can you say something? There was some disturbance. Can you say something? Can you hear us? His first over, one was slightly short, which went for a boundary. But when he's pitched the ball up, he's been pretty bang on. Again, back of a length. Yeah, he will have to bowl defensively here. Will Sunil. This one, square leg in, so that should go all the way. Yeah, that's another 6 here. Yeah, well, this is backfiring for KKR, isn't it? This time, Karam ball. He's backed himself with a line there. Yeah, this guy is so good, man. 80 meter 6. 80 meter 6. It didn't even look like he middled the ball well. Yeah, that is true. It does feel like carnage. You've just... this one again in the gap. Will be another 4. Mid on is in, deep mid wicket out. Yo, they're off to a rollick.
Hello, guys.
You're back
Oh, I
again.
think there are some issues with my audio. I had like a weird screeching sound that was like unbearable to hear almost, so I had to pop out and come back. But yeah, couple of
Yeah.
good boundaries from Travis Head in the meanwhile. No, he's taking on Sunil
Yeah.
Narayan as well. Really
Very good
exciting
boundaries.
signs for Sunrisers. Yeah. That is a big battle one for Sunrisers, no, Robbie? Because they, first of all, KKR were first to bowl Narayan in the power play, and now they've got
Yeah.
20 of his 2 overs. Surely
Yeah, I
of
wouldn't say
them.
big battle one, but obviously it is a battle one for...
Fair.
and this is backfired, I think, on KKR, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. 100%.
KKR,
I don't think the
they
move
want-
was bad per se. There's definitely some logic in.
Yeah, but it's not
you
your
know,
first over move, yeah. it's probably a second over move because if the ball gets slightly old, with nowadays
Yeah,
you
Webb.
go get a ball, you get hit for one boundary and then the ball.
Stop swinging.
Sorry,
No?
the ball stops swinging, right?
Makes sense.
And so you want to make sure that you give your bowlers the best chance to get wickets. So bowling Vaibhav in the second over, don't think that was necessarily the best idea,
That's fair.
but yeah.
So they've got Kartik
Yes.
Tyagi in now for the fourth over. Let's see how this goes.
I like this kid, yeah. He's good. He seems
Yeah,
like a much
he's
more improved
definitely
bowler
talented.
in this
I've
season.
been really excited with him ever since he had that game, no, against I want to say
Oh.
Punjab Kings when he was in Rajasthan Royals back in the day.
I
and
hate
he
this,
defended
man.
4 runs.
I hate this. Like when a fast bowler of Karthik's caliber is bowling, you actually want to keep a third man because they will look to play shots like this.
Yeah.
I'm
you think
like,
they'll
you
change
keep
it
third
now?
man.
Let's see if they do.
Keep third man and deep backward point if you want, but let him bowl that channel outside the off stump. At his pace, let the batters come inside the line and try and hit him over the leg side. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah. That way you're also trying to force an error out of the batters, no?
Yeah.
By giving him that field and if he bowls to
Yeah.
his line and length. I actually think this
See
was
here-
the striking feature of Kartik Tyagi when he was coming back. I think they were showing a clip of him and how his lines were really sorted and he was bowling in the channel outside of good lengths. So I think if they give him the best chance to
Your
do it in a
voice is
match
again
also,
going
it
off.
might work.
Just double check your voice. It's going off again.
Oh wait, is it okay? Can you hear me?
Not very clearly.
That is odd. I don't know what is up today. I don't have audio issues usually. 1 second, I'll ask Rakshit.
Strange. Maybe pick another.
They are saying it's clear for them. Maybe
It's
I should
clear for
speak
them?
louder. Yeah.
I don't know. As in, maybe you can check with the guys streaming right now who are watching us live. Is Shayan's voice clear
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah, they are all saying it's fine for them. A couple of comments. Shretan, Singer.
Beautiful. Okay, great. Beautiful.
All right.
That's all matters. As long as y'all can hear him. I can play guess. I can play dumb charades, no problem.
That would be funny. This
Yeah.
would be a new addition to our watch along actually, because before this, the funny thing we used to have is we would have 3 different streams. So first Jared is reacting, then I am reacting to the TV one, and then Akshay is reacting to the Jio Hotstar one. So I think that's also like a really funny combination where everybody reacts a
Yeah.
ball late, and while we are
Yeah.
reacting to the replay, Akshay has not even seen the ball happen.
I swear, dude. What's I think I have a question. Andy B.
He's bowling at around 140 right now. I want to say that this last ball was 139.6. So worth keeping an eye out. I think he's had a decent season so far, Kartik Tyagi.
So
The
far,
last
yeah.
game didn't
Yeah.
end up going well for him. I think that really, would have taken a bit of a hit on his confidence. Especially that last over, couple of no balls and stuff.
Were there no balls in the last over? Did I miss
Yeah,
it?
2 of them.
Oh, was it?
And Abhishek is gone. Kartik Tyagi gets a wicket, 144.4 clicks. Pace.
And that is exactly
And that
why.
does Abhishek Sharma. First
Oh my
wicket
God, he's
falls for
crying.
Sunrise. Wait.
Someone is crying.
Oh yeah, a fan in the stand. Oh, I thought you were saying Abhishek Sharma.
He had
is
proper
crying.
tears in his eyes, man.
Yeah. Fair.
That's a good delivery
Might be.
from Karthik. Huh?
Yeah. Fast on at his body somewhat. Not very high, but you could sort of force an error out of him.
I don't think he expected it to come that low. He probably felt like it'll bounce a little bit more. I think he
Makes
trusted the
sense, yeah.
bounce and tried to get under it.
Yeah. This is Robbie. Apparently I read the Cricinfo preview, so this is the same pitch where we had that game, where Praful Hinge and Saqib Hussain made their debuts and both got 4 wickets each. So this is apparently the same deck. Difference is this is an afternoon game. That was a night game. Bowling in the
Night
second
game.
innings. Yeah, so must be some differences there as well. But yeah, good time for Kishan to come in. I mean, he's had a superb season. I think when he's been at his best, he's played some excellent knocks. Let's see what he can do today. And somehow the left-handers have been clicking for Sunrisers at the top, right? Whether it's the partnership of Abhishek or Kishan, and now recently
Yeah.
in the last couple of games, it's again Abhishek and Head also giving you good starts at the top. Kishan got out early actually in the last match against Mumbai Indians, but it will be worth seeing what happens. Change of pace of around 5 kilometers per hour from the previous ball, as I was saying, 139.6, and then the next one was 144.4. So he sort of increased his pace a bit more. We get Abhishek Sharma on that. Uh-oh! What was that?
I missed that completely.
Where did he get that
Must be
off?
way- Oh,
That
it stopped
I don't
on
think.
him.
Yeah. I don't think he was in control of it at all. So just showing the replay. Oh, yeah. Feels like
he
it's sort of
turned his
held.
bat too early. He turned his bat too early. He was fine.
Hello.
Oh, look who's here.
Oh my God! Look who has decided to join us.
Disappeared from the. Appeared from the dark.
What do we owe the pleasure and honor, my friend?
Nah, I just thought it's been a while since I've rage baited you. That's why I wanted to join.
Correct.
Yeah.
The pleasure and honor is to rage bait me. Come on, Varun, let's go. Let's get at it. Come on. Throw something at me. Throw
We need
something
it.
at me.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll figure
Varun,
What
something
do you
out.
what do you
of
think
the-
what do you think of KKR opening the bowling with Sunil Narayan, man? I think it's a dumb fucking move.
I always hate it when teams do it because if you have a swing bowler, give him the first fucking
Yeah.
over.
Exactly what Robbie was
If
saying.
you want to do
Yeah,
wobble
man, why
ball
would you
bowlers,
want to do-
spinners, or part seamers, that's the second over those stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What?
Why would you waste
Why are
the
you
new
guys
ball?
agreeing?
No, we agreed last
Why
week.
would you
on
waste
Washington
the
as well.
new
It
ball?
surprised the hell out
Beat
of
the
me.
last. Shine, don't worry. You won't not see us fighting with each other. Give it some time.
10 minutes. I give it 10 minutes.
It's bound to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Green bowling the fifth over, by the way, once again in the power play.
Come on, man. How can KKR not play Finn Allen and Seaford together at the top? Like, I feel like they have
Does
their
the
hands
combination
tied.
work?
No, you
They have to
drop
bench
Green,
Green or
correct?
Powell, right? One of Green or
Yeah.
Powell has to sit then.
Yeah. I think that's probably fair.
They can do it, no?
Yeah.
Can they not? Because if we look at the playing 11 today, let's say, I mean, it's a hypothetical scenario, of course, but if Ajinkya Rahane does not start in the playing 11 and they have, say, Finn Allen, and then instead of Rothman Powell, they can go with another Indian batter, and they still have Cam Green, and Ankush Raghuvanshi is obviously still there. And today they've decided to not even go with Seifert. I mean, that is quite a
But who are they opening with
ridiculous
then?
thing. Rahane and Ankush. That's what I can see.
Oh.
But he might come in. Okay, no. He can't come in, no?
I don't
If
mind
if he
Ankush.
was... No, I don't mind him either. What I'm saying is, then they don't have a single overseas opener today. Do they?
They'll come in for impact sub, na? They have Finn Allen and Seifert in the bench.
But if that was the case, Seifert would be keeping now. Is he keeping?
No, I think Ankush is keeping. So which must be Finn Allen is the impact sub.
Yeah,
there.
then it must be Finn Allen. No, yeah. That
Yeah.
makes more sense.
No, they also use Powell weirdly, where they're using him versus spin, and I don't think Robin Powell himself thinks he's a good player of spin bowling. So it's a bit weird.
Yeah, more of a pace basher, isn't it? But because we were just looking up his numbers against spin, I think, and this is like
He's a
mostly
finisher, no?
negatives on both the metrics.
Yeah.
He likes to get in, get set, and then go.
Yeah.
Oh, shot.
Oh, that is a cracking shot from Travis Head. Wow.
He's in a mood today.
Yeah, so ever since the start, he took on Narayan, bro.
What do you call it?
That
I
is
guess
the big move
I
for
guess
me.
all you need to get back into form is be dropped 6 times in one innings.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. Well, at least we haven't seen any drops today so far. Or maybe we have, and Rob Barron.
I think
has
the
already
only guy who
cracked it
can't
down.
catch a break with catches and drop catches is Surya Kumar Yadav. Every time the ball goes in the air, someone seems to
Yeah,
snap up his catch. Not dropping his catch. Catches are being dropped all around except his.
yeah.
That guy can't
No,
catch
that
a break.
almost that reminds me of Virat in Test cricket, where it's like, do you know how when he was like he edges it, he almost gives you the perfect catching height in the
Yeah.
slips.
Makes sense.
So
That's another
that's
boundary
another
for
form.
Travis Head, this
Oh
time
my
on the
god.
leg side.
Bowling,
He's
the
gone.
fields
Berserk.
are
Why
so
would you bowl
dumb,
Cam
yeah.
Green to Travis Head, who's one of the best players?
Exactly.
In the
Why
sport?
would you bowl Cam Green in the power play, Varun? I just do not understand this.
Uh,
I have never understood this. Just give him the middle overs. Let him bowl. Let him bowl 2-3 in the middle overs even. He can do that. I have seen his bowling
my
enough.
my conspiracy theory is Abhishek Sharma purposefully kept getting out off spinners in the World Cup so people would bowl off spin to him in the power play in the IPL.
Today actually, I think if they had to do it, the second over would have made sense the way you guys are explaining it, and that way you can bowl spin to Head early on. But today Head is looked in such great form that he's even taken down Narayan. So, I mean, that
I don't think
clearly didn't work out for
it's
them.
worth the hassle of bowling a spin when Abhishek is batting. If he's out, then I don't
Yeah,
think there's
that's
anyone in the SRH teams on his level at hitting spin, especially at the length, right?
See, I'll tell you something. When I think of KKR, right, I feel like they're hiding behind the fact that a lot of their bowlers got injured, which is fair. Okay, a lot of their bowlers did get injured. But
Certainly.
I think their problem is not necessarily the bowling. I think the problem is their batting order. They haven't fixed it this year, and they won't fix it by the time next year comes around because they feel like we have an abundance of batting. But the thing is, they're not getting that batting combination right at all. Even today, they're not getting it right? And because of that, I think they might they have to either release some of the batters and come up with hopefully find somebody else in the auction and get clarity. Like it just feels like they're. Don't you feel like they're just playing this whole tournament with their hands tied behind their backs?
Yeah, certainly feels like that. And to be honest, probably the 2 games that they've won, if not for Rinku Singh, would they have won those?
Vijay, you can hear him.
And Rinku was also dropped in the very easy catch by Nandre Burger, right? So if not for those
Yeah.
2 games, who knows where KKR would be at?
Oh, I forgot about that burger dropped catch.
Yeah, that was like a. I think that would have burned.
Is
Rob
that the
Barron's
worst
spin
dropped
completely.
catch of the season?
No, I think it's the Washington to Kohli one, right? Where
Oh.
Kohli just gives him like an absolute dolly. Even one by Dubey yesterday. I believe that was Namandir. And Behram and I were on the Watchalong and we were both shocked. Like, bro, what is going on? Like, seriously?
Oh.
I don't think Ishan is on the same level of class on Aniket versus spin. I think he's, as Himanish put it, he's very good at hitting shit spin.
Slot balls or shorter ones, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And there you go, Robbie first.
It is a good strategy, to be fair. Like, if you, what do
It
you call
is,
it? That's
it
what
is.
Shreyas does, doesn't he? Like, he's like, if it's good length, I'm just going to bat at like a strike rate of 90. Anything else, I'm going to go at 350. Like,
That's a good one.
you can make a great career out of it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think that's what
Unless,
KL
like-
is doing versus
yeah.
pace, isn't he, this season? He's like, I don't know if I've ever seen someone have this good a pace hitting season without actually hitting good or back of the length.
Oh, really? What
Yeah.
are his numbers? I haven't had a look.
I think it was
you shared something.
135. Yeah, I think it was like 135 versus good length at like 100 versus back of the length.
Whoa. And he's striking
Yeah,
at like
shot.
180-ish against pace, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's the slot ball, the fuller length is like striking at over 300, and the short
Wow,
ball is
so-
over 200. So that's what I mean.
Intense donks.
He's smacking
intense
everything that
donks.
isn't in his zone. He's like, okay, if it's in the good length, the back of the length, I'm just not gonna hit it.
Yeah.
And then
6 for
because
Ishan
bowlers
Kishan as
will be
well, by
special,
the way,
right?
guys.
Yeah, he's in good touch.
Yep.
He's
He's been a bit binary, hasn't he, this season?
He has. But
Yeah.
the good Ishan Kishan has been excellent. And the day he doesn't come off, he's not wasting balls for you, at least, right? He's getting
He's
out
the
for
perfect
lows.
T20 batter in that regard. High ceiling and low floor.
low flow.
that's
So
another
grating this is. Why the heck would you have a like a guy who's bowling 145 clicks? Why would you have third man up?
Mhm.
That is very true, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Ish. It's
As weird as it sounds, I think they've done well to only concede 70 so far.
I think I see it. I see
Right.
it.
So laughing at nothing is saying SRH seemed to scare most teams from bowling spin. I mean, they bowled 2 overs in Narayana front, which
Yeah.
I think it would have made sense if Abhishek was out early. Then I would have gone Narayan. But I think you could.
Fair.
There's no need to bowl him when you have Abhishek batting up.
Makes sense. Yeah, and Abhishek, I believe Varun, he has a good record versus Narayan, does he not? Like there was
Yeah,
that
yeah.
start where against most of the top spinners that he's faced in his career in the IPL, he's got elite numbers. So like this guy for an opener, he's one of the best players of spin, is he not, Varun?
What was it? I think this season he's averaging like 145 at like 220 versus spin or something. Like he's been smashing it. So
No, it's not quite a true strike rate of 119 though.
yeah, it's last season was crazy though.
Yeah, last season I think it was 120 runs of 45 balls last season. I very
Yeah.
distinctly remember that stat.
I mean,
from
he's
last season.
probably the best spin hitter in the world. That doesn't get talked about as the best spin hitter in the world, which just annoys me a bit.
You know why that happens? I think because he's an
One minute,
opener,
who are you
that's
talking
why-
about? Who's the best spin hitter of the world?
I'm saying Abhishek.
Abhishek Sharma.
Abhishek.
Yeah.
He doesn't hit shit bowling according to you?
No, he actually hits good length bowling. Like that's what is impressive about him.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. No, he's
I'm just dumb.
he
Who
might
would you pick,
actually
Robbie?
be that. Yeah.
Who would you pick, Robbie, as the best spin hitter right now?
Shreyas Iyer?
See, I think Shreyas is a
Yes,
really good player of spin.
Vaibhav Suryavanshi? I think
Vaibhav I
Vaibhav
can
is-
see. But
I think Vaibhav is
not
the
a
best pace hitter in the world. I don't know
pace
if he's the
hitter,
best
yeah?
spin
He's
hitter.
not played much spin, has he? Like,
No, he
by that
hasn't.
time, spins coming on and everything, he's already done his job. Like, he's 78 of 26 and out.
Mm.
No, but no one will ever bowl a spinner to him in the power play. Why?
That's a good point.
Yeah, but
Because the
I
spinners
think
need
that's
to travel.
generally true with. I don't know, Robbie. Like, I have a question for you. Are teams more terrified of spinners being hit for boundaries than they are pacers being hit for boundaries?
Who seems more terrified? As in you see,
I'm saying just
teams-
bowling teams. I think for some reason it's like they seem to react more negatively to spinners being hit for like 15 and over than they do for fast bowlers being hit for 15 and over.
No, a lot of these captains think that it's actually easier to hit spinners for 15 and over. Um, but I think what people and what leaders underestimate is that when you're taking a spinner on, there's a lot of pace that you need to put into the ball, right? And there's a lot of room for error when that aspect is involved. For example, when a fast bowler takes pace off from the new ball, or when he takes pace off and he bowls a slow delivery, the chances of an error are a lot more, right? So I think similarly with spinners, I think it gets slightly more challenging to hit, even if you're playing in the power play. Yes, you can hit over the infield, but every shot over the infield is a risk you need to take, right? So I think that's where the margin of error, I think, goes up a little bit. No, sorry, goes down a little bit for the batters against the spinners in the power play. But having said that, there's some guys who play spin really well, and they feel like uber confident when it comes to playing spin. Like I think which is why they don't bowl spinners to a Vaibhav. I think Vaibhav plays spin exceptionally well, and like he's anyway got that whole fearless attitude. He's just gonna swing at everything anyway.
I think that's so. I've seen that the other person I noticed that with is Priyan Sharia, where it's like you could make an argument that because he's anyways hitting every pacer for 20 runs and over, but at least with spin, he's
Yeah.
like he'll hit you for 25, but he will probably get out. So it's like you might as well bowl spin to him. Like Prab, I think naturally isn't as comfortable versus spin anyways, as he is versus pace.
See, Varun, I think some of this might also be that right after the power play, Arya has already played like a 50 of 20 or something like that, and then he's trying to hit spin, and in the process of hitting spin, he eventually gets out, right? Because that's how he plays. I don't know if the same dynamic works if they're starting with a spinner in the power play, you know?
That's the thing. It kind of does, but then the issue is, I think, versus so Harsh Dubey, I think he gives him half chance, and then Akshar he's dropped, isn't it? And then
Yes.
Gazanfar gets him out, and I want to say Rashid bowls are quite over. So it's like they've only bowled 4 overs of spin to them in the power play. So it's such low sample size that I'm like I don't know how to track it. Right? It's my question is, bowling pace to them isn't working. Is spin going to be that much worse?
That's a good point. Also, what about the last season? Because this partnership was there last time too, no?
Yeah, I think last season Arya was not nearly this good versus
No, of course.
spin.
But
yeah.
yeah.
What the hell can I spell Arias? Oh, fuck's sake.
Varun is back.
The other one, not me.
Yes, not you.
72 in 6 overs. It's not a bad start. It's not a bad start for KKR either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, they've done well to
Oh
go
my
less than
God,
12 and
man,
over.
come on.
Oh my god.
Varun would be really disappointed. His last couple of games been
That
really
too,
good, no,
Anukul
guys.
Roy.
Actually,
Of all people, Anukul Roy.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's such a good fielder, no?
Oh gosh, man.
Hmm.
What is this nonsense?
That's a single.
Oh, Coach Atharv has asked a question.
Can pull it up. So Coach Attar was asked, Robbie, in a collapse, if a batsman is asked to go in next as an impact player, how did the batsman mentally prepare for that? And what's his warm-up routine?
His warm-up routine should be do fast feet as quickly as possible and throw a heavy medicine ball around. It should warm you right up. But his mindset, he'll need to look at the situation and say, okay, what is expected of me under these circumstances?
Then that's his
of
50.
Yep.
Of 22 deliveries.
Mm.
It's become such a norm.
This one was in the
22 is
slot, though.
okay.
You expect?
It's 210 strike rate. It's fine.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
Robbie is
it's
fully
okay.
behaving like Varun today.
Like what is
No,
this?
because we were discussing this, Robbie. Like, it's like, how the hell are we saying the guys batting at like 180 are our anchors in their partnerships? Like, what the hell has happened? This tournament. I don't know what to trust anymore.
Exactly.
Like it's guys like you who set up this narrative, saying that 180 is not quick enough. It's you guys.
No, because the other thing that's messing with my brain is all the hitters are at the top of the run scoring list.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
also there.
Because my usual annual debate with Kohli fans is they're like, oh, 600 runs is much better than 400 runs. And I'm like, well, yeah, Abhishek Sharma striking at 200, Virat's at 150. It's roughly the similar season. And now I'm like, okay, Abhishek is the neither high run scoring chart, and he's doing it at a much better strike rate. I don't know what to do anymore with my life. What's life if all the
Like,
hitters
what
are
do you
making
do?
runs?
Yeah. Look at Vaibhav, look at
Yeah.
Priyansh, you look
Yeah.
at Prabh Simran, you look at Head.
Kishan even.
Kishan striking at 198 this season. I don't remember when he's made
Bro.
those runs that quickly.
Bro, do you know?
Sanju-
I feel like Kishan is the bridge. He's the bridge between the lunatic openers and the new age anchors who are striking at 180,
No, no,
170,
no.
160.
You think he's
Kishan is in the
a
middle
better
of them.
bridge or Sanju's a better bridge?
I think purely stats wise might be Kishan, but I see the point in Sanju as well being a bridge.
Mm.
See, the thing with Sanju is I feel like against spin, right, once the power play is done and everything, he does have the tendency to start knocking it around for a bit. And obviously he has the tendency to again accelerate back up, and the way he finishes and makes those hundreds or even the big scores, I like the way he bats, but he doesn't go at like an uber attacking rate all the way through, right? Like some of
But
the
he's
other
batting
guys.
at 190 strike rate, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying.
Wembley's batting at 250
My brain's
or 300.
frazzled. I'm like, I don't know what to take anymore.
Yeah.
What is acceptable, Varun? Come on. What is acceptable? Come on. You must land on something. Yeah.
So the average strike rate for the top three this season is like 165. So that's probably par now.
I suppose so.
165.
How much is it just for openers, by the way?
No, I think it's 160. I think it's that for the top three as well. I think they're very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that makes
Also,
sense.
like Robbie, like, did you know that this is, I think, the first time in an IPL season where the top three are quicker than 5, 6, 7? I want to say.
You mean strike rate wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's believable.
Mm.
Again. Oh. He square cut him to long off.
Yeah. See, Robbie, that happened last time also, no? In the power play where he hit a shot and it was like, is it going back? Is it going back? But it actually went to cover point.
I think that
The way they set up the cameras.
yeah. Sorry, I'm just watching Andre Russell talk. Okay, and I saw them putting a highlight of him bowling. I think the dumbest thing KKR did last year was to convince Andre to retire. The dumbest thing. I reckon he had a year or two left in him. Even if you bowled him 2 overs, he would have won you matches with his batting.
Yeah, I mean, Russell retiring was out of nowhere, especially because they retained him, right, Robbie? So if they knew he was going to retire after just 1 year, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't think it's would have been much worse than Powell for them.
Yes, 100%.
No.
And
He
he'd
would've been
actually
better
be
than
like
Powell,
a elite finisher, right? Still.
Yeah. Mm.
Even Pollard is playing T20 cricket across the globe and doing decently at that. He just doesn't play the IPL. Because I was looking at his 100, his SA20 stats and all. He's been fine in that. He actually had a game against Rashid Khan where I believe he was hitting him for like lots of sixes. I want to say 5 sixes in an over or something. Am I saying it?
What was it? Till last year he was hitting the PSL bowlers as well, wasn't he, Pollard?
He's
Yeah,
batting.
Pollard
He plays
Rashid
well,
was
man.
5 sixes.
He plays well. He plays really well. But I can tell
This
you,
is
someone
true,
said in
bro.
the chat that maybe his knees are really bad. His knees. It wasn't about his knees. It is about
That's what.
the offer that was made and the longevity that it came with. They categorized a new coaching position
Robbie,
in
would you
KKR
say
for it.
he didn't want to retire just yet, or did he also?
No, he also wanted to. Like in the sense that he also
Yeah,
was
that's a very odd one, no?
Oh, wow.
yeah. But he's playing. He's going to play leagues.
Oh, what a
after
shot
this.
that
He's
is.
gonna- Typical Ishan Kishan shot. That is.
Yeah, I thought that was like a nudge for single and he went for a 4.
Yeah, he's just. He's done the walking shot, but off the spinner, Robbie. 105 clicks, by the way.
Mm.
Shot again.
Another boundary.
Boundary. Crazy. It's crazy how bowlers aren't bowling the areas that are most defensive areas to batters, and they're preempting what the batter's going to do, and then like just bowling in the opposite range of that, and just looks.
So they're either
Just
going too
feels
full or too
weird.
short.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, that's-
you're being
that's what I
defensive,
mean.
but like you have to be defensive, but you also have to be brave. You need to try and get a wicket, right?
Mm.
You don't see
Yeah.
a lot of the bowlers doing
Here,
that.
definitely. I mean, how are you going to stop these guys? You have to take wickets.
Like if you look at say Rabada versus RCB
Like your best chance.
in a game earlier this
Yeah.
week, what did he do? He just bowled the right areas. He just hit back of a length often enough.
Yeah. Actually, the way he got Virat out was, I think, quite interesting because Virat walked down and he was trying to pull him after stepping out. And I think he anticipated that and pulled his length back. So, like,
Correct,
really
yeah.
smart work and followed him as well, by the way, because he backed away and stepped out. And he followed him and got him out. So, like, that was a high quality battle, I thought. Like, and I think, Robbie, you're right, because against these best teams, like let's say Punjab, RCB, Sunrisers, who've got great batting lineups, you kind of need to take wickets to slow them down. Because if they're in, they are going to score at a good clip. By default, almost.
Yeah. Like sometimes it's okay to acknowledge that I've bowled the right
Way
area.
too full there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100 comes up. I think the 9th over.
Yeah. Doesn't even feel outrageous anymore, does it? 100 in the 9th over is like, yeah, it's business as usual these days.
Everyone's trying to hit sixes only, man, now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Robbie, but I think what's happening now is maybe even the younger guys, the young Indian players that are coming into the system in the IPL, I think they're also training to hit sixes no? right from the start.
Is
This
that out?
could be out. Yeah, it is
That
out.
is out, yep.
Yeah.
And Travis said departs for 61
Again.
of 28.
again, what did he do? Like, he just hit the right areas. He didn't try to, bowl defensively. He was like, you know what, fuck it, let me just keep hitting my areas. Like, I may get hit for a 6 or 2, but the best chance of me getting wickets is for me to hit those areas as often as possible. And that's what bowlers are not doing in this IPL.
Yeah.
Is it time for
Warren,
Smaran to
that
come
would
in?
be good length, no? 5 to 6 maybe.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's good length.
Back of a length, right?
Yeah, I mean, shorter side of a good length delivery, like 5 to 6 meters. Like, because if he goes too short, or like even, like 7 to 8 meters maybe, or even 6 to 7, then head is probably going to take him on once again, the form that he's in. We just saw him hit, like, for slightly
Yeah.
shorter ball, he
Yeah.
got a boundary away in this over.
Shout out to 5 to 6 meters, the only length that is still difficult to hit in any era of cricket.
No, I swear, dude.
The day people
Robbie, as I was-
Was it Priyansh? You saw Priyansh in one of those
I'm not going to
matches,
judge
huh?
anyone on any
Was-
strike rates, nothing. It's all over.
You saw Priyansh in one of those matches where he was playing RR. You know what he did? He was playing the back foot defense and he lifted his bat up to Jofra Archer, went over slip for 4. I'm like, where the fuck are these kids coming up with these plans, dude?
No, because he's one of those people that is batting at a ridiculous rate, but he's not necessarily slogging, is he?
No.
I think.
Like, he played a back foot defense like this with his bat
Yeah.
slightly going towards... I'm like,
Yeah.
how are you not scared that's going to hit you flush in the face? It's crazy.
I mean, there must be training, right, Robbie? Right from the grassroots level now, I think the way the game has moved on, I think you have to be able to hit sixes, otherwise you're not going to get a gig in the IPL, I feel.
Man,
You're not striking
to
at
think that I
180,
grew up in a world where I got dropped for playing a reverse sweep in an under-19 match. Wow.
190. Crazy.
Oh my God.
Maybe
That's
you
absolute
won't get a
wild,
cut-off
by the way.
for this era.
Can you believe it? I got dropped from the Ranji Trophy team because I played a reverse sweep in an under-19 match.
Whoa.
What do you call it? If anything, it's the other way around now. If you don't play a lot of reverse sweeps, teams will probably drop you.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have other options,
Crazy.
then certainly.
Yeah, that's
I
what
think he-
people are saying about the Indian ODI team, isn't it? They're like, maybe are they too one-dimensional versus spin?
Yeah. Correct. And
Oh,
they're all
Shan,
old
that was
guys,
7
right?
to 8 meters, that dismissal.
Oh, wow. Was it?
Yeah,
It
those are in the
didn't
shorter
feel that
side.
short. Oh,
Might
interesting.
be, he might have gotten a bit lucky then.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yo.
It could also be that he bowled it at
See,
around the
this is-
same pace.
see-
One of the.
Sorry, Shine, but this is
No,
where
it's
they should actually be bowling. They should be actually. They should have been bowling. What's his name? Sunil,
Narayan.
and not in. Yeah, because you want someone to bowl to Klassen, right?
Yeah.
Because Sunil's
again.
lengths are slightly fuller than Sunil's lengths are slightly fuller than Varun's lengths.
Yeah.
And Klassen's game thrives on the fact that he rocks on the back foot to the ball slightly short of a length, right?
Yeah. Correct. The back foot punch 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
really
Klassen
good
also
over
likes to
so
take
far.
his time nowadays, no? Especially in the first 10 balls. Warren, can you look up the
Oh.
strike rate actually this year in the first 10 balls? I can't imagine it's more than 130, 140. I actually read an
it wasn't
interview
that
by
much.
Klassen recently. I think it was in the Indian Express where he was talking about how he wants to take some time, like 10 balls, and then he wants to, press accelerate and, really go for it. Which is, I think I see the logic in that.
It's weird though, because he's profiled like a finishing anchor, but when he's anchored, he's not finished, and when he's finished, he's not anchoring. So I'm like, I can't make sense of it. So it's like, he's not like a Rinku Singh, is he? Whereas like Rinku, I'm like, okay, he's perfect. When he's
Exactly.
finished games, he starts it slow, and then he's finished.
Yes.
And then he's not finished, that's all, but he's not started slow. So it's like, can't make sense of Klassen at all.
Robbie, what do you think about that?
He's made such a strange observation. I don't even know how to react to it.
I actually think he's right though. It's the game against, I want to say, RR, where he makes 29 of 24 and he gets out. Like, that was a game he
Yeah.
could have easily finished. And they
Was
won
it
that game
Punjab?
quite
He's what?
comfortably.
What was he versus
39
Punjab?
of
Like 38?
33?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then versus
And got out
Mumbai, he
right
was
ahead.
batting quickly throughout, and then he bashes them.
Perfect. Exactly.
Right. Delhi, he bashes them from ball one.
That is a
Right.
different entry point though, no? That he came
Yeah.
in only to finish.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever he has hit, he's not actually anchored. So, and when he's actually finished games, he's been hitting for ball one. And when he's had to firefight, he's not actually finished. So
Interesting.
it's a bit, he's a bit weird.
I'll look up the interview I was telling you guys about. It's a very interesting one actually. Because I think he's not like a absolute. He can
139
obviously hit from
Shayan
ball
in his
one. I mean,
first
we've
10
seen him
balls.
do that in the previous seasons. But I
Shayan, it's
sort of work this game
139.
out in a sense where maybe he feels.
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I said it wouldn't be more than 130, but yeah, 139 is fine.
Is it? Is
The
that for
30
six or is
against
it
Delhi
out?
would have definitely bumped that.
Oh my god.
And that's a
Oh,
drop.
Is that Rinku?
yeah.
Oh my god. If Rinku's dropping them,
Yes.
the plague is real.
I know you can call it a
Yes,
plague.
it's IPL fielding then.
Mm.
You know what, guys? I actually looked at there was a Cricket for piece which was tracking the fielding stats and everything, and this season is like right in the middle. So it's not the worst catching efficiency season that we've ever seen, but it's not, obviously it's nowhere
Would you
close
call
to being the
COVID a
best ones.
plague?
No, that's what's COVID. It's a pandemic.
That's a pandemic.
It's a pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cash drop
I
pandemic.
feel like this IPL is like COVID, yeah. It's affected everyone. Fielding in IPL is like COVID. Like it's
What was it?
affected everybody.
Everyone's
It's not
the intent has
everyone's
taken
got
over
it once.
everyone, and
Yeah,
everyone's
everyone's
gotten worse
dropped
at
a
fielding.
catch. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What is it? The two misfields today have been Anukul Roy and Rinku Singh, which is wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you would call that a
Ridiculous.
catch, right?
That is definitely a catch, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
that's high in the air again. Oh, is it taking it? Oh wow.
He took it. Oh wow.
Oh wow, that's a good catch.
Finally.
Finally,
Someone with a
man.
good immune system.
Yeah, that's a proper one. Yeah. Really good. You know that he could have easily dropped that also, I think. The way it was.
Finally, I think
going,
Smaran
but
should come in
good
and
on him
bat
to
now.
take that. Now is a good time. Yeah.
Go, 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 go,
I definitely
go. Go,
see
go,
him
go.
in that.
Oh, yes, boy. How about that?
He's an innings builder, is he not, Robbie?
Smaran? Is he coming in the bat?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. They'll use him for the Nitish position, right?
Yeah. So that means will he come after? Oh, no, he'll actually come in now.
So, guys, so this is from ESPN Cricket 4. We've got the catching efficiency stats for each season. This year, the catching efficiency is at 80.25%. Back in 2025 was the worst one, by the way. The
I
last
won't
season, which
believe
was at
I won't believe
75.8.
any other study out besides Varun's. So I'll wait for Varun's
Barron.
research to come
Only
out.
Rob Barron.
No, Rob would
Varun
say
and
what
Rob
is
For
it?
Barron.
catches, it's only Rob Barron, Robbie.
No, for catches it is
For
Rob.
catches,
I
I
think
don't
he'd say it's
trust anyone.
50%.
And Behram. Behram is second. Behram is second, but
Oh, is it?
Rob is number one by far.
No, for Rob would say it's 50%
But
efficiency.
Dude,
Easily.
I think
But you know what,
we've
guys?
just seen one of the best catches in this IPL, by the way.
Yeah. Is the
He's
best
just
one
made-
still
he's
the
just-
salt one?
He just made it look so nonchalant.
The
This
Salt
is
one was really
as
good.
good as the Salt one. Yeah?
Jurel had a
Salt
good
one
game
at least
also.
had a little bit more height in the sense that he was closer to the ball, right?
I don't know if it's just me or I count wicket keeping catches in a different category.
Shut
so
up,
outfield
shut up,
catches.
Varun. Shut up, Varun.
No, you're not a wicket keeper, Robbie. You're a batter
Robbie?
keeper. That's different.
No, I'm
So he
still a
started
keeper.
rage
dude.
beating him. Started rage beating him.
You were just the
If
man
I-
that
if
stood
I-
behind the stumps.
What an asshole. At one point, I had the most dismissals behind the stumps in the IPL.
But yeah, so just
If it wa-
the
if
other
it
stat
wasn't
was
for
that
me
this
being
is
a
the
team
season
man.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this is the season where batters have made the most of their reprieves. Actually, this is the stat that has come out where the drop chances have actually been very costly. We've seen that KL Rahul one, right? I think that would have to be the costliest, where he was dropped on 12 by Shashank and he goes on to make 150 odd. Just magnificent.
Yeah, yeah. If this was COVID, Shashank would have died.
Fuck.
He would have been victim number one.
Yeah. Patient zero.
Yeah, patient zero. I swear. I'm so happy for Smaran. This kid's been so consistent over the last couple of years. It's great to see him come and actually finally get an opportunity. At one point, I was hoping they'd release him and send him to another franchise because he's so good, deserves an opportunity because he's done so well even in domestic cricket. So I'm glad that
Yeah, elite red
he's
ball
finally
batter
getting
too,
an
isn't he?
opportunity. Yeah, elite is understatement, bro. Elite is actually understatement here of how good he is.
Yeah. Oh, what super chats do we have?
You have any super chats?
Yeah, 1 second. So Andy's asked us, what has Robbie made of Karthik and Chena's bowling? A bat toss versus Gujarat and the Sunrisers stroke could
Short.
cost them a spot in the top 4.
Bad toss versus GT and SRH could. SRH could cost them a
SRH
spot
choke.
in the top four. SRH could choke. Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, the game
I
they were
think they,
chasing
I
193rd.
think they
75 in
I
the
think
fast
they're
break.
still, as in, I think they're still in the race. I was really happy with the way Karthik batted yesterday.
They are.
He actually kind of took his time. He actually like that. You can tell how much that 50 meant to him because I think it just made him feel good overall. Where he obviously the weight of those 14 crores and the conversations around it was probably affecting him to some degree.
Yeah.
But the way he approached the innings and just took the team to victory, not trying to impress anyone or not trying to compete with any of the other youngsters who's coming through the ranks, that I think is special. I think is nice, and I think CSK could do with a lot of players like that.
Yeah, and Robbie, they have an interesting run ahead. They play LSG twice. So if they win
Yeah.
both of those games, they'll be in with a shout.
I have a feeling they'll make it to the top 4. Yeah. I have a feeling.
If they can.
I think they'll
don't
be in the
know
top
how
5
confident I would be.
for sure.
5 and 6 I can understand, yeah. That's roughly where I would have them
Like
right now.
top 5 for sure, but they could make it to the top 4.
Is it GT who had the most fascinating run? But they basically decide who's the top 4 down there. If they win everything,
Yeah.
then they can fumble everyone. Yeah, so
But
by the way,
Robbie, who do you think
like,
makes top 2?
that's a good
Punjab
question.
RCB?
Yeah. Punjab RCB for me.
They should, right? They have the quality, I think. And
Yeah.
RCB do also have some easy games coming up ahead, like relative to the season. They've got Lucknow, they've got KKR, and they've got Mumbai. So if they win those 3, that should still give them 9 wins.
I mean, they
And if
should
can
win those
another
3,
game
don't
against
they? I know you
They
can't
should,
guarantee
but I mean, this
wins,
is the
but
IPL.
yeah.
This is the IPL, right? And we often see at the end of the league, it's the teams that'll spoil the party and they'll win out of nowhere, and we're just not expecting it.
Yeah.
So you cannot take anything for granted. I will give you that.
Yeah. I think the worst game I've seen of that is when, what was it? RCB needed to win versus Deccan Chargers, who were like near the bottom in 2012.
2012,
Gale hits,
no?
they were
Yeah.
chasing 120. The Gale hits a 20 run over and they lose that game,
Yes.
which is still the greatest, one of the greatest bottle jobs I've seen in the IPL.
Even in the 2013 season, they had something similar to this, where they ended up
that-
losing the last game.
Yeah, no, they won versus Chennai. I think they needed Sunrisers to lose and they won, basically, versus KKR in 2013.
Oh,
Yeah.
why can't I not remember? No, maybe.
So Andy is asking, how would Robbie rank Akshar and Jadeja by difficulty to face in T20s? What challenges and opportunities did the two of them pose?
Between Akshar and Jaddu, I'd say Akshar is slightly more harder to play because he had a little bit more height.
Oh, wait.
And so.
It's high in the
I think
air.
it's out.
Oh, that should be out. And he's out.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Ajinkya. Smaran. Oh.
Poor man.
Yeah, don't like this. Again, sometimes you like this is something that I get worried about youngsters because sometimes they want to come in and they want to impress so badly that they play in a way that isn't
Doesn't suit their
conducive
natural
to their natural game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like maybe Smaran plays this, right? But I'm not saying he doesn't. But
Yeah,
you
it's
got to
his
give yourself
striker.
a
It's
chance.
what
Get in. Just
160ish.
yeah,
I want to say in Syed
yeah,
Mustaq Ali. So he's not like
yeah,
a anchor, right?
yeah. He's
But
not an anchor.
160 these days is
No,
not uber fast, is it? Even in the
No,
Smart,
by
it
IPL
won't be.
standards, he's an
no,
anchor,
no,
but I don't know if Smart is that slow.
no. But 160 is still very good, man. I
No,
think
it
it's
is very good.
even
No,
the.
absolutely. I don't think I have any
Oh
issues
God,
with 160.
I can't imagine having an argument with both of you all about this.
No. I'm okay with 160, Robbie. For the record,
No, but
I have
160
no
is
issues.
power now. It's not good in the IPL.
But
It is though. It is objectively power, Robbie. Like I know
I
you
really
hate
wanna.
that, but yeah.
One day I wanna see you play cricket, and I wanna record that and show it to the viewers.
Look, my inability to play cricket doesn't change the facts. That is irrelevant. That is independence of
It
the
is.
season.
It is.
Oh, that was a good ball.
Oh,
Whoa.
Oh,
very lucky there.
you're.
You keep
I
making
wanna
that
say
point like
so
it would
much.
change the actual facts.
Robbie, how about you bowl some off spin too, Varun, when we get to meet and
I
play
will at
cricket?
some point
Yeah.
when I go to London. When I go there, I will bowl some off spin.
Yeah, I'll just block
Let's go,
everything.
let's go.
I'll bowl some dibbly dobblies, and I'll say, listen, 165 is the standard strike rate now.
Varun, what about catching? How about a catching contest with Rob Barron?
No, that I'll probably lose. Rob is very good at catching things.
Yeah, he is. He actually sent a clip of his where he was in the pool and he was taking all those catches, and I think
Yeah, with one
he
hand,
dropped
right?
one.
The
out of
pool
10 and-
doesn't count, guys. What?
No, he was
No,
in the
no,
pool
like-
and he was catching with one hand, Robbie. You have to see the video.
He was catching with one hand in the
Yeah.
pool. You have to see
the
that
video.
clip, Robbie. You have to see
You
the
have
clip.
to see it, yeah.
Yeah. Legit.
What was it? So Karthik. What was it?
Sankyanas.
Sankyanas. Okay,
7498.
thank you. Is it good idea to bowl Romario in the power play? If he's going to be 16 anyway and get a wicket, could this be a good disguise, Lord? It is a fun question.
I cannot. This is too radical for me.
Do you know where you should bowl Romario, the 12th over? If you're going to get hit for runs anyway, might as well get a wicket.
Might as well get a wicket. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I like that.
So, but it was really funny though, because Delhi were collapsing and they still managed to get like 10 overs over
Yeah.
on that game.
To be fair, he bowled well in the last match. I
Yeah.
thought like
Yeah,
he
last match he was
definitely-
unbelievably good.
Yeah. But I think even in that game, he started missing his lines sometimes. And whenever he would make a very little error, like very small margin of error, right? And whenever he would do that, the Gujarat guys would obviously take him on and take risks.
So Prith is asking us
This is a
thoughts
good
on the
chat,
theory
by the
that Shashank was dropped in the last game due to bad fielding. If true, something that will motivate everyone to practice more.
Rob Barron agrees.
Only Rob will agree, and Rob will be hoping it's true.
Yes.
I don't think it's true though.
No, but like, isn't this also like the? Do you remember when Dhoni was like, okay, if you, what do you call about like exams or something, where it's like if you haven't studied the whole year, even if you don't study the day before, it won't matter. Like if you haven't practiced fielding for like the past for your whole life, is it going to matter if you don't practice it for one day before the game? Like that's the question I
Shashank is
have.
not a bad fielder, no. Shashank
he's not
is
a bad
having a
fielder.
bad season. He is actually a very good fielder, I think.
I think
couple of
I'll tell you
seasons, I
what.
don't think he's been bad.
A lot of guys, right? They go and play these tournaments. They play these tournaments, and they suddenly drop catches, or they're suddenly getting out to short balls. And what you often don't see them do is go and get an eye test done.
Oh, okay.
Because it could be something as not small, but something as small as basically, you know, your eye is having you probably getting power in that period of time. It could be that, you never know, right?
Yeah.
But unless
I
you
never
go
thought
and,
of that.
like, there's
Wow.
nothing
Good
wrong,
point.
nothing wrong in getting an eye test done, right?
Yeah.
The fuck did he just do? Did he seem trying to play the ball?
Yeah, that was such a weird shot, no?
It is such an Ishan Kishan shot.
Yeah, he just
Here's
like
the thing,
flapped
though.
at it like this.
If Cam Green bowls 3 overs and he goes for less than 15 and over, he's done well.
Okay, that
Objectively.
is 15 is a bit too much, no?
Against Sunrisers, Chayan.
Okay, against Sunrisers, I can give you that tax.
Yeah, we're not talking about Chennai. If he goes at 15 and over against Chennai, there's something horribly has gone wrong.
Warren trolling his favorite team, guys.
Yeah,
Always.
always. Yes.
Which is your favorite team, by the way?
I'm a
CSK
Chennai fan.
is his.
Wow. Imagine the things you would have said when I was playing for CSK.
No, to be fair, I was more ignorant back in the day.
Back in the day, that's 3 years ago, dumb fuck.
No, that's 5 years ago.
Back in the day.
That's
Not
5 years
no,
ago.
man.
22, Robbie played.
21
for
and
CSK.
22 he plays for them, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
4 years
Yeah.
ago.
4.5 years ago then. Yeah.
4 years. 4 years.
I was actually a very late bloomer to being in Sandfield, Robbie. I was a big supporter of Anchors. I was defending MS Dhoni's. I defended MS Dhoni's knocks versus England in 2019. That's how much
Oh,
anchor
really?
build I was. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, totally.
I don't
surprising.
believe that.
That was
That
very
is
anchor
so
build back
fucking.
in the
That
day.
is so
Yeah.
fucking hard to believe.
Yeah, it's weirdly like the
Jared
moment I
didn't
became
take it.
incent build was like when I started watching Jared and I did True Values. Like Robbie, there's a
Jared's
reason
fault.
why anyone that does ball by ball analysis becomes incent build because every single thing you look at leads you to the same answer. That is batters just need to bat quicker. It's a bit like how it's Test cricket. You know how it's like every single thing you look at leads to bowlers just win
20
you
wickets.
games and take 20 wickets, and
Yeah.
batters are useless in Test cricket. It's basically what happens.
Robbie's going to leave the chat by the end of this.
No, I won't. Now,
And I mean,
by now,
surely Robbie
He's used
would
to it
agree
now.
that bowlers win you games in Test cricket. Don't? No?
100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
that is a fact only. No,
That is a
I
fact.
did
Bowlers win you
leave when you
games in
said batters
T20
are
cricket
useless.
also.
Hmm?
I think bowlers win you games in T20 also. I think the only place that batters can win you games are in one-day cricket.
You know what? The way I look at it, Robbie, I think for bowlers in T20 cricket, I think they raise your floor. If you've got like a good, solid bowling team, that can really define your entire season. And if you've just got good batting with solid bowling, like I think that can get you a long way ahead in the tournament. I think in some ways.
I
But
think
in a
the way I
batting
would-
lead, you kind of do
Yeah.
need good batters, no? Like look at
The way I
Lucknow.
would-
They've got a
Yeah,
solid
exactly.
bowling attack, but they lose.
No, I don't think every team that has won the IPL has had a great bowling attack, but none of them have had
That's
terrible
fair.
ones. That's what I would put it.
Agreed. For sure. What is the worst bowling attack a team would have had that won the IPL?
Would it be Chennai in 23?
They still had. Who was the highest wicket taker, bro?
Was it Deshpande who was the
Deshpande?
highest wicket taker?
I feel like it was Deshpande, yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the main spinner that year? Jadeja was there definitely at that time.
Jaddu was. No, I'm not saying it was a bad bowling attack, but is it the worst one that has won?
That's what I'm saying. You need to
Yeah.
list out the names, no, for me to get it.
Yeah,
clear.
who won?
And
What was
didn't they
Rajasthan's
have
bowling
Chahar
attack?
as well?
Rajasthan was okay, right, in the first year?
Like, what are these conversations? Who is the worst bowling attack to have won? Like, what's these?
Yeah,
con-
exactly.
Okay, what is the
exactly,
best
Robbie.
bowling attack then? Let's go with the
Okay.
best.
Honestly don't know if there's an obvious answer for that either.
I think there is. I think there is one in Mumbai Indians, right? I think Mumbai
I was
Indians.
thinking
2020 Mumbai Indians. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah. I think with
Bumrah and Bolt opening.
Bumrah,
Bumrah,
Bolt,
Bolt.
and when did Malinga last play? 18,
19.
19.
19. I think that's also would have that also would have been a solid.
Yeah, but then that time they didn't have Bolt. But yeah,
They don't.
Bumrah Malinga together. Another.
I wonder if 2019 is better because Rahul Chahar was better in 2019 than he was in 2020.
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Rahul Chahar, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the best batting lineup then? to have an IPL.
Oh God. These.
I'd put
these are,
Chennai 2011 up there. No, so best batting lineup is KKR, easily 24.
KKR 24 was a good one.
Yeah, KKR 24 is easily the best batting lineup to win it.
Mm.
Yeah. They had what, like fucking, they had Ramandeep at 9 in some of those games, man. Fucking hell. Like, they're ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, they batted deep. Even they
I think
even had Harshit
Punjab,
and
if they win
Sar.
this year, we could
Yeah.
say that they were the best batting lineup.
I'm
that
with you
have
there.
won.
Agreed.
I like
I would
RCB
say-
in 25 too. I think they were a good batting lineup.
RCB,
they were a
RCB
good
is
solid
really
lineup.
cool as well.
Yeah.
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 I'd throw Chennai
But with
2011 up
RCB,
there.
the fact that They didn't win. Sorry, in 2016 with the likes of AB and I think wasn't KL also there in this one
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
season? Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
God, they had Mayank, they had Karun, they had like everyone, and they still didn't win.
Wasn't Karan in Delhi then in
Yeah, no,
2016?
Karun
He
wasn't then.
may have been.
Neither
May
was
have been.
Mayank. So that was the year they had Gale, Virat, AB, KL,
KL at
Watson,
4.
Travis
Yeah.
Head at a certain point.
Watson, Travis Head, imagine that. Like
Yeah,
I
what
think
was it? Yeah, they had
because they
Stuart
had that
Binney,
kind
who
of
had the
a
Kedar Jadhav,
Stuart Binney, Sachin
yeah,
Baby was there at the
Sachin
end.
Baby.
yeah,
Yeah. I think basically what
and
happened was you had two guys with all-timer years, no? AB de Villiers and Virat Kohli. Like, it's
correct.
rare to have two players of that level operate at their absolute best in 1 year and you still don't end up
Yeah,
winning it.
Mm.
yeah. People keep taking us down for the 2009 loss, but I think the 2016 loss
Yeah.
was I wouldn't say even more terrible, but I think that was a simpler win.
Yes, I mean, Robbie, when Virat got out, I think the equation was still very gettable. I think it's when
Yeah,
AB gets out, it's not that the equation is out of control or anything. I think it's just the fact that they maybe panic a bit because they have KL
yeah,
and they have Watson. And after that, it's not a lot of guys who inspire confidence. And Sunrisers, remember, they had a great death bowling attack at that point. So Gale had done his bit. He got you off to a rapid start. Kohli got a 50 and he
Oh.
got out. And then the other guys, like, they just sort of collapsed like a pack of cards.
pack of cards, man.
Mm. Yeah, I mean 2016 was their final to win, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That would be one of the. I think as a cricket fan, that has to be up there as one of the most heartbreaking losses that I've seen. No doubts about that.
That's not worse than Chennai
2016
2019.
No, of course, that is for you, no, not for me.
That is
I'm
for
saying
me,
for
yeah.
myself.
For you, so it makes sense, yeah. I don't know if other Chennai fans would agree with this. I'd trade 21 and 23 for 2019 in a heartbeat.
Why do you want Robbie to not have two IPL titles, Varun?
That's also true, yeah.
Okay, do you not want us to say that Combox has two IPL titles and almost 5,000 runs in the IPL?
No, don't worry. We'll have more IPL titles, bro. Don't worry. It's not.
Let's hope so.
He knows that we'll have more IPL titles, so he doesn't mind losing one. No, Varun.
Is that high? Is that out as well? Or is that dropped?
If they take a catch, yes. Oh,
It
they took
is
a catch. Who's that?
Is
Is
this
that
Rahane?
Manish? No, it's Ajinkya.
Rahana,
Ajinkya.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's taken it. Yeah. These ones would be a bit hard, no, Robbie, in the afternoon. Sometimes the white ball is
Yeah.
not very clearly visible.
Yeah.
Like, I will tell you one thing as a viewer when I went to watch the game. I think when it's a fast bowler bowling in the first innings of an afternoon game, it's really hard to spot where the ball lands on the pitch. For spinners, you can see it.
Yeah.
And then once it's the evening settles in, then you can see all the deliveries. With the fast bowlers, it's honestly very hard to see where it pitches as a viewer.
Yeah. So actually, these catches
KKR
are
have done well
quite.
here, guys.
Yeah,
sorry?
they have. But like you'll see one or two games like this happen to SRH through the season, because they only like to play in one mode, right?
Mm.
And so once or twice in a season you'll see this happen
Yeah.
to them.
For sure. It's
But
the
those
ceiling and
catches,
floor
no?
thing, is it not?
Yeah, yeah. Those catches thing, especially during the day, you'll depend a lot on memory as well as to how you've taken catches in the past during the day. Because
Fair.
even
That's a
now,
great point, yeah.
first class cricket predominantly is played during the day, right? So
Yeah, that is true. But even with that, Robbie, morning session, middle session, and the evening session, I think they'll all have their own ways, right? Because the changing sky and everything,
yeah,
like the brightness of the sun and all of that, you have to factor that in. I think this is what
Yeah.
Rob wants, right? He wants you to practice in every single condition that is humanly possible in a cricket match.
Was that an inside edge?
Yeah, that was a good ball. Yeah.
Oh, he is limping, by
He's
the
got
way.
his
The
tail up.
comments pointed it out so far.
yeah. He's limping out of his own
Yeah,
accord.
yeah.
He went and tried to stop a ball with his foot. Dumb fuck.
Mm.
Like at least if you're putting your foot down, then you like you kind of put the harder part of your foot, no, towards the ball.
Great
He just
comeback by
opened
him,
his
though,
foot up
Robbie.
and said,
Yeah.
He went for like a
Yeah.
bunch of runs in his first couple of overs, and I think ever since he got the wicket of Travis, he's
3 for
finished his
30. I
spell
think you
superbly.
take that in modern IPL.
Yeah. Oh, bro, you take that.
Yeah.
I think even like 5 years ago because of your spinner taking.
no,
wickets
no,
in
no,
the
no.
middle
You
overs.
don't
Not
take
5
that
years
5 years ago.
No.
Three
5
three
years
wickets
ago,
in the
Not
middle
5.
overs. You won't
teams
take
were
3 wickets in the
more
middle overs?
conserve runs defending mindset, I think, in that era. So it makes sense.
No, I understand, but 3 wickets you wouldn't take in the middle overs even then against this batting lineup.
You and I would, but I don't think the teams in that period were thinking that
Fair.
way.
Fair. Yeah. See, if it was 2, then also I think I would give it to you. But I think 3 wickets it just like creates a bit more. It means more, right? It's the argument we were having. I think when Janssen and Rabada were bowling in the World Cup, and I believe Janssen was 2 overs, 3 for 27 in the power play, and Rabada was 2 overs, 8 runs, but no wickets. So what actually gets you more impact? What is slowing the team down more?
Yeah, early wickets always matter more than they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
How many has Karthik got left? 2. 2 for 20.
2 for Karthik.
Sorry, 1 for 20.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if you agree with this, Rabi. Karthik this season to me is a bit like Chamira in the World Cup, where regardless of how well he bowls, he's not a 1 for 14 for.
Sort of. But he's had some good death overs, I would say, and he's had some terrible. I mean, he had one terrible one, certainly the one that I
No,
went to watch. He
that's
bowled
what I
two
mean,
balls.
right? There are times when I'm
It's
like, oh,
been
he's bowled
mixed,
really
right?
well today,
it's
and he's
mixed,
still
yeah,
1 for
for sure.
14 for.
Yeah,
So I
it's
can't
been
explain
mixed
it.
for him. Yeah.
Certainly.
I've been really impressed with the way Anshul Kamboj is bowled. Like from last
Oh,
year to
yeah,
this
yeah.
year,
He's
there's been
been
a
superb.
tremendous amount of difference with the way
Yep,
he's
yep,
approached his bowling.
There was some
And I
potential
think
even
Karthik
last
will.
year. No?
I think Karthik will be one of those guys who will also improve
Yeah.
over the next year or two.
Yeah.
This is a question for you, Robbie. So Yash is asking us, how would you rate Ankrish's keeping? Keeping IPL, is it IPL standard? Oh, I don't know.
I've been so busy arguing with Varun that I haven't noticed his keeping only.
Which is
But
probably
I think he's all right.
a good thing, isn't it? If you're not noticing a wicket keeper's keeping,
Yes.
it probably means they've
Yes.
done a decent job,
I
isn't
like
it?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, non-wicket keepers would feel like that.
But Robbie, he's not a professional wicketkeeper. Na? He hasn't kept ever in a professional match before.
This is professional cricket going on. What do you mean he's
That's
not a
what I'm saying, no,
professional
but-
cricketer?
Arey,
He is a
that's what I'm saying,
professional.
Robbie.
This is professional cricket. They're getting paid to play this.
Arey, Robbie, this is what I'm saying. No.
So he is a
Before this
professional
IPL,
wicket keeper. He's getting
Before
paid
this
to wicket
IPL,
keep.
when did he keep
Even
before this
if-
IPL? He did not. He did
For
not keep
Mumbai,
before
he
this
kept.
IPL. No, he's never
For
kept.
Mumbai, yeah, bro, he's kept.
No. He's
Check.
never kept in this
100%.
match.
Are
No,
Baba,
he's
check
not
now.
kept in
He's,
this match. Yeah, I will check.
Are check now, Baba. He's kept. He's kept Smat or one Vijay Hazare. He's kept.
Wait,
Found
yeah,
it.
Hazare, he might have smart. He hasn't. I'm certain. But I looked that up. 1 second. I'm looking up.
So wait, once I'll just do the super chat. So Coach Attar was saying, I got hit on my helmet and it broke my specs. I resumed without my specs. Suddenly was timing like crazy. Never knew how big a difference eyesight makes. And he's saying, P.S. I played my entire childhood without specs.
Because sometimes when you don't wear it, no, you're like, oh, I have to fucking watch the ball properly now. Otherwise, I won't be able to hit the ball. Crazy, right? Such weird things. So fascinating we are as
So
human
in this
beings.
match, he's never kept. I looked this up. Varun, can you check if he's kept in the Vijay Hazare? In this match, he's definitely never kept.
In 1 second.
I'm not saying he's not a keeper now, Robbie. Of course, he's keeping in front of our eyes. Of course, he's a keeper right now. I'm saying before this tournament, he never did that job at the professional level in T20 cricket.
No, he hasn't kept in list A either.
Told you. Might have kept in the domestic thing they play, no? Maybe the Mumbai.
Mhm.
It's like every team has their leagues. Maybe in the DY Patil T20 comp he would have kept or something.
Yeah.
That's what that I can see that.
He's not kept in first class cricket. He's only
Hmm.
barely played though. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. So before this IPL has not done it. That's exactly what I'm saying. So it's a new job
Hasn't
for
done
him, a
it?
new task. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's still professional keeper now.
He is now. I am not saying he isn't now. Rob is going to lose it by the end. Talking to two of us together.
Yeah. So Yash, Robbie, Yash is asking you your honest take on Manish Pandey. Does he have it in him?
I see. I genuinely believe the experienced people always have it in them. I only think that you need to really you really need to build momentum with um, what is that? When it comes to older cricketers, you need to build momentum with them. They need to have a lot of match time. What
Oh,
a ball,
fucking
dude!
hell. Oh my God.
Fucking hell, man! What a peach that is.
Sunil Narayan does it once.
And with no help from
200
Ankrish
times in the
Raghuvanshi,
IPL.
the wicket keeper.
Is that the one where he expected it to turn and it didn't turn, or did it turn too much?
No, he played for the off spinner when it was a carom ball. He didn't
Yeah,
read the ball. That's just
Yeah.
basic
Nicely
lack of
done. Yeah,
experience.
you're
that's
right.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh,
Yep.
good stuff,
Absolute
Banara in
peach.
there.
Good
He's so
length as
good.
well. Yeah.
He is so good.
So Rohit Kumar Jai is saying RCB sort of should have sent 2 players to Lakshadweep, promote the tourism.
Not 2 players. Players to Lakshadweep.
Oh, players
I
to
believe they've
Lakshadweep.
gone
Okay.
to they've gone to the Maldives, have they not? I heard something
Ah,
like
okay.
that. I think so. They have
But
a
why
1 week
would
break
they-
now.
No, I mean, I
Maldives is
assume that's a
famous
joke,
because
but
of
still.
KP now.
Yes.
In the IPL.
Yeah, so
Wasn't
to answer
there-
the question, let me answer the Manish Pandey question. I think Manish
Yeah.
Pandey, that question, I think you basically want him to, like people of that age, like you want them to play as many matches as possible because the more rhythm they have, the better they will perform for you. Like I think with more experienced players, you want them to have the first run. Because it takes time to kind of build momentum. And then because he's also, and I'm saying this simply because he hasn't played first class cricket this season, right? That becomes a problem. And because of that, I would have liked him to play a lot more matches, but I think he still has it in him. I'm right, no? He didn't play any first class matches, no, this year?
It's also the muscle memory thing, no?
I can just check that for you.
Check. Probably it would be the muscle memory thing, no? Where these guys have played so much. Every year he's turned up in the IPL. He's one
Yeah.
of the, I think, the 4 guys, no? That have played every single IPL season.
Yeah.
And actually, technically, Dhoni hasn't played this IPL. So, well, maybe he's one of the
Yeah.
3 as of now.
Who's the third one?
Virat, Rohit and Manish, right?
Oh, Rohit,
And
yep.
obviously Dhoni,
Correct,
if
yep.
he plays this year.
Virat, Rohit, and
Yeah, he hasn't
Manish
played,
and,
Robbie. You're right.
and
Yeah.
Dhoni, right?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Manish hasn't played first class cricket this season. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So if you're
I mean,
Cummins, would
Karnataka
you
had a
face
pretty
all
good
5
team
balls
this
of Narayan? By the way, random question.
I think.
Do you night watch Ishan Kishan at this point?
Do you night watch Manish?
Yeah, because you don't want Ishan getting out to him now, right? Like that's my last question I have for you. That's what I'm saying. You don't want Ishan to get out to Narayan.
How the fuck have you come up with this question in T20 cricket, that too in today's world?
Yeah, exactly.
That too, Varun. Robbie, it's come from
Yeah,
Varun.
exactly.
Let's make that
Because
clear.
otherwise,
I
because if he
swear,
gets out, they have to get another
The
batter in.
fuck are we talking about?
Yeah. I'm actually asking you that.
Varun, if his strike rate drops by 10 points here, then you will only criticize him.
I
No,
swear.
I'm saying if Cummins plays him. Sorry.
6.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, fair.
Well,
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Kishan doesn't care about any of this. Night watchman.
No, I am
He's
saying
like,
if Narayan is the last wicket-taking threat they have, do you not want
I
Ishan to be off
understand. I
strike?
understood what you're saying,
Yeah.
bro. I understood.
No, that also protects his strike rate.
It
Yeah,
protects
but
his
that's
strike
if
rate.
Cummins,
Yeah,
if
but I was
Cummins
thinking that before the
plays
6.
all the balls.
That's what I'm saying. If Cummins plays all the balls,
Oh, yeah,
because
that's
if
a fair
Ishan gets out now, their batting is done, isn't it? So it could hit it for 6 and it wouldn't matter, but still.
Yeah.
It's an interesting point, certainly. I don't know. I think it's too radical for Robbie.
No, it's not radical. Too radical for me. But the fact that
Oh.
that question came from Varun.
Varun. Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Oh,
I think Varun.
uh-oh.
We wa-
Alert.
He's out.
Yeah.
What's happened?
As I said, yeah, should have had Cummins for
Told you
5
so,
months.
Varun. It is Varun's told you so moment.
Yeah.
I told you so.
Yeah, but he has to go anyway. It's 7 wickets, 6 wickets down, 16th over in play. Yeah, you know.
But
I
last
can't
ball
believe
of
I'm actually
Narayan's
saying this,
over?
but it's last ball of Narayan. Why take the risk?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like,
I
you shut
can't
the
believe
fuck
I'm
up,
saying
Varun.
that.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
saying this
saying
to you.
this,
Shut the
but
fuck
yes.
up, Varun.
How have we reversed roles?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, you have no right to say this, so shut the fuck up.
No, the fact that I'm saying this means it must be true.
Well, Varun can
Cricket
say I
common
told you so.
sense.
And rightly so. We should actually clip this out,
As I was saying,
common
should Cummins have what do you call it, like night watchman Kishan?
Yeah.
Gatekeep
That is gonna
Kishan
get us
from
100K views.
from
Exactly.
more
Protect him
bowlers.
from strike. Exactly. Because that's what a good night watchman does, right? Which I think, what was it? Was it Akash who got criticized? Sorry, KL who got criticized for letting Akash face strike. I'm like, did you guys understand what the night watchman actually supposed to do? He's supposed to ensure that the batter doesn't get out.
I mean, to be fair, Varun, poor KL gets criticized for everything under the sun. Does he not?
That is also there, yeah.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Mm.
We really feel for him actually sometimes. I know some of the criticism he's had has been fair also, but people take it too far, no? Robbie, what do you think?
I think people are less kind with KL.
Yeah,
But
definitely
there have
feel
been
so.
certain times where KL also hasn't helped his own cause.
Yeah. Agreed.
You know, um, but I think he's kind of flipped a new leaf over, and it seems like he's got some plans, at least with DC. I think he's got some plans in T20 cricket. He's got some plans, but will the opportunity come along now with the likes of Suryavanshi, with
That's all right. I
Priyansh
think.
Arya?
He doesn't need to play in the T20 team, does he? He can still be a very good one-day and test player for you. He is one of your main guys in those two formats.
Yeah, but the whole that's the whole thing, right? Like if you heard his interview from the previous game, he's talking about KL
Strike
2.0 is twice as powerful and something he was saying, right? Something he said to that extent. So when you look at those narratives, then or the narratives he's trying to set, it's basically because there's a desire to play the T20 World Cup again, right? And it's not like he can't,
Fair.
Yeah.
but
No, of course he can.
will he
I
get
don't
the
think he
opportunity
can.
to? I don't think so. That's the whole thing, right? I don't
It's the
think he
keeper
will
thing,
get the
right,
opportunity.
Robbie? He can keep, so he's always going to be an option, I think.
And he can bat in multiple positions,
He's
right, which a
better than
lot
Sanju,
of
for
guys can't
instance.
do.
I know it might sound very harsh on Sanju right now.
He's better than Sanju. As far as he's better than Sanju as far as what is concerned. Overall game.
Who said he's better than Sanju?
You just did.
You just did.
No, I'm not saying he's better than Sanju. I'm saying if he performs better than Sanju, you
Oh,
can make a
okay,
case
okay.
for him also being in the T20 World Cup for the next time. No, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If he does
Did
that.
I hear wrong? You said
Because he
if,
can keep
right?
wickets.
You said if. Because I didn't hear you saying
Yeah,
if.
yeah, I must have
heard.
said if.
Yeah, same. I thought I
Maybe
heard what
didn't
you heard, Robbie.
frame my-
Yeah,
Maybe I
I was
didn't
like,
frame the sentence right properly.
I was like, oh, really?
Not
Okay.
yet. I mean, if he was better, he would be in the team, right? And even this season, I think Sanju has also been really good. But this season, I mean, I have to give it to KL so far.
Yeah.
What
I'm
would you say,
sorry,
Varun?
Robbie. I'm gonna have to slag off his keeping, but I mean, there's sometimes he's missed some runouts, which I'm like, oh my god, like,
Who's
what
this?
are you doing here? KL
Who,
this season.
KL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Sanju's
very
not far
hilarious.
off as well.
Yeah, his keeping has been a bit off. Jared
What was
also,
it?
I think, had it down.
There are times he doesn't back up bowlers when there's a run out in play and things like that, which as Jared keeps saying is that stuff. If you don't keep a lot, that's the sort of stuff you will do.
Oh, that's another wicket. Is it?
Is that out?
Oh, he celebrated like it was a wicket, certainly.
Oh. I think he's asking if it's out.
Okay.
Pat
Cummins
is walking as well.
Walking as well. That's
all
really
of these
cool.
aspects, no, they matter to the uh, what is that? Third umpire. It's more subconscious, but all these things matter.
It's really actually ironic and funny that we just started this by saying KL gets slagged off a bit too much and unfairly so at times, and ended it with
Slagging is
praising
keeping
his
off, yes.
keeping.
Indeed.
To,
So I
to his
think
credit,
KL's
it speaks about his flexibility, that he
yeah.
does so many different things that you can actually criticize him for. Acha, maybe right now his test batting is not good, or maybe he's slow
Poor
in
thing.
one
People
day,
love
or
hating on
whatever,
him. Man. It's
whatever.
horrible.
Yeah.
People love hating on him. I think it's absolutely
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah. Varun,
Such
what
a
do you
nice
think?
boy.
I actually saw this tweet yesterday where Robbie, of course, you can also chip in, where someone was making the case that he might be one of the best all-format batters right now going around. Because if you look at his last couple of years, he's done really well in Tests, done really well in ODIs, and the last two IPL seasons have gone well for him. So just if you consider IPL
How many
as
all format batters are there in the world?
Head is
Travis
one, isn't
Head,
it? Head is
he's right up there. Jaiswal hasn't played much ODIs yet, but he will be there
Yeah.
soon. Shubman Gill definitely has to be in that conversation, very high. Who else can we put in?
Brook, yeah, as the comments have
Brook,
pointed out.
definitely. Yeah, Brook is a
Yeah.
good one. I like that. Yeah. None of the of course,
Mitchell?
you can't say
Is Darryl Mitchell there, or is
Darryl
this
Mitchell.
T20 bit too mid?
T20. I think he's a little low right
Yeah.
now. The interesting one, even Test, I think he's not at the peak that he was when he started off. Steve Smith is an interesting one, low key, bro. But he's retired from one days, oh no.
Yeah, I
And
can't.
because his T20
Ben
game
Duckett,
went up.
Nisanka, yeah, Nisanka is a good.
Ben
shout.
Duckett, Nisanka, they are good shouts. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
I feel like I'm forgetting people. Markram, yeah.
Markram, yeah, he's
Markram.
there.
Yeah, he was good in the World Cup as well.
Yeah, good in the World Cup, good.
Marco Jansen.
as a
He'll
batter.
be best cricketer, no?
Like
All
all
format
round.
best cricketers. Yeah.
Water.
I see what you mean for his role, fair.
Oh, yeah, for his role, yeah. I rate it. Varun, I think among all of us, it is Jared who doesn't rate his batting the most comparatively.
Yeah. No, I think he's a 7.5.
Yeah. That's
That's
it.
my issue with it. Yeah.
Some water, please. Huh? What?
Stubbs, I don't know, man. Stubbs, is like,
Stubbs?
he's not figured out
Yeah,
tests.
Varun,
ODIs or T20s.
you love to hate on Stubbs, don't you?
As I said, I don't hate him. I hate what he stands for. It's out of principle.
It's what
New
we
agenda,
mean.
Robbie.
Yeah. It's out of principle that I hate him, yes. No, but even if you look at his tests and ODI numbers, he hasn't cracked the format. So I don't know if I'd put him up there.
Yeah. He potentially is very high up, I would say, but
Yeah, he's
we
a
need to
really
see
good
a bit
batting
more.
talent.
Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why he gets more criticism too. Does he
Is
not?
that out?
Because
Oh, it's a wide.
Oh, it's a wide, yeah. So what would we say this pitch has been like so far? Because I don't think this is a road.
some help for the spinners, no?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Robbie, thoughts?
It seems like a decent wicket. I just think there's a slight lack of application while they were batting. And when you're one-dimensional, this often happens, right? Because everyone's forced to think in one pattern only, and they've been forcing this pattern for the last 2-3 years, right? It's worked to their in their favor slightly. Who's asking if Bethel can be the all-format player? No, man. Come on, he's just started playing cricket.
Yeah, but
doesn't
he's
even
been.
enter the conversation.
You're muted, Shahan.
Does he even enter the conversation?
Yeah, he's been good. He's been decent in tests. I think he's been good in ODIs too. I want to say.
It's actually out.
You're still muted, Shahan.
Shine, you're muted, Baba.
You're muted on StreamYard, man. I think unmute yourself on StreamYard.
Yeah. I think you're back. I think you went off again. I think you're back. I think you went off again. Gone. 9 wickets down, 156. I think there's a.
Yeah. I'm back.
KKR should
Yeah.
chase this, I think.
Yes.
Well, he was hoping.
Well, yes, they should.
So I'm just gonna.
I think whenever we are commentating on an afternoon game on a Sunday, KKR somehow end up bowling well in the first innings. That's what happened versus Rajasthan too. Well, last time it was Saurabh and I remember that very distinctly well. That
Guys,
game also it
speaking
was
of
a good power
Rajasthan,
play. Hmm.
you guys heard about what happened? Owners
Yeah,
have changed.
the last couple of things. Oh yeah, the owner stuff as well. Yeah. Oh, I got that too. Yes, Adar Poonawalla is one of them, I believe, on the
Yeah.
list.
I'm very interested to know what went down.
Yeah, because we all believed I think it was going to be Kal Sumani, no? But ultimately
Yeah.
ended up being that didn't end up being the final deal. I think so to say.
So, yeah, I want to know, like, I'm curious to know what perhaps went down there.
Yeah.
Look at that wicketkeeper, so professional.
Robbie, now you're going to never let me forget this. Are you?
He knew immediately it was out.
Oh yes, actually good instincts from you too. I was just going to say because you were like out and then they showed wide and we were all like wide, and then I think
Yeah.
maybe it's a keeper's thing. What would I know
I
about
like
wicket
this.
keeping? Absolutely nothing.
What is going on? What is wrong with people? Apparently, there's some FIR against RR for Vaibhav Suryavanshi. According to
What?
reports, a Karnataka activist said a complaint will be filed against Rajasthan Royals regarding Vaibhav
Child labor?
Suryavanshi. The concern raised is about his age and the possible impact on his education. The issue is gaining public. Yeah, people are just drunk, man.
Bro, this doesn't make any sense. Sachin played international cricket for India at 16. Shafali Verma did the same. She's one of the earliest entrants, I believe the earliest.
Bro, sometimes I wonder, it's like, how jobless are people for attention?
Maybe they're just joking. Could be that. Is
No.
it in the comments? Or did you
Yeah.
actually read it? Like a legend
I
thing?
read a tweet
What?
from Cricket Central.
I hope they're not making it up. These days, lots of fake news on Twitter. And
Yeah.
they've got all those blue tick accounts now, which are like absolute fake parodies of someone or something like that, and they'll
They're all
post the most
blue tick
outrageous
accounts that are
stuff.
fake parodies, is it?
Yeah.
Busy now.
They need to try and get Herschel on strike, and I think he has to farm strike a bit, no? They kind of need to
They have
finish
no
the 20
choice.
overs.
Yeah. They have
Very
no choice.
odd sort of an innings. We were all like, wow, they're flying and it's going all like so well for them in all aspects.
In innings
but
of two halves, huh?
yeah. Oh, for sure. Like at the 9 over mark, before Travis Head was out, they were what 110 odd for two?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not even two. Yeah, he was the second wicket, right? Was he not?
He was the second wicket. Yeah. Wasn't he? Yeah. Third wicket. You've gone mute again on StreamYard. So unmute yourself on StreamYard. Who was muting you on StreamYard?
No, I muted myself. Actually, my dad was on a call in the background, so I was like,
That's
I don't
okay,
want
don't
to
worry.
disturb.
We'd rather hear your dad than you go off on mute and haven't leave the stream again.
All right, then I think you guys will have to, manage the situation in this way.
More than happily manage it, don't worry.
Yep. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely been an innings of two halves, Robbie, no doubts about it. And at that, just from the point that Travis Head gets out to now, they haven't even added many runs, and it's been constantly a loss of wickets. And I think it's really not allowed Ishan Kishan to play at the rate that he normally can. Right? We know that the new Ishan Kishan, he is able to play at 180, 190, 200. Quite almost, he can cruise at that rate. But today, because of the fall of wickets, I don't even think we can blame him too much. And he was
Yeah.
actually batting well.
Like he was just stranded at the other end when shit was
Yeah,
going
yeah,
down for SRH at the other end when he was in non-striker there.
Low
It's like,
key,
what does he do?
Exactly. Loki, what Varun was saying, I think maybe he had a good point. Don't tell him that. Or he will come back on the live again.
Someone will actually tell. How did he just disappear? He didn't say bye. What a fucker.
It's completely on his mood. I think he's going to come when he wants and not when he's not feeling like it. But how did he like come at the start of an innings and then left just before it? It's like
Yeah.
maybe he's just going to come for the next one.
Like, I'm bored. I'll go and irritate Robin for a little bit. And he would come on.
He's making full use of the privilege. But okay, I
Yeah.
have the power to annoy at least one international cricketer in my life. As of now.
Ah, so sweet. There's this, even this fellow's, that's in the gap.
Yep.
Even this fellow is really cool. What's his name? Akshay.
Shravan?
Uh,
Oh,
Akshay.
Akshay. Yeah, I like him. I like
I
him.
love
Yes.
taking his case.
Even Rob and I want to say Rob and Jared were on one of the watch-alongs and they were taking his case for something. Like he said something, he was
Yeah.
talking about his personal life and something, and they were just making
The
fun
other
of him
day,
on that.
the other day talking about his height. Like
What?
apparently he's 6'2".
That's impressive.
Yeah. And even if he's 6'2", even if he's 6'2". That guy is like, he'd probably be the gentlest giant you've come across.
Yes. He's very, very sweet guy. I've actually
Yeah.
really loved doing watch-alongs with him. I think
Yeah,
the
he's good fun.
frequency really matches, and he's also a
Yeah.
very opinionated guy. If you've realized that, where if he has an
Yeah,
opinion,
he
like
is.
he will stand by it. He's not going to change his stance very easily.
Around us, he
like
shuts
that
his
about
mouth.
him. Sorry.
Around us, he shuts his mouth. That's all. Like, guy, hey, Shine, how vital that Robin Powell catch is.
Yeah.
You're realizing
It's
it now.
the decider. It is the decider. Robbie, do you know this is the first time actually he scored less than 29 this entire season? So he was constantly scoring 30s, like scores of more than 30. Then he had that 129 that I was telling you guys about. Then he won the last match for Sunrisers. And now today he's finally had a failure, like a low score failure is what I'm saying. So ridiculously, again, I'm going to say floor. I think you're tired of hearing me say the word ceiling and floor. But he just raises their floor to such an extent. And if he got out, that's really put them under the back foot. And no
Yeah.
Nitish today, by the way. We have to mention that because
Correct.
he's had
Yeah.
a pretty solid year so far, I think, especially against spin. Like he's got
Yeah.
some really good shots, I think.
Yeah, and I also think Ajinkya has outside of the fact that he bowled Sunil Narayan in the first in the first 6 overs, I think his captaincy overall today has been really cool.
He's pulled it back, definitely. I think
Yeah.
nobody can deny
Yeah.
that. And I think obviously the decider was the catch that you talked about for Klaasen and the wicket that he took, right? The Varun Chakravarti wicket for Travis Head. Because
Yeah,
at that point, things were looking like, okay, we are going to see another classic. We were just saying in that very over, na, that in the ninth
Yeah.
over, they've got to 100 in the ninth over. This is like business as usual. Well, maybe it is not business as usual as KKR. Robbie, is it a silent remontada for KKR? Where are they coming back out of nowhere and they've won their last 2 games? Are they? If they win this,
no, they'll need to win a lot more.
they have to. Yeah.
They need to build
one thing I've
momentum.
learned from all of my experience of watching the IPL, Robbie, you cannot rule any team out because, since I saw RCB qualify from 1-8 back in 2024, I was like, absolutely anything can happen in the IPL. And Mumbai Indians themselves have pulled off some crazy comebacks from lows. They've
Right,
pulled
we've
off.
done that in
You
KKR
exactly. I was going to say you guys
and
have done it as
RCB
well.
as well.
RCB now, and so it's just
Yeah.
like, because it's a league with 14 games and a lot of it in the end can come down to, okay, you maybe need a few results going your way, this happens, that happens, and
Correct.
things can click in that direction.
Correct.
But yeah, I think still, I mean, maybe I'm just getting overexcited here, carried away, but I think KKR are still a bit far off from that conversation. Chennai are certainly in that, I would say, because Chennai,
In the run,
they're
yeah.
what, 5 wins, they're definitely in the run. Yeah, and they have a good schedule coming up, most importantly, which is, I think, the decider. They'll probably impact sub in Finn Allen, na, in this one.
Oh God. Oh, fine.
And
good.
Herschel is gone. They have not completed their
Well
20
bowled.
overs, guys. They are all out for 165. Why no impact sub by SRH? That is also a good question. Well, maybe they trust their bowling enough, I suppose. Who could they
Yeah.
have impact subbed in? Could they have gone with another batter? Um,
No, first of all, their
so
bowling
they've
is
got
thin.
Ambrish today. Oh wow! The only guy they could have subbed in was probably Ambrish, but
Yeah.
they haven't really gone in that direction. And so KKR will, as I'm seeing the cricket for lineups, they're most likely going to, play Finn Allen as their impact sub, which is why they've kept with Ambrish Raghuvanshi here in the first place in this innings. So, Robbie, what do you think? Mid-innings prediction, who is going to win this match?
KKR.
I am also going KKR.
Easy.
And on that note, guys, we shall see you on the other side. We'll join you for the next innings. Goodbye.
Cheerio.
Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat. He's one of the best new ball bowlers in the world. He can seam the ball and swing it at pace with accuracy. He can hit the pad or outside edge. It's a very good package, and it is perfect for a new ball bowler. What Shami has never been great at is slow balls. It isn't that he doesn't have one, but he just hasn't perfected it. And more importantly, he doesn't really need them. With his speed and accuracy, he can do most of his work with on-pace deliveries. In 2022 for the IPL, he delivered 3.8% of his deliveries off pace, compared to Dwayne Bravo's 48%. Fast bowlers deliver slower than ever before. And Shami was one of the last holdouts. And 2022 is not a random year. It is PISS, pre-impact sub, a dystopian T20. Now, you cannot just bowl on pace, even if you are Mohammad Shami. In 2022, he bowled less than 1% of his deliveries off pace in the power play. This year, it's more than 10%. Mohammad Shami is a different bowler now because the IPL is a different sport. Welcome to the Bowl-ocalypse. My latest book is The Art of Batting. It delves deep into how the best players ever made their runs. Get your copy today. Something was off early in the year. Everyone was talking about the runs being scored. But in the back half of every game, it was clear that that wasn't quite the case. The older ball got, even when seemingly replaced, the harder it was to score. And when you look at the numbers, you can see that this year is unlike any other on record. For the first time ever, the strike rate of the first 10 has almost caught the second 10. That is not how T20 goes. It is supposed to be easier to score the longer the match goes on. But in the IPL right now, there is almost no difference. Traditionally, teams would attack in the power play, but with one eye on their wickets. Then after the first 6, there would be the agreed upon lull of scoring, before a slow ramp up until they hit like crazy at the death. In 2022, the runs per over in the IPL was 8.54, which was the second highest ever at that stage. Then 2023 was almost half a run more. 2024 was a full run more. And this year, it is almost a run and a half up. The impact sub has supersized scoring. T20 rates will ramping up worldwide in the major leagues, but not in the IPL. There had been a gully for a couple of years in the Premier competition. For only the second time ever in 2021, the scoring rate was quicker around the world than in the IPL. The 2023 season, the first with an impact sub, was a small jump. Like the players didn't quite understand it. And then once they did, it took off. And even as the other leagues have gotten faster, they are playing T20s. Shout out to the 100, of course. And the IPL is playing impact sub cricket. There is no other league in which this has happened. So even though a few other competitions have a curve, the IPL sits out on its own. In fact, the only league that is close is the PSL. But what is wild is that before the impact sub change, the PSL had outscored the IPL 3 years in a row. It was the fastest league in the world and the first to have 180 as a par total with their 9.2 runs and over in 22-23. And they've remained fast, with 2025 being more than 9s as well. But the IPL has just launched itself into another stratosphere. And it starts at the start. This season, the average power play score is over 60. The first league to ever do it, or even be that close to it. And while the change in RPO is clear in the overall match, in terms of the first 6 overs, that is where we are seeing it the most. The IPL has jumped away from the rest of cricket in this section. Worldwide has a nice curve going up, and the impact sub has juiced the IPL numbers to a whole different level. What we have seen in all cricket is that runs have gone up. Not because the pitches are so much flatter, or that the ball swings, seams, and spins less, but more because of the fact that on bad deliveries, the expected runs per over has gone through the roof. That is even more true in the IPL. Before, batters had one eye on not losing wickets. Now, the impact sub means that every team has an extra batter. The stronger number 7 and 8 aren't the people making runs. It's batters up the order who are attacking more. We call this the Evan Gulbis effect, where an opener looks at the batting list and is comfortable that they can push hard. We usually see that the number 7 doesn't really face that many balls, but by being strong, there are simply more runs to be scored. On top of that, as Sanas Jayasuriya and Romesh Kalulwitharana showed us generations ago, the new ball is hard and rockets to the fence. The longer the innings, the more damage the terribly made white balls take. They get soft. Put that together with the fact there are 5 fielders out, and the ball grips more off the surface later. So the perfect time to attack has always been just after the new ball stops swinging. So teams have always played T20 cricket with the handbrake on, in part because of their fear of losing too many wickets in the power play, and also because proper all-rounders are rare, so they often just don't feel like they can attack. In 2024, IPL batters decided that was no longer an issue. So with the hard ball and fielders in, bowlers have been massacred. How much? Well, perhaps the most stunning stat from the beginning of this season is that for the first time ever, the runs per over in the power play is the same as the rest of the game. If your team is 60 at the end of the power play, chances are they will make roughly 200. Traditionally, that would just be setting the base. Now it is almost projecting the ceiling. So many times this year, we've seen teams not cash in on great starts. That's this hallmark of this new kind of league. But this isn't just about the fielding restrictions, because the extra batter has meant that teams also keep going. For most of the IPL, the middle overs have actually slightly outscored the first 6, though there was a period from 2017 to 2019 where that flipped. But from 2022 to this season, that has flipped by a complete run. However, it is clear that the middle overs are also on the same trajectory. This just isn't the power play over. The worst over in T20 cricket is the 7th. This is the moment our sport stops entirely. The bowling team doesn't push for wickets, nor the batting team for boundaries. At the start of T20, captains would often bowl this over. It was the most simulate innings moment in our sport. And in the best league in the world, they were actually getting slower. Teams just refused to do anything in this bullshit wasteland of 6 deliveries. And in 2023, we had the equal fastest 7th over ever. And since then, it's been a rocket ship. Like a pre-revenue tech startup with way too much hype. From 2022 until this season, the 7th has put on almost 2 runs per over. The gentleman's pause is no more. And if the 7th over was a bore, the first has been the slowest, hovering around a runner ball like a naughty child at the back of the class who isn't paying any attention. In 2022, it was less than run a ball, as it has been many times before. It is the dunce over of T20s. In 2023, we saw no change at all. But since then, things are crazy. This season, it has been at 9.5 runs and over. That is a 61% swing. But what is shocking is that the 20th over this season, we are at 11.7, meaning that the runs scored in the first over of 2026 are closer to the last over than they are to the first over of any year before 2024. The IPL has changed. The old world is rubble. But let's finish with this. Comparing 2022 with this season. In the power play, the difference is more than 2 runs per over, which is the biggest separation we see. But in the early middle and the later middle, there is still a clear separation. The game is faster in every way. Wait, no, that's wrong. There is one section that does not fit that. Because in 2022, teams made more runs at the death than they have this year. Even with the extra batter in the lineup, there is no difference at the death. All the change we're seeing is earlier on. When it comes down to pure slogging at the end, it was probably easier before, when top order batters kept their wickets in hand, while the middle guys were expected to get in before attacking. Now, Everyone goes almost all the time, and by the end, you get new batters in who aren't as skilled coming in cold. Now, this year could be an outlier. The ball has gotten soft a few times, and the slower balls are gripping a lot. But even over the last few years, the pattern we keep seeing of exponential growth has stopped when we talk about the end of the innings. The entire IPL has morphed into another sport, but the death has been ignored. Mohammad Shami has spent an entire career coming in to bowl with near perfect seam. That is exactly what he was trained to do, and few have done it more perfectly. But the world has changed around him. Now he might want to bowl with a perfect wrist, but the impact sub has broken the system, and so he is breaking his wrist to bowl a slow ball. His perfect seam is messier now. We're in the after impact sub era. For bowlers, the sky hasn't been blue since the change. Just that sick nicotine yellow that means another day of surviving things that should have killed you. They're constantly haunted by the shells of their former lives in this endless hellscape. Weirdly, the only time they feel at home now in their post-apocalyptic world is at the death. But the impact sub era has made all bowling death. Sometimes, do you scream because of how much you love cricket? Well, then here's another video for you. Or if you like books, you can buy mine, The Art of Batting. And if this video is for you, howl into the bell icon. Edition of the Good Area's Most Improved IPL Player Award. And for those who don't know, we've already done 3 editions of this for Test cricket. But there is a key difference here. We've used a 3-year cycle for comparison. So it's the quality of a player from 2023 to 25 versus 2020 to 22. And we also know that the impact sub rule has supercharged run rates. So we can't charge these players on raw stats, as that would favor the patriarchy and be unfair on all the bowlers. That is where true values and the impact metrics come into the picture to help us contextualize the numbers better. We also have to say, even though Jasprit Bumrah actually improved miles, it doesn't make sense for a superstar like him, as he was before him, to be in contention for this award. And while Virat Kohli may have upped his intent, woohoo, he is the same man who once nearly made 1,000 runs in a single season. So we arbitrarily ruled those two out before we even knew that that was the case. A quick reminder that rookies can't be nominated for this award. So unfortunately, MS Dhoni is ineligible. Also, if you have improved only in 2025, we're looking at you, Devdutt Padikkal, you're not going to make it because we're looking at 3-year cycles. And here is a token shout out to players like Henrik Klaassen and Phil Salt. They actually weren't in the playing 11s in that previous period. So technically in the IPL, they haven't improved. Another interesting player was Ruturaj Gaikwad. While his numbers certainly got better in the present cycle, it was only in his second season, and first full one, that he made the most runs at a healthy strike rate in a title-winning run for CSK. A few more players missed out, like Nicholas Puran, Sky, Marcus Stoinis. In the case of the first two, it's because they went from very good players to potentially all-time great in their 3-year runs. Stoinis started scoring at a much quicker rate, but his rise wasn't as big. And also, you can only have so many names in this list. Jaiswal was a name that actually came up a lot of times when asked for nominees on Twitter. And it's a great shout because his raw and true value numbers improve. But he also starts really young. And unlike his Rajasthan Royals teammate Riyan Parag, his floor was always a lot higher. So, we've told you a bunch of people that haven't made it, but we did end up with 10 people who did. And we're going to take that group and we're going to shrink that down to 3 before we find one person who improved more than anyone else. So welcome to the second least prestigious award in the IPL, after the Fair Play, the Good Area's Most Improved Player Award. My latest book is The Art of Batting. It delves deep into how the best players ever made their runs. Get your copy today. Captain Shreyas Iyer close to winning an IPL title with KKR and Punjab in back-to-back years. But his batting came a long way as well. After missing out in the 2023 season, he had a good year as a role player in a strong Kolkata batting lineup, followed by his best batting season ever for Punjab. On raw numbers, he has an exponential rise. He was at +4 true average and -6 true strike rate in the first period, and now that is 17 and 14 respectively. So he scores quicker and is harder to dismiss now. And while he does have more not outs than he used to, he also scores more. Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat.
Hello and welcome everyone to the second innings of this match. And we've just had a boundary to start off the innings. Ajinkya Rahane gets off the mark with a 4. Abhishek Sharma is bowling the first over. Not quite the ideal delivery that he would have liked to start with. It's a full toss essentially, is it not? And he just places it away for a boundary on the onside. Good work to get off the mark in that way. Another Yorker length sort of delivery, which he just punches down the ground and goes for a single. So I suppose till we have someone else, you guys have to bear with me for the meanwhile. In the meanwhile, I think it's fine. But let's see how this game goes. It's an interesting move that they've started with spin. I believe some of that would have to do with Rahane in the power play, and maybe they want to tie him down. But I'm not so sure how this is going to work out against Finn Allen, who actually can take on spin in the power play if you feed him that. This was slightly bad lines down the leg side-ish, and he just gets a single. Bad, like a sort of a fumble in the field as well. 95.7 clicks, that one. Vignesh, in the meanwhile, if we have any super chats or any interesting chats, you can always bring that up. I think we can keep the conversation going that way. So Bart 8881 asks, what would your ideal roadmap for Weber be? Maximize T20, including India cap first, or round out his multi-format skills by playing first-class cricket? Is the pursuit of developing all format players still relevant? It's a very fair question. I actually like the way you framed it. I think it's of utmost importance that India take care of a talent like him. I do think he's one of those guys who's too good and is ready to play for, and is eventually going to be ready to play for India in every single format. Certainly in, I think, T20 cricket, though, it's very hard to argue that he's not going to be in the team very, very soon. But in the other formats, I think, obviously, one-day cricket, I think it'll take some more time. But Test cricket, I mean, India still need a number 3. So I suppose if Weber can get up to speed, maybe have a couple of solid Ranji seasons, they can fast-track him then in that case. Definitely playing more first-class cricket is going to help him, evolve his skills, get better, know what are his strengths, his weaknesses. He's played at the under-19 level and he's scored some cracking 100, by the way. But I think there's also been a bunch of low scores other than that. So it's certainly something that you want to, see how his progress comes along in the test match format. And we have Robbie back.
Hello. How's it going? I'm just trying to get
All
the
good.
stream back on up again.
So first overs went for 8 runs. I think that's an all right start. They wouldn't be too.
Rahane and
Neither team would be
Finn
too worried by that. Oh, wow, you're also sipping tea. That's my plan too.
Coffee.
Oh, you're sipping coffee. Oh, I have a mug which says coffee, but I'm actually having tea right now. Cummins takes the second over. I believe even in the last game he had taken the second over. It was Vaibhav Suryavanshi who actually got off to a lot of boundaries. He was 30 of 6, was he not? When he was up against Praful Hinge. And today Pat Cummins is taking the second over. So this is certainly going to be an interesting matchup. Rahane does like facing pace in the power play. Let's not forget that. For all the criticism around his T20 strike rate and everything. In this particular chase, they don't need to make a whole lot of runs. And maybe they just need like a good solid technical batter to get them across the line and obviously take enough risks in the power play that keeps you with the rate like well within it, but also not have that risk of maybe you lose 2 or 3 wickets in the power play. He's just knocked that one away for a single.
Rahane, Finn Allen. Who
Yeah,
bowled the
Robbie, you wanna
first
take
over,
this
bro?
question? Abhishek.
What's the question? What would you, Vaibhav, be maximize T20 um, uh, first or second out of his multi-format skills of playing first class? He's already playing first class. He's doing well and he's done well in first
Yeah.
class. Certainly can give him a go, especially if you're looking to reconstruct that T20 team for the next World Cup. Again, Surya's form, how they approach it, it just feels different, right? We don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to see. A lot of that's going to dictate the likes of the likes of Vaibhav getting an opportunity, right?
Yeah. Also, Robbie, like Sanju Samson just won India a T20 World Cup almost on his own. Not to say the others didn't do well, but he was the main man in a T20 World Cup victory for India. And then after that, it will kind of sound unfair to if who else are you going to bench? And Sanju's a wicket keeper again, so maybe you can't even bench him. Then how are you going to bench Abhishek? That's also not realistic. You don't want to let a player like that go. The
No, then
Sky
your
and
number
Tilak
three
spots, I
shifts, no?
believe. Sorry?
Then your number 3 shifts, no? Who's your number
They
3?
have Kishan at 3, who also had a very good World Cup.
Yeah, but
That's the thing. No?
but you will, if you actually look at it from that point of view, those are the only kind of opportunities that he will have
Yeah,
in
you
that
have to use
sense.
him in
Like,
the power play, right? You don't want a guy like that actually not utilizing the power play because of what he can really do. Now, the other thing in this, maybe what they can consider is push Sanju and Kishan a spot down and open with Abhishek and Vaibhav. But I mean, I don't
Why?
know. It
You
just
want left
doesn't
and
feel
right.
optimal, no? Kishan at 4,
No.
Sanju at 3. I don't like that much.
Mm.
So I think we'll have enough games. We'll get to see lots of T20 cricket eventually, of course, and they'll have enough games to rest and rotate and work out what works best for what really is the best combination for them. I still think they have time for that. They also have to keep in mind the next T20 World Cup is in Australia, and there is the LA Olympics as well, which will be, obviously. I don't know how much of a big deal. Robbie, what do you think? What's the mood like among the players? How much of a big deal will they consider that? I mean, it's still the Olympics, and an Olympics gold is still like one of the most prestigious thing in all of sport. So, in cricket, how do you think they're going to look at that compared to say a World Cup?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how they'll perceive that. It depends on how the people perceive it, how the players perceive it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it is a massive opportunity.
Yeah.
It's a 4 or a 6.
That's a 4.
I think that's a
I want
4.
to say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 4.
Allen gets a boundary. 14 for none
It's the
at
end of
2
the over.
overs.
14 for no loss. Yeah. I just think that someone like him will. Shit, what were we talking about? I completely forgot what we were talking about.
The Olympics. How would the
The
players
Olympics,
feel
yeah.
about the
So the Olympics,
prestige of
like
it?
I think, like obviously, they'll want to have it, right? Because it'll be the first of its kind in cricket. So you'll want to achieve that. You'll
It's
want
just the
to secure
history
that.
thing, no, Robbie, where World Cups have history, heritage, legacy attached to them. And Olympics,
Olympics
are
also
first.
have legacy
the first.
attached.
No. Olympics has a bigger legacy than any cricket World Cup ever, right? Nobody's going to argue
Yeah.
that. But winning
Yeah.
a cricket medal in an Olympics, I don't know how. Like, say, if you ask a footballer,
A medal
what
is
their
a medal,
goal is,
buddy.
No, of course it is a medal. If you ask a
So-
footballer, what is the thing that they want to achieve the most? Would they say it's an Olympic gold, or would they say it is winning the World Cup?
First World Cup, then Olympic gold.
Yeah, so of course, I mean, I'm not saying it's not important at all. Of course, it's going to be important. I'm
Like
just
if you
saying
look at
compared to
if you look at tennis players also, it's always a part of their conversations, right? Like for them,
it's
like
going to be in the
first win-
conversation certainly.
Yeah. The first it's going to like first it's always what is that? First it's always the slams. And they won the golden slam, and then after that's the Olympics, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's the way I would also put it. We have actually had cricket, by the way, at the Olympics back in 1900, where Great Britain and France went up against each other. Let's not forget that. And Great Britain won that match by 158 runs. So we've had
Only
this
one
cool
game?
little fact where this is, yeah, just I think
Oh.
I believe it's just this one game. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
originally there were supposed to be 4 teams, so it's Belgium, wow, France, Great Britain, and the Netherlands, and it was supposed to be like a knockout tournament and stuff. And Belgium and Netherlands both withdrew because they were unable to field a complete cricket team, and Belgium did not send their cricket team to Paris. Okay, Belgium had a cricket team and they did not send it to Paris. That is amazing. Okay, quite fascinating little nugget of information here. Like that.
It is fascinating. So, cricket history is fascinating on its own, yeah.
Yeah, oh, it is. It is a rabbit hole, Robbie. Like, at a certain point, I was so deep into this. I was looking up cricket in Malaysia and whatnot, where
What a
apparently
shot
they have
from
also had like a
Malaysia.
proper history and stuff. It's a sport of the empire, basically, is it not? So wherever
It is, yeah.
England would have had their colonialism, right, where whatever countries they would have
Correct.
ruled over, it
Yeah.
makes sense that there would be traces of cricket. Cricket in Japan is another fascinating one. Yeah, I think that was bad lines there. That is very easy for Rahane to put away a player of his quality and
That's,
class. It's just like
Bread and butter shot
It-
for him. Bread and butter.
bread and butter, literally, yeah. Like he would literally
It's
be,
like a
you know,
bun muska shot
dreaming-
for him.
Yeah. Oh wow, what a cool fact. Yeah, Ben Muska. Nice. Robbie, you are from
Has it
Coorg,
felt
no?
to you? Yeah. Has it felt to you like Ajinkya has tried too hard this season?
Sort of. I actually think I this one innings against Mumbai that he played at the start, he was going well and he was even taking on the spinners and everything. And then it was Bumrah who managed to slow him down. And then after that, I've just not felt it's been his season ever since that. He's had his moments where, he's trying, where he's hitting in the power plays, getting those boundaries, but I don't know, maybe he's taking too much pressure from the outside. We all saw that he reacted to the comments, right? Where he's like, I have my strike rate, I don't care what people have to say and all of that. It sort of shows that, the outside noise is then affecting you, is it not, Robbie? Because
Yeah.
I mean, you can give a much better perspective than I can. I'm sure you guys would have your own ways of dealing with it and blocking it
It would be
out.
interesting
But
to find out
sometimes-
if he said that unprovoked, or did he say that? when
I
someone
believe
asked
it was
him
in a
question?
PC. I don't remember quite the context because Jared ended up making a whole piece out of it. I remember that for sure. And the findings of that piece were that he's still, like, from the 2024 and 25 seasons, he was really, really good against pace bowling. But it's against spin that he really slows down. And he was actually doing quite well in the power play. He's hitting. Even
Yeah.
this year after you played for CSK 2023, that was the
He
year
was
where he
standout
actually had a
with
pretty solid season. No, they won the title and he was hitting pace like anything. Oh, that is a classy shot. Wow.
It's very
I
Ajinkya
really like
Rahane
that
shot.
Yep. Class. 109.2 clicks, by the way. Slower than Krunal Pandya's bouncers. Robbie, this reminds me. If you were a batter now and you had to plan against Krunal Pandya, how would you do it? How would you plan for his bouncer, especially? Like, what shots would you even play?
The ramp.
The ramp. Would you not want to
Yeah,
like
if
hook
you-
it? I think Jared was saying that could be a good option. Like if you go full
The
throttle
hook,
with it.
I think you end up playing the hook only if you. Um, you'd end up playing the hook only if you.
Judge the correct length.
Yeah, only if the ball is like inside the line of the. front
That
shoulder,
also.
right?
Yeah. It needs to have a certain level of height also. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I quite like his, Renaissance actually as a wicket taker in T20s. We always knew he was a solid defensive bowler, but for RCB, he's just picking up wickets like anything.
Oi!
last season and then- yeah. That's gone.
Yeah,
for
that was
boundary.
very wide. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 wides.
Yeah.
For a second, I was wondering if he actually got some bat on that because he definitely was close to it, but yeah, because he just changes. Yeah. Okay. Very tough take also for the keeper, no? I don't think
Correct.
you can be
Yeah.
critical of them for this one.
Can we ask the people who are watching what are their top four?
Oh yeah, we can do that.
What do
Why
they
not?
see the top four? Yeah, let's do a poll. Let's see what the top four is.
I'll have to ask Vignesh if he knows how to do a poll or anything. Can we do a poll?
No, just answer us. Just tell you. Let's read out what the consensus is.
Okay, just yeah, I can do that. 1 sec. That's a great shot actually by Finn Allen. That's gone for a 6. So yeah, RCB, PBKS, RR, CSK says Disco Desmond. Jumpsuit B8 M says, whatever is the top 4 currently, that's my top 4. I think I am also with him on that as we speak. And Totally Inane says RCB, PBK, Sunrisers, and CSK. So there are people who are not quite sure about Rajasthan yet and not quite sure about SRH. And some people are also saying same as of now, definitely not CSK. CSK question mark. Then someone says PBKS, SRH, RCB, GT. PBK, RCB, PBKS, SRH, GT. And I want to say RCB, RR, PBK, there's a bunch of CSKs as well. Someone's mentioned DC finally. Yes, PBKS, RR, RCB, DC. Let's not forget DC, guys. They can also make it. They're definitely not out of this race just yet.
I was quite surprised. I didn't
Robbie,
see
would you
DC
say
till
Mumbai
now.
have any outside chance now? It just doesn't feel like that sort of a year, no?
No.
It's kind of curtains for them. I would have to say that.
Hmm.
I hate to say it because of I was giving you the example now of RCB 2024 and the other Mumbai and KKR seasons.
Shot!
You never
I
want
know
to
you
say
watched
it's
this.
over.
Oh my god, what a shot.
Yeah, cracking shot. Whoa. On the commentary,
That
they
is
say,
a tough
what a
shot.
crunching blow. And that is, I think,
Yeah.
the apt way to summarize it. Just heard a bit of commentary on the TV right here.
Slower ball. Slow bouncer. Oh, got the screws out of that one.
I think they really needed this power play, Robbie, because we all saw what happened in the last innings, right? It definitely didn't get easier to bat once the field restrictions were up. And that's another boundary. Has that gone for a 6?
4.
No, that is a 4.
4.
Yeah. He's batting really, really well. I actually don't think, Robbie, that he was batting particularly poorly. He played 2 games, he got 2 really good starts, and then he had
Yeah.
3 failures, which is understandable for a player of his prototype, no? Where someone is
Yeah.
very attacking, they can have failures also. Like it's the
Yeah,
high risk brand of
100%.
cricket that they play. And then they just benched him, then they went with Seifert, and then they again benched Seifert, and now they've gone back with him. So their second opener slot has been very confusing in a sense so far.
Yeah. Shot.
Oh, that's another good shot. That also goes for a 4.
fantastic
That
shot.
is grounded shot. Really, really well done by Finn Allen right there.
That is a fantastic shot.
Let's see if people. So someone also says KKR will lose rest of all their games except today. Maybe win one more. Oh. KKR second half remontada to take 4th.
What is that, Remontara?
Oh, it's like a comeback thing. I believe it's a football phrase. I want to say it's associated to Real Madrid, where they have the thing of, oh, they can pull off a comeback out of nowhere, just when you do not expect it. It's
Oh
a
my
really
gosh,
cool
I
phrase,
think it's
actually.
out.
You know, I'm also very used to saying it.
It's out.
He's out. He's gone. I think he
Spanish
has
football.
done his part, to be honest, Robbie. 29 of 13, Finn Allen got you off to a blazing start in the power play. And now it's the onus rests on the other guys to, bat sensibly and get the job done.
Sensibly and all, I don't know. They have to get the job done.
Yes, they have to get the job done anyhow. That is true. I think he couldn't quite control that, no? He couldn't. Yeah, it didn't take the middle of it. And also the lower
No,
part
he-
of the bat.
So the thing is, he didn't go through with the shot. He just he just kind of put his bat there.
Fair.
Would have been a fair
it took
shot
the lower
if-
part of his bat, certainly, I thought. 49 for 1 and 4 overs. They've just lost a wicket, but I think KKR fans should be happy with the start. It's been a while, actually, since they've had like a solid start. In the comments, I believe some people are saying Barca. It's a Barca phrase, apparently. Okay. Barca coined it, but they don't know how to use it. Okay. I don't understand why this is the case. If you guys can tell me. Are they talking about the play style? So they're like, Real knows how to use it, because Real Madrid are famous for like all of those ridiculous comebacks, and whatever little football I have followed in my life, I have been at the receiving end of it. I have seen them, pull off, absolutely ridiculous comebacks just when you are not expecting it. It's really fun to watch.
But
Are you
there-
much of a football guy, Robbie?
I think I
Never
will
been into
become
it.
now because of my son.
Oh, who does he support?
My son actually plays football for Real Madrid here in the UAE.
Sorry, he plays for Real Madrid?
The UAE under 9 Real Madrid side.
Oh, wow, that is a really cool fact. Here we
Yeah,
go.
so he
Then
plays.
I think you are going to be a Real Madrid fan by default.
At some point, I don't know. He was in Juventus a year and a half ago. Now he's in Real Madrid.
Okay. He's also changing his clubs fully.
No. We changed his clubs for more for convenience, but he got picked to go to the global Real Madrid games.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
But because of the war, then they kind of canned the whole thing this
Yeah.
year. But loves the sport, plays well.
Yep.
He's got the ability.
Ankush has come in. It will be very interesting to see. They just have his matchup up here where against left arm spinners he's struggled a bit. He's gotten out thrice and he's only striking at 130 in this IPL. So let's see how he's able to navigate in this phase because Harsh Dubey has had a pretty solid year, I think. And I've been quite impressed with his bowling, whatever I've been able to catch.
Harsh is actually a pretty good bowler, yeah.
Yeah.
But-
Even first class level, I feel like he might have a shout for the test team, because he's the guy that has done the hard yards. He's taken wickets for India A as well, I believe. So if they feel like he has got all the attributes in place and they can field another genuine wicket-taking spinner, he might be an option worth considering.
Yeah, I think you'll see him.
Varun has
being
been
in the
really
mix.
high on him actually. He quite rates Harsh Dubey, I think, for the test team.
Harsh?
And he is nowhere to be found right now. Maybe when I say this, he will come on and say, no, you're wrong. He's had some very funny discussions actually with Jared also. I believe he was having a chat about Washi as the test spinner. And his logic was that he doesn't think Washi is a frontline spinner in test match cricket just yet. And his reasoning was that he is not bowled enough overs just now in his first class
I think
career and
that's
his
very
entire
true.
career. Yeah, I think
think
that's a
that's
very
very
valid
true.
point, but Jared was somehow not willing to concede it. He was like, come on, he is a frontline bowler, you cannot say that. Like, it
No, I
ended
don't
up being
think
like
so
a proper
yet.
thing.
I
Oh,
still
wow,
think he's
that-
a better batter who can bowl in Test cricket.
He's even batted at 3, Robbie, for Tamil Nadu. He scored like 150 even once in one of the recent
Yeah.
seasons. I think the one before this. So I think
Yeah,
Varun is
I'd
going to be
actually-
glad if he's hearing this, that you guys are on the same page.
Yeah, I'd rather have him bowl a lot more in Test cricket before considering him a proper all-rounder.
Agreed.
Because right now he hasn't bowled,
No, I
so that becomes.
As an all-rounder, he is all right. But then I think they cannot play him as a number 8, I think. You have to use his batting and you cannot have him as a frontline option. If you have him, if he is your 5th bowler and he is your 7th batter, I think that's a good combination. I like that. But you already have Jadeja. So how are you going to balance both of those things? And you have Nitish Reddy as well. So that is the balance that India sort of have to crack. They might have to make a few sacrifices, maybe bench one of those guys depending upon what works best for them. But yeah, I think Varun's point and to what you are also saying, I think I agree that he needs more miles in his legs because he does have the attributes, does he not, Robbie? That's a good shot, really good shot. Wow, that's gone for a 6. Brilliant wrist work there. Talented kid, man. I like his game. Been a while.
This guy is very good, man. I really like him.
Yeah.
And Ankrish, I think Ankrish should be the one actually opening the batting. He's really
can do
really
that,
good.
yes.
I think, yeah.
I see that. I think there's certainly very solid merit in that. The issue then is, let's say, like, at a certain point, KKR might have to move on from Rahane. Maybe if they're building a new team and they're going to look towards leadership in that direction, in like a new direction, then Ankrish certainly makes sense. Maybe you can have him up atop with Finn Allen or Tim Seifert or whatever combination you want to go with.
Like for me, if you have, like for me, I'd rather have, like again, with all due respect to Ajinkya, I don't see him fitting into this KKR side right now.
Yeah, same.
I actually feel like it should be, even if Ankrish bats at 3, it should be Seifert and Finn Allen
Seifert and
opening or
Allen.
Sunil Narayan. Yeah.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
Narayan and Allen opening the batting.
Agreed.
That would be the most ideal batting lineup.
And Robbie,
at number
partnership
3.
batting, I mean, you can attest to it better than I can because that is such an important part of cricket, right? And Seifert and Allen in the
Yeah.
T20 World Cup, those two worked so well together as a pair. If they can find a way to field both of them in this playing 11, if Rahane is not in the ideal playing 11 for next season, let's say this season is pretty much done for them. If for next season
Yeah.
the way they go ahead with it is they keep both of those overseas guys, they have the option of Cam Green and they've got Sunil Narayan. then they have to look at more Indian options. I think they have to start looking for younger kids who are, doing really well at the smart level, doing well in all those state leagues, and build a team. And then 2028 onwards, you can obviously go for a full rejig, and you can retain the players that you like, and you can take things that forward that way. I think that would be the right way to do. Go ahead with it for KKR, because they have to solve these issues. No, today they are doing well. They're bowling pulled it off big time, and I mean credits to Rahane as well for his captaincy right there and making sure that they don't really run away with the game. And now he's doing fine with the bat, and this innings has looked pretty comfortable so far. No issues. We don't even need him to go at like an uber attacking rate. But for the
Yeah, I
future,
think this-
they need to plan things.
Yeah. I think this innings is kind of ideal for him to kind of
Yeah, perfect.
play at his own pace,
Yeah, 100%.
where he doesn't have to go hard against the spinners as well. Like in,
Yeah.
but he said a lot of sixes, yeah, 11 sixes so far.
11 sixes, yeah. He's 30th on the list, which, I mean, that makes sense. I think he's not going to go toe and toe with the best six hitters in the league, but I would believe at his best he can hit a lot of fours. And if we actually look at his 2023 season, I have to say he would be pretty high up on fours, at least.
Shot, man.
Yeah.
I
So,
know you saw this shot.
really well
It's a
done.
fantastic shot. That is a pickup and a half.
Yeah. He's very aesthetically pleasing to watch. Like I've been, I really like the way I've really liked the way he's been playing ever since he came onto the scene in the IPL. His wrist work is so
very
good.
deep in the crease.
Wow.
Very good hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such a good kid. Such a good cricketer.
His interviews are also very interesting, Robbie, if you've been able to catch any of them. Like the post-match stuff or the mid-inning stuff that he does. The way he speaks is like a proper Gen Z guy. So I think I can also relate with that. And he might be younger than me, actually. He might be 3 years younger than me, I think.
Yeah?
He's good. Yeah. Wide.
Oof. Well kept.
He is definitely one they need to keep for the future, by the way. I don't know how you feel about that, but let's say for the mega auction and everything, it would be another mistake for KKR maybe when they let go of Shubman Gill back in 2021. They let go of Shreyas Iyer, which I think is more of a hindsight thing. I definitely didn't believe that KKR were wrong at that time. I liked their intentions. What I didn't like was they spent so much money on Venki that they were not willing to get Shreyas Iyer back after a point. They didn't bid for him after 10 CR, is the memory that I have from the auction. And they went for Venki, and they went for Venki to such a big extent that I think it spoiled their whole team balance. They couldn't get other players accordingly. Not to say that Venki is not a good player, right? Venki can do a solid job in most teams if you slot him in at the right spot. It's just, he's probably not your guy for 23 CR, right, Robbie? Would that be a fair take?
He's not. Yeah. How much did he go for to RCB?
7. That sounds right.
7 or 10?
I think it's 7, but I'll look it up once again, real quick. He's only had a hit 2 times for RCB, by the way. He's played one
and
game he
both
played
times
against
is,
RR when they used the impact sub. He played too well in that one. Last game, it's 7 CR. Correct. He definitely would have attributes, no, Robbie. It's why, like, there must be a reason why RCB also rated him so highly. Like, I honestly believe if they got him in that auction, it could have really, messed up with their plans for some of the other players that they couldn't have, ended up getting that they did. And I believe when I was looking at their auction, it was Phil Salt, Josh Hazelwood, and Krunal Pandey. These 3 guys I really, really wanted them to get. And I was really happy that they could get those guys. And I don't think that would be possible if they got Winky right there. So they kind of got lucky there, I want to say. But there must be something in his attributes that makes teams rate him. Is it not?
So the thing is, I think he's at least worth 10-12 crores in the IPL. I also
10,
think
12,
that
yeah,
he's
I
someone
understand
who's-
that. Yeah.
I think he falls in that bracket. I also think he should open the batting. I think that's where his
He's a
utility
top 3,
is.
for sure. For sure.
But I think his openness to bat anywhere has led him to where he is at this. Has led him to where he is at this point in time, and given that,
And that's
one
gone for
can only
another 4.
hope.
Good shot by Rahane. Really, really well played there. Just class.
Was that intentional?
It felt like that to me on the first go, but I might have to have another look. I realized that while speaking that, okay, what if this is not an intentional shot? It felt to me like he was in control of it. Okay, no, maybe not quite. Fair. I want to take my words back then. Maybe not quite in control of it.
I don't think his
But
intention was played.
it's a boundary against spin. You'll take that from me. 7th over
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
innings, chasing down this target. Positive signs.
See, this is the problem. See what he did now? He just got a boundary. Like, at least
He
look
took
for
a
a
single.
2. Yeah.
Hmm.
Like, at least look for a 2. Or look for a safe, like still keep the positive intent. Right? Don't
Yes,
take like
yes.
a no-brainer single.
Robbie, is this not like something that would have been ingrained in him as an Indian cricketer from your generation as well, where players hit a boundary, hit a couple of boundaries, and then they take a single? Like I've seen Virat Kohli also do this a whole lot in his entire career, where he hits a boundary and then he takes a single. Like he must be really high on the scale for that particular thing, and it's because they've played cricket a certain way when they were brought up, and then T20 came after that. No, you guys didn't grow up watching T20 cricket or anything like that. It just came as a new challenge, and you're like, oh, now we have to improvise and play this as well.
Yeah, so. But that is not how the way the game's played today, right?
No, that is for sure. Yeah, that you have to change with the
So
times.
you have to be relevant to the times that cricket is being played at, right?
For
Which
sure,
is
for
the whole criticism for
Ajinkya Rahane.
Ajinkya Rahane is the fact that he doesn't play at a quicker rate to the spinners. He's
Yeah,
not,
100%.
he like look what he's doing now.
See, yeah, exactly. He just knocked that one.
He was shouting at me.
Okay, it's okay, calm down.
He's shouting me when I was using the remote.
Okay, calm down. Have a sip of water. I have a daughter who's crying, who's upset. It's okay. Fine. Okay? Want to sit with me for some time? We'll go.
So, Robbie, my question was actually that since you said that maybe find a risk-free boundary or take a double, what would be the right shot options to do it? Just after you found a 4, like in this case, what could he have done of the deliveries that he was
See, it
taking?
wasn't an intentional 4 that he got also, right?
Yeah, that was not completely intentional. Yeah.
And
He
how
just
many runs in that
went
over?
at it,
7,
but
8 runs
got
in
an
the
edge.
over?
Yeah. That was 8 runs, I want to say. Yeah.
See, as a captain, you need to have foresight, right? You need to play for the fact that, okay, I want to take the most positive option possible because I want to lead the team from that point of view, right?
Correct.
Now, if you're leading the team from that point of view, then you know for a fact that net run rate is going to play a part in if you're going to look to qualify even or look to even give yourself an outside chance of qualify. So if you as a leader don't proactively operate from that point of view, and if you're also, it feels like you're almost playing for your spot rather than playing for what the franchise requires, right?
Yeah.
For me,
Exactly.
you've gotten a boundary, but you can certainly get another boundary in that
Yeah.
over. And for me, that is the thing that I don't agree with someone like Ajinkya Rahane about. For me, I'd rather have him play positively and get out because I have enough depth in my batting order, right? I don't need you to bat through to the end for me. There's no requirement.
Robbie, Varun will be proud of you. I just want to say that.
No, there is no requirement. Like, tell me, is there any requirement for me to have Ajinkya Rahane bat through to the end to me for a not out? Like, how is that going to serve KKR in the
Yeah, it's
long
not
run?
going to help your net run rate, is it? And
Yeah,
once you're in a
net
stable
run rate
position, you
aspect.
can't take risks.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
You are in
the
a stable
fact that
position.
you have a youngster like Ankrish at the other end, where you can play positively. You know.
Yeah, certainly.
You
Take
you
some
know that he
pressure
can
off him
handle
as
the
well.
pressure. Yeah,
Yeah.
take some pressure off the youngster. Do like, for example, what this fellow did yesterday. You know, not yesterday. What Shreyas Iyer does.
He does that really well.
When that's proactive captaincy. That's proactive leading. There's a intention behind leading, and Like, what is Ajinkya Rahane playing for scores for? Is he looking to come back into the Indian team?
Yeah, that's not happening. We all know that, right?
Yeah. So that's not even a thing or a contention that even needs to be thought about at this point in time. Like this, I feel all of this eventually takes away from the legacy of Ajinkya Rahane. You know?
Well, I do agree with what you're saying, most of it. I don't know how much it would take a hit on his legacy, because I still feel like his legacy is quite solid as a test player, first of all, because of what he did at his best in test match cricket with the bat, and then the whole Border Gavaskar trophy win and everything. In the IPL, yes, I certainly agree. If he keeps playing like this, the legacy in the IPL would be that, okay, maybe he's played on a bit too long, which people are already having that conversation, are they not?
It's like
And-
the Batman movie, no? You either retire a
Yes.
hero or you stay long enough to become a villain.
Yep.
You know,
And just when he had that killer season for CSK, he was slapping the ball around everywhere. Fast bowlers, like he would completely take them on. It's that partnership with Dubey that clicked for CSK, that Dubey was hitting spin and he was hitting pace. Now, since he's come to KKR, in 2025, 2026, I just don't know if it's been optimal. Because I don't know, they've never been able to replicate that 2024 season, right? Where they had Phil Salt and Sunil Narayan opening. Now I understand Sunil Narayan is not always going to have a 400 run season. We all know, we all accept that. But then you don't even have anyone else who's giving you Phil Salt type starts right at the top. And maybe Ajinkya does need to take the onus and keep going as much as he can. And in this case, certainly, I think now is the time for him to take risks. The run rate is well within control. Absolutely no concerns here. That's
you
another
see
thing.
what happens in the next 5 overs, right? Like, see,
Yeah.
there were 79 for 1 in 7 overs, right?
Yeah.
It's almost 11.2 runs an over,
Correct.
right? Now you see you see the run rate, that means you want to, if they're getting even 11 runs an over,
Yeah.
right? It's fine. He's doing a job. We are wrong in even having this conversation.
Yeah.
But if he's getting anything less than 9 runs an over,
Yeah.
or 10 runs an over, for that matter, after getting a start,
They have batting to go,
he's
right?
doing
It's not like
he's doing a
batting is
disservice to the
finished.
team. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he might start taking risks after a point. I mean, I'm sure he's also like self-aware and he would be getting feedback, and these conversations I'm sure KKR would be having as well, right? Where he needs to work on his strike rate. Whatever he may say on the outside, I mean, I know players say many things on the outside, but they know what is the reality and where they have to work on a certain thing. I'm sure you can you can tell that way better than I can, but sometimes you say certain things to the media that may not necessarily be what you want to work on. And this is a phase where their net run rate right now, Robbie, is minus 0.75. If they even have to get a chance to be in the
See
playoffs,
what he's doing.
that has to be from net run rate, is it not?
Like,
We have
this
been
is the
giving what-
ideal game. This is an ideal game to up your net run rate, right? And take it to the
Yep,
positive
yep.
side. Here is that the intention itself is not there. Like, what is he batting on? 29 of 20 balls.
Yeah. He's only taken singles since that 4. And a dot ball, I want to say. He's 21 of 14 at the end of the power play. He's 8 of 6 since then. Had that 1-4, which was not even entirely controlled.
Sure.
Oh, that's a good shot from Ankush
Beautiful
Raghuvanshi.
shot.
Gets a boundary. Much needed one for KKR. They really need to up their run rate here and, get the job done as soon as they possibly can. They still have batters waiting in the wings for them. Currently, their net run rate is minus 0.75, as they just showed on the screen. If they win this game by a good margin, they cannot. They are already better than DC and Mumbai and Delhi on net run rate. Sorry, I said Delhi twice. Delhi, Mumbai, and Lucknow. They're better than those 3 on net run rate. Mumbai and Lucknow are anyway not qualifying, so we can or more or less they're not qualifying, so we can take them out of this conversation. If we look at DC, they're at minus 0.89. CSK are just in the positives. Just yesterday they ended up being neutral. And to be honest, even yesterday for CSK, you could make that case. It could have gone a little harder. I thought the game ended up being dragged a bit much. I know you don't always want to take undue risk.
CSK being where they are, they can afford to win the next few games and then qualify straight
Ha,
in
that
the
they
four,
can.
right?
Correct.
They don't need to worry about net run rate. Like with KKR, that's not the case, right? They, especially when they're home venue and they're playing, they're going to leak a lot of runs, right? So they got to be very cognizant, and they're not they don't get the luxury of playing in the same kind of wicket or in the kind of wickets that.
Oh yeah, that's also the wicket yesterday was
yeah.
definitely a bit too paced, not an easy one to play on by
Correct.
any means.
Yeah.
Got harder to bat after the power play. Their spinners were bowling good lengths. Ball was gripping a bit. All of those things were certainly in play. So I think I can still give CSK some tax for that. And they had the debutant as well, right? They had the not the
Yeah.
debutant as in for this season, the new player Karthik Sharma, right? And
Yeah, Karthik
did you
Sharma.
see Robbie? Actually, one of his defenses were very similar to MS. They were showing that on the screen where like they took two screenshots, and I saw this on Twitter where there's like that one classic forward defense block that Dhoni plays, and he also had one of that.
Sure.
That was a really cool one. But
No,
so I think you can still give
maybe
some
saw it,
leeway
but
to
I
the young guy. He's playing his first season and all of that. Gaikwad has not been informed. With KKR, I mean, they even if they win this game, they will be 1 point behind CSK in the same number of games. So you're right. Their net run rate certainly has to matter more. And I think KKR have harder games as well coming up. CSK have a so if you look at CSK, they are playing Delhi, Lucknow, Sunrisers, and Gujarat. So they play Lucknow twice. And Delhi, they can potentially win against Delhi. And then they have to back themselves to win one of the games against Sunrisers or Gujarat, right? Which is going to be hard, don't get me wrong, but
Gujarat, they possibly might win.
they can. The last game, I thought, the way it worked out was really that they lost too many early wickets and like Rutu got really, really stuck. Like he was at a certain point 20 of 37. I mean, we've just been having conversation about the modern game, right? You cannot, no matter what the wicket, what the conditions, you cannot afford to be that slow. To his credit, he did accelerate. I thought he ended up playing like a decent innings, but it didn't prove to be enough. That was bread and butter for Gujarat Titans. They got the job done quite comfortably. So let's be on intent watch in this very over as Shivang bowls a full toss, which Rahane sort of hits, but not quite goes for it fully. It goes to the fielder. Did you see that one, Robbie? That full toss?
No, I missed that. I'm sorry, I was just.
He bowled a full toss. He didn't fully go for the hit and just ended up going to the fielder. Like he took a single again.
Oh, tell me the
That was
stri-
certainly
tell
a
me
bad
the
ball.
average in the last couple of. Huh?
Can you start playing?
Okay.
No, because
I have.
she was sitting on a chair. So then I told her put it back. Then she's saying,
You know I'm working, right?
yeah, I'm telling her
So
don't
can you
stop. And then
can you both go,
we
please?
both are telling,
Go.
she is not care.
Okay. Can you please go now? Take her and go. So funny, these kids.
That's
What is
another
the
single
wha-
there.
what's the average? What's the average in the last 3 overs, 2 overs?
The run scored.
Hmm.
So they made 8 runs in the 7th over. They made 10 runs in the previous over, which included a wide, and now 3 runs of this over. So that's 21 runs of the last 15 balls. And that's a sweep shot from Ankush Raghuvanshi. He is certainly looking to take some intent, looking to take some risks. He's showing intent, putting the pressure back on the bowlers. Hit that 1-4 of Harshal Patel as well, and then now he's he's played a sweep shot of Shivang to, sort of get a boundary. Much needed one for KKR at this juncture, as we have been saying.
Nice.
We
Decisive.
properly went down on his knees and played that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Quick, decisive footwork, no?
Robbie, if you want to say that if there's anything you notice in Ankush's game that you think he can improve technically, what would that be? Because, I mean, I'm no technical expert to say anything, but sometimes
Short,
it
man.
feels like he's maybe not as stable on the crease. What would you make of that? Because, like,
No, if you don't have this, if you don't have stability, you won't be hitting the ball so consistently well. Yeah, he's got good stability on the ground.
I'm not saying he can't, but he can hit the ball really well on his day. But there's a reason why he's not quite broken through just yet, nah? Like compared to some of the other
He
guys.
hasn't broken through not because of not because of him. He hasn't broken through.
Talent
because of
he
the
has for
situation
sure,
at
even the will.
Yeah, I think it's because of the situation his franchise have found himself
Fair.
in.
That's
Like,
also
I
fair.
think like when he came in 2 years ago when he first came in as an 18
Yeah.
19-year-old where did what we saw of him, like he's improved every year. He's gotten better. His performances have gotten better in this
His
in
250s
this season.
this year were really impressive, I thought.
Look at him. He's 31 of 18 deliveries, man. That's almost a 200 strike rate. It's close to a 200 strike rate. So
Playing at 10 runs and
for a
good,
youngster,
solid.
yeah. So I wouldn't. I think he's seriously talented. I just think he's in batting too low in the batting order, and that's why we haven't
Yeah,
seen
that's a fair
him
point.
thrive. You know,
I think he's
we'll
a
see him
better
thrive.
player of fast bowling. Would that be fair, Robbie?
No, I think he's equally good.
He feels like a better player of pace.
I think he's equally good.
Equally
I
good?
think
Okay,
he's
interesting.
yeah,
I'll have to look up
yeah.
at the numbers as well once, but of
At
course,
the end of the
eye
day,
test is also one
you
thing.
know how we
cannot
dictate, how we
pass.
decide who is good or not. We decide who is good or not based on the number of sixes a batter hits, right? We have to rate them. I think based on the number of boundary,
Okay,
the
fair enough.
strike rate that they actually play from, right? Now, what's the strike rate in the last 2 overs? Like
Yeah,
if
yeah,
let's
100%.
pull out those numbers and see what his strike rate is in the last 2 overs, and then
Yeah,
based
we
on
can do
that,
that.
you can
So at the end of the
then you
power play,
compare that.
he was on 17 of 11.
Hmm.
Uh-oh. That's a wide,
No,
is it not? That's a wide. I don't think it
50-50.
took anything.
Hmm.
Did it take his pad? They don't seem to be giving a wide. Must have taken his pad. Yeah. So he was 30. So sorry. At the end of the power play, he was batting on 15 of 9. And right now he's 31 of 18. 31 of 19 right after this dot ball. So that means he scored, what, 16 runs in the last 10 balls after the fielding restrictions are over. Strike rate of 160 right after the power play. I think that's impressive. I don't mind that.
Say that again. Read it again.
He was at 15 of 9 at the end of the power play. After that, he's been 31 of 19. Now it's 32 of 20. So 17 runs of the last 11 balls.
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's
That's
good. It's
160,
impressive.
170 strike rate. That's good.
Yeah. In a chase like this, also just
Yeah.
the fact that, someone has to
And-
put the
and when-
pressure on, and he is doing that.
When did Ajinkya get his last boundary?
Jinkya got his last boundary,
3
the
overs
Shivang
ago.
one, right? Yeah, the
3 overs ago.
ball number 6.2. Yep.
Yeah. So no boundary from the other end. He's the only one scoring boundaries.
Yeah, certainly. So
Yeah.
Ajinkya was 25 of 15 at that point, and as we
Hmm.
speak, he's 32 of 23, which
Hmm.
means he's certainly not put the foot on the accelerator, and he's not showed the intent as well, to be fair.
But this is
It's
the
one thing
perennial
to-
problem of KKR this season, right? Because Ajinkya
Yeah,
chooses to play like this in the middle overs. It actually fucks them over, man. And actually, it's not like, which is why I'm like, you got to push him into situations because he's built like this as a cricketer. He's built his game to be played like this. You can call it what you want to call it. Many people call it different things, but is there a requirement to play cricket like this at this point in time? No, there isn't.
I mean,
Like,
they
you
need
just
6
need a
runs and over, Robbie. They legit
Yeah.
need 6 runs and over.
Like,
It's
why
not
would you play
like a-
anywhere, any other way?
Yeah. And, I actually have a bit of a radical idea right now. If Ajinkya gets out here, I low-key wouldn't mind if they send Sunil Narayan in. Just send him
But
in
what
and
will he
tell
do?
him to make 20 of 10 and get out. Doesn't matter. What will
No,
you do?
but that
saving
he
wickets?
does that really well only when
He's in the
he's
power
set
play.
after the power play, right?
Oh yeah, that
Like
also.
if you
Yeah.
bring
No, I will give you
yeah,
that.
if he-
But as a pinch hitter of sorts, I still feel like he can get you a couple of boundaries. And
There, see
Ajinkya
what he's done
finally
now.
goes for it, but it's gone in no man's land. He did attempt a shot here, to be very fair to him, and that's also
It's not about
given him the
attempting a
return.
shot, but you think about the larger message as a captain. You
Yeah.
taking the safer route.
Yeah, certainly.
Like it always feels like a selfie here. Like for what joy?
Yeah. And like nobody's going to judge you on the runs count either, no, at the end of the
Yeah.
year. Nobody cares about those things. They'll see, oh, what runs have you made at what strike rate? How repeatable are you
No, it's not.
at a
No,
good strike rate?
I think they will rate Ajinkya on his success as a captain.
No,
How
that
well
of
have
course.
you
I'm
led
saying
us-
if he goes in the open auction next year, teams are not going to pick him if he's going to bat at 149 in this modern age.
They will not look at him if he's playing like this right now. You think the other teams don't know that he's playing slowly
Yeah, of course,
in the
exactly.
outside the power play?
Yeah. And we've seen
Like
players change
what is the
from
score?
his own
6 over,
generation, huh?
7 overs, 79.
Yeah,
10,
they've
11th
dropped from-
over 100.
11th say they've dropped to 10.5 basically. Absolutely no reason why they couldn't have pressed harder right here.
This is the problem with KKR. Like this is the problem when you're thinking of your own interests beyond the team's interest, right? Like at some level, at some point in your career, that should stop.
And I mean, we've seen guys from his own generation only, no, where they've all changed their games. Like you look at
Are
Virat
he was
Kohli, you look
different,
at
right? In
he himself
2023, he
exactly.
was different. He
Yeah,
himself
yeah,
was different.
Yeah, exactly. And he, in fact, in 2023, he was the one who was actually hitting pace when the other guys hadn't quite caught up to it, even before the whole Travis shake and the intent boom and everything.
Yeah.
He was doing that, and now suddenly he's gone back to this mold where he's just knocking the ball around. It's a bit odd. Yeah. So Shyam Nair has a question for you, Robbie. Should I read it out
Ah.
for you?
Yeah.
So he says, when does a
Robbie,
batter really know they're done for? Like, what's the last sign beyond which you realize you should call it a day? And how difficult is it to accept that? Yeah, that's a very good one.
It is difficult to accept, Sham, because it is difficult to accept because what is actually happening is it's so multifold that it is not an easy decision to be made. Um, so essentially, how it works out is if you're batting badly and you feel like you have to work really hard to kind of work your way back into coming back into form again, and you feel like as an experienced player, you kind of have an inclination of how long it'll take, what amount of work will it take from you, 3 months, 4 months, and then do you have the capacity to do that work, right? Or is it a 2-month thing? Is it a 1-month thing? And do you have the capacity to go through that whole thing again? And the implications of lack of form and what that'll result in for you from a selection standpoint. The wherewithal to go through all of it. If it doesn't, that process doesn't feel joyous, doesn't feel like a challenge that will help you grow and evolve, then you know that it's time. It's very difficult to accept it because also you're clutching to straws, right? Because once you stop playing, you can never start playing cricket again. I'm telling you now because when I stopped playing cricket, for me, Sham, I want to play so much more cricket. I retired to play more cricket, honestly. And hope that once I move out of India, I can play a lot more leagues outside of India, which is why I could have played 2 or 3 years of more of the IPL more at that point in time. But I chose to step down from Indian cricket so that I could play cricket outside, because in India I was getting to play only about 15, 20 matches in a year, and that felt too little for me. I want to play at least 50, 60 matches a year. And when you're older, you want to play as many matches as possible, right? Because it takes a lot of momentum away from you as you get older and you play lesser matches. You want to be in rhythm. For that rhythm to happen, you need to not play practice matches, but actual matches, competitive matches. And I felt like that's a way for me to have some longevity in my career. But I didn't get that. And then and I don't know if it was a shadow ban, I don't know what it was. Even though it was available, people weren't looking at me, people weren't having conversations with me. So eventually I was playing only the legend stuff. And sometimes the kind of nonsense that goes around there with payments and this and that is quite horrible. Yeah. So you just want to kind of say, you know what, let's do something that is a little bit more downstream, that is a little bit more stable for the family, and you'll make that decision. Because you have to understand, once you stop playing, it's a huge drop from relevance, it's a huge drop from significance, it's a huge drop from providence in any cricketer's life. So they need to kind of hit a hard reset. And today the number of cricketers that are actually in different industries after they finish playing cricket, because there's such a hard reset that they have to hit, that there are people in the marketing business, there are people in the real estate business, there are people in the plumbing business. Even though their area of core competence is cricket, and this cricket is everything, they know everything about, their whole life has been about cricket, so they know everything about cricket, right, and their core skill. But do they have the avenue and the opportunity to put food on the table by doing that? No, they don't. So they have to rely on something else. Right, so it's not an easy decision. It's quite complex, Sham. We have very unlikely careers from the perspective of even say a corporate, in comparison to a corporate. A corporate has a 40-year career. If at best, if we play cricket and we're lucky, like the likes of Ajinkya, me, Dinesh Karthik, Suresh Raina, they're all damn lucky, dude, to have careers that have spanned over 20, 22 years and all that. It's not an easy career to have. It's a very rare occurrence in Indian cricket. So it's a hard choice to make. So I can empathize with how difficult this could be for someone like Ajinkya, but that doesn't give you the leeway to derail the momentum of a whole team, right? Like you need to, especially as a leader, you need to make sure you're the one who stands tall. Like that's why amongst the cricketers, Rohit has so much of a good name or a rap or a rep because he leads from the front, and that is celebrated. I'm not saying
Definitely.
Ajinkya Rane won't be, his legacy won't be attached to a great one, given how great he was in Test cricket and all that. But eventually, um, you know, today as a senior pro, as a captain, where are you leaving your current team that you're playing cricket in? I think that's very critical, and the role you play there is very important.
I think that summarizes it really, really well. Another super chat for you, Robbie. What do you have to say about this?
Lots, yeah. Lots. A lot of them smoked. Guys, you'll have to understand that cricket is not just a team game. Cricket is an individual game within a team game. So it is a highly stressful game. It takes a toll. Now, for example, if Shine and I are opening batters for my team, Shine and I have to set up a solid foundation for our team. Um, that is the basis of us, being a part of the team, right? Now, but at the same time, we also have, say, an Ajinkya Rane waiting in the 11, or say Ajinkya and Shine are open, and I'm waiting out of the 11, right? So I'm hoping that Shine and Ajinkya, one of them fails so that I get an opportunity to play and serve my team. Whilst at the same time, Shine and Ajinkya are hoping that they get the team off to a good start together, but Shine is hoping Ajinkya scores less runs than Shine, and Ajinkya is hoping the same for Shine. It's a complex dynamic to live in for 10, 15, 20 years. It's not a simple thing, and that is the kind, and so it adds a lot of stress. It takes a huge toll, emotional toll. So people end up smoking for a lack of, for to deal with that stress. It's very normal. Yeah? People smoke from far lesser, right? Um, it's a, that is why our game has the most number of suicides in professional sport.
Oh,
It's a,
really?
it's a
This was
globally,
something
yeah.
I was not aware
Our
of.
sport has the most number of suicides in professional sport.
There's another super chat here, Robbie, where Fred7575 says Narayan Bolt, he went for 20 runs of his 12 balls in the power play. That most likely prevented Travis Sheikh from getting 90 in the power play, which kept the game still in balance. So has it ended up being a good decision? What do you think in hindsight?
Uh,
I
well, yeah.
think
Now you can say yes, but at the time I didn't think it was the right decision. I'll be
you also
honest about.
can't predict that they will collapse, right? That's the
Yeah.
other thing, right? There's no
Like
guarantee
if
they're
you
going to
ask me,
collapse like
what
that.
was his reason to bowl there, to restrict them from scoring a lot of runs in the power play, or to actually get them out?
Yeah.
What is the intention behind it? The intention will dictate if that was the right decision or not. There's a lot of ways to
That
justify
makes sense, I think.
an answer,
Yeah.
but what is the reason to take that first decision at the start is what matters, right?
Yeah.
47 to win a 48 balls.
Yeah. Couple of boundaries for Ankush, by the way, in the last over. Did you notice the the shots that he played, especially the one The upper one, so
Yeah.
ramp of sorts.
Yeah.
That was a really, really good one. I don't think that ball was even that fast. I want to say it was like 109 or something like that. That's what I can certainly remember. Yes, 109.5 it was. So really good on him to, actually pick that up. And then the next one was bowled in the block hole, which he actually managed to get another boundary on the one side. So,
Yeah.
like, really good work from him in that over.
Nice intent here. This from.
He's doing fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, I think he's also not. He's at batting as fast as he was at one stage. One stage we were saying he was batting at 10 runs an over, 31 of 18. Now he's also at 46 of 33. But then to what extent will you blame the kid when the captain is only not taking as many risks? Is it not?
So if he gets a boundary here, someone in the chat says Robbie is clearly a jinx hater. Okay, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you can never win with people, can you? You can call a spade, then people will always think that they have an agenda against somebody.
Yes. Maybe he said it sarcastically. Oh yeah, I feel like he might be sarcastic. Yeah. I think the guy who committed it was actually a regular on our channel, and I think he was just saying it in that sarcastic tone where obviously Robbie, it's like the way Varun often says, no, obviously you're a hater of this guy and this is that to Jared or to any of us. So I think that it was the tone that he was looking for. So I wouldn't read too much into that. Dude, someone said I look 40. I was like, bro, what?
How old are you
What?
actually?
25.
What the fuck do you eat, man?
What-
How are
what did you
looking at
think?
20? I thought 30, 35 easy.
30, 35. Okay, I think I can give you that. But I'm definitely not very healthy. I will give you that. But 40 is too much. No, can't be 40.
Short. Yeah, these guys just want an easy win. They're not worried about run rate. I don't think so.
Yeah, it seems like that.
Shayan, do you really need to start training with Deepak?
Maybe I do. Yeah. Well, you've got him motivated. Maybe it's time for you to get me off my couch and make me work out as well.
Come on,
Maybe
chat.
you-
Let's get him going. Yeah.
No, actually, I think I was having a decent time at the gym till the IPL started, and then my routine has been completely off ever since, and I've barely been able to hit the gym since. So, let's see what if I'm going to be able to do that. Or actually, I've resumed walking and just jogging a bit and getting some calories burned. So I have to be a bit more consistent with that. I think that's some of it. I've had some health issues as well in the past, so there's a certain limitation as well. I want to say
Okay.
so. I can't go very high intensity. I've had certain issues in the last 2-3 years, so I have to be a bit more cognizant of that. But yeah, definitely something that can be controlled is diet, which I think we have started taking the right steps for that very recently. So let's hope that here's to hoping that stays on for as long as possible.
Yeah, man. I think if you can keep it going for 21 days, then you start making it a habit. And then
That's a good one.
it's not, and the thing is, you don't don't try and do it as a
Sure.
as I have to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very fair.
I'd rather you approach it from the point of view, okay, I'd largely like to eat like this, and then give yourself a day or two where one meal in a day on those 1 or 2 particular days you eat differently, where you eat what you want to eat, so that there's a semblance of balance there.
Also, Shretan says, see, Shayan understands me. See, I told you, no? He was joking only.
You're joking.
Another comment was this, that I need to start training with Deepak. That is true.
Yeah.
Singer asks me how old Varun is. I believe he's also 25.
Varun's 24.
I think both of us.
He's 24.
24, 25, yeah. I am 25. He is the same age as me, so must be a difference of months here and there.
Yeah.
That's fine. Someone also says, yeah, no, I need to take his trainer. Yeah, I think I need to get in touch with Coach Atharv if he's in the chat, then maybe I need to start taking advice from him. So someone said 24. Yeah, Varun said 24 on one of the watch-alongs. Shayan is younger. I don't think I'm younger than Varun. I'm pretty much his age. Someone said I'm blaming IPL for my fitness. Well, we are seeing dropped catches in the IPL. Maybe I can also blame the IPL for bad fitness, I guess. But no, actually, I'm not blaming anyone. It's completely on me. I'm saying my routine got spoiled because of it. It's not anyone else's fault or the tournament's fault or anything. It's on me to take that responsibility and work on myself, which I think is completely fine. Well, people are saying, yeah, I like this one. I don't know what you feel about this, but I actually think this is a really good way to start with it. If you're off sugar for 20 days, you're smooth sailing. I was reading about this recently. Someone was saying that, they were off sugar for like 5-6 months, and it's, really had a glow up on them, on their overall persona as a whole. So,
Yeah, so, but the thing is, can you do that for the rest of your life?
I mean,
Like, you want to do
can
something
try
that feels
for
like
as long as you
I can
can.
tell you. I can tell you what I did, right? As in, I've lost a bunch of weight. I've come to my kind of ideal weight in the last couple of years since I retired, right? 3 years now since I retired, so I've come to my ideal weight. So what I started doing is I started eating like I said to myself, you know what, I don't care. I honestly don't care if I put on weight or lose weight. I just want to not worry about food anymore, right? Because I was always worried about being fit, looking fit, not being fit, looking fit, right? And so for me, I started thinking about, okay, once I finish playing cricket, I don't want to start being worried about food and looking fit and this. And I said, you know what, I'm going to start eating like my granddad did. My granddad would eat 2 meals a day. He'd have lunch and
Okay.
he'd have brunch and he'd have dinner. So he'd go to the estate at 5-6 in the morning. He'd have a cup of coffee, and then they would take brunch for him at about 11 o'clock. And then he'd finish and come back. He'd have a siesta in the afternoon. And then he'd come back home by 5 o'clock. And then 6 o'clock, he'd have dinner. Right? And then he'd go to sleep by 8. And then by 4:30, he'd be up again. And so I started eating like that. And he'd eat only as much as his hand. Right? So he'd eat this much carbs, this much proteins, this much fiber, and veggies he'd have. And so I like, okay, I'm also going to eat like that. 2 meals, and I'm going to have this much, And that's all I eat, man, now. It
Wow.
took me a while to just kind of settle into it.
So it's cutting the portion sizes essentially for you. That's all.
It automatically cut the portion sizes for me.
Yeah, this is one advice my mom has been giving me actually for a long while. She's
Just eat as
you
much
don't
as your
need to
hands are.
Overdo it. Just don't eat
Yeah.
much. Just control your servings when you're
Portions.
taking it, right? I think that's a very fair take. Someone also gives me another health tip. They're like, I need to seriously support LSG, and I will lose my weight with that stress. Where I supported RCB for 18 years, guys. Not 18 years, well.
They actually give Tunde kebabs at the LSG ground, and he's got season passes. There's no chance he's losing weight.
No, they don't
watching
give any of
LSG
the
bat.
20 kebabs or all of that. But yeah, I think that's the thing is, I have supported RCB. Is there a team that has given more stress to the people or anything of that sort? So that has clearly not helped the case. I want to say, but yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. Game is so what is this super chat? I did my first push-up after 5 years. I missed
After
Jack.
8 years. 8 years. What
8
happened to your
years.
eyes?
No, I'm on the smaller screen because I'm reading the chats as well, right?
Okay.
And the
Okay,
game on
okay,
the other one. So it's like on a small screen, I have you guys up. That's why I can't see it.
I misjacked me. Yeah. Good start, Sri. Keep going.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Game is so interesting that everyone is more interested in Maya and Varun's age. That's fair. Lots of people are like, this is the most
50.
boring innings of all time. You should start supporting LSG, blah, blah, blah. I will never give up sugar, someone says. Have been off sugar for 1.5 years waiting. Guys, give me some real advice then. Some of you guys are like, no, I can't
What
do
is it?
sugar. It's like, no, someone is saying, I will never give up sugar. Desserts are too good. Then some people are also like, have been off sugar for 1.5 years running. I eat
But can you
breakfast
be
and
off
lunch.
sugar for the rest of your life? It's like unrealistic.
That is
That's my whole thing.
that
Like
is
it is
really tough, I think.
unrealistic. Yeah.
But I think what can really be done is, and so I have this cousin from Boston, and what he does is he's also like into sports and everything. He's more on in the American side of things, and I believe he does rowing. So that's like his main sport, and he can play basketball as well. So what he told me was the only time he would like have cheat meals and everything was when he was on vacation. So if he's gone on a trip, so he had come to India for another one of my cousin's weddings. So that's the only time he was having sweets. Other than that, he was on no sugar. So I kind of like think that might be the optimal way to go. Actually, there's my younger brother as well who plays. He plays a lot of football. He's very fit and he's like very tall and like basically he eats everything. He eats all junk, everything he'll eat. But because he's so good at football and he's playing that regularly for 2-3 hours, I think he's able to burn it all. And and he can play basketball as well. And even cricket he can play. He just doesn't care about cricket, but he can play cricket as well. He used to play cricket till like he was.
It's
11,
apples
12.
and oranges, yeah. It's two different
Different
things. Like,
people,
how do you
different
compare?
ways
Yeah.
it reacts. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the
We've
Yo,
completely drifted
Ajinkya
from conversation.
Ajinkya Rahane is
They have used their impact sub now, by the way, in this innings, very, very late. I know not just in this over, he's bowled one over before this, but wow. Maybe they should have subbed the batter in then.
someone asking me some question. Oh gosh, this is getting painful to watch now.
We have a question for you, Robbie. We've had two 160 games in a row. Are you guys really enjoying this?
100%. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. No one like
Well, this innings has been a bit of a drag, no?
Yeah.
To be very fair.
just lack of intent, right? Lack of like
Yeah.
this is basic. This is not like KKR need to go up, right? They need momentum.
Yeah.
This is
Correct,
not giving you momentum. This
Yeah.
is giving you safety, security. Like what are you getting from playing like this? You're not inspiring your team for the future matches.
Yeah.
You're ticking a box, and so I don't agree with that.
Fair. Even Ankush has slowed down big time, no? He was going at 10 runs
Yeah.
and over, now he's batting at 125.
So what's the and why should he? Or what?
Yeah, I mean, if the captain is
yeah.
not setting the tone, what is he going to do?
Maybe the conversation internally, like, okay, let's just get the win.
Yeah.
Bat
Yeah,
through to
if
the
it's
end,
the
bat through to the
communication to him, it's not his problem, not his fault by any means.
51.
Oh,
or
Siddharth
40
has
deliveries.
a brilliant chat, and I think, yeah, I am with him, bro. I am literally with him here because this is exactly, and I mean, not exactly. I will just cut it at the cricket part, and I would add cycling. So I used to cycle to school regularly till I was 16, 17, like maybe halfway through my JE prep. I used to play cricket as well regularly when I was in 8th, 9th, 10th. 10th less so, but 8th, 9th, 10th, even start of 11th grade. So I used to play cricket and I used to cycle a lot. And if you go and look at my pics from back then, and there's actually this period where it's just after my board results have come out when I'm in 10th grade. And then it's a few months after that when I go to Agra with my family. And you can see the difference right there. Like I have
You stop
put
cycling.
on weight right
That
there.
is the problem.
I've been preparing for JE. I've been sitting at one place and,
You basically
completely,
stop
going
cycling.
down.
That's what it is.
Yes. And dude, like I think I lost my cycle or something random like that happened in the middle of 11th grade, and then after that I couldn't care less. Then I just became very.
How much?
whatever.
How much would you ride?
So my school is actually the school I used to go to. It's really nearby my place. I would say 1.5 kilometers. So into two regularly. That is the given, and we would still go out with friends sometimes, not just for cycling randomly. So you can add those days in as well.
Definitely
And cricket in the afternoon regularly. I mean, gully cricket, not professional cricket by any means, but I did go to an academy as well for a very brief period of time, right after my boards and everything. So
Just up your activity, dude. You'll be fine.
Yeah, that's I think the most important thing, totally.
Yeah.
Been a fun little chat here. There's a super chat as well for you, yeah.
Do you see substantial players differences in player development pathways across different Indian states, schools versus academies versus others? It's changed, but it's evolved and devolved. So it's been a mix of both. It's not just been one thing. So I wish I could say that. I'm yawning not because I'm sleepy. I'm yawning because my nose is blocked and I'm not able to take in a lot of breath. So
it's okay,
while
Robbie.
talking, I'm running out of air.
It's all right.
So the pathways have gotten relatively simpler at a higher stage, but I think at the lower rung you still have to be at the right academies. Like a lot of states have a lot of this bureaucracy issues, yeah, which is unfortunate. Only a minority of states still don't have the bureaucracy issues. So it's changed for the good and not so good as well. Fuck. After all that, 43 or 35 when he gets out.
Come on. You know what? I saw a really funny chat. Someone actually said, where is that? There is a chance KKR lose this match. What do you think, Robbie? Is that going to happen? Can we see a?
I'm reading
Game
a
like
chat that says, "Pehli fursat mein nikal."
पहली फुर्सत में निकल to whom?
Just after he got
bro?
out.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Now, see, if anyone has to come out and play, like if Rinku has to come out and play shots right now, right?
Oh yeah. he needs
Rinku
to
will
do
also
that. They
take
can
his
go
time
with
now.
Powell as well, right? Can they not?
No, Manish Pandey would have been this would have been the right time to send someone like a Manish Pandey, right? Then you have a solid mid order bat who gets a little bit of time.
But you
in the
kind of
middle.
want to push for net run rate, na? Here. Who's the most likely
क्या
player
अभी
to
काय
get
का
them?
net run rate, bro? अभी like you've missed that boat 3, 4, 5
That
overs
they have.
ago.
That they have. For sure.
काय का
No,
net
I
run
mean,
rate अभी?
still.
Like it's
still
not
they
like ये
want to
10
finish
ball
it.
में खत्म या
10
10 ball में
तो they
खत्म
can't
थोड़ी
finish
करेंगे.
it. They can't do that. Yeah. I agree.
They'll take at least 18 to 24 balls they'll take to finish this. This is
Yeah.
going to the second last over for sure.
Second last over, 100%, I think. I can't imagine it finishing before that. I'd be glad if it does, though. I'll genuinely be glad.
How prevalent is casteism in Indian cricket? Oh God. Who are the favorites
That's
to win
a-
the IPL according to
what
Robbie?
about
It's
the
tough.
favorites one? Yeah.
Guess. For me, I'll tell you my favorites. I think it'll be. Oh my gosh. For me, Punjab, Delhi.
Delhi?
As
You
much
have
as I
Delhi
love-
second?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Punjab, Delhi, RCB in that order.
But
It's
you
just
didn't
my
have Delhi
instinct,
in the-
guys.
No, you didn't have Delhi in the top two, na? That's why I'm asking.
No, who will be top two? I feel RCB
In the
will be in
points
the
table.
top two.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Like,
okay, fair.
who will win? My feeling is Punjab, Delhi, RCB in that order.
And who's your fourth team? You were saying Chennai also
see.
have a pretty good chance.
CSK.
But that would mean both SRH and RR have to drop off, no? And even Gujarat.
SRH.
All these
so
teams have to drop off.
I don't know if Gujarat will make it.
No, see, I understand. Gujarat is fine. But Sunrisers and Rajasthan, they've been pretty solid on the points table. Now, that's why I'm
Sunrisers,
saying-
see, the thing, I'd leave it between the other three teams. I think one of these
Fair,
three teams will be fourth and fifth.
So you believe Delhi have it in them to, pull
Yeah.
really make it.
They have to pull back right now, but it's momentum. And with the way Rahul's batting right now, with the way Pattam
Oh,
is
yeah,
batting,
100%.
with the way Nitish is batting.
Yeah,
for
Nitish has
me, I
looked
just
good
feel
last
like
couple of games. Really good.
And with Nattu and with the others, I feel like they're coming around.
Yeah.
And my instinct, like this is like I trust my instinct a lot, and there's just
Fair.
my instinct. I'm not.
That
There's no
makes sense.
logic
Yeah,
behind this. If you want me to give you a
I mean, it's
logical
all
answer
instinct
to
for
all
all of
this,
us, right? Most of the time.
yeah.
Yeah, you
So
think it makes sense. You know, Robbie, I don't know if you, I mean, I don't think you would know this, but Delhi used to be my favorite team when I was a kid because of Sehwag. He was my favorite player when I grew up. And they also had Kevin Peterson, they had like David Warner and all these guys. I
have
used
you
to,
met Kevin?
really root for them for like 2-3 seasons back in the day. So I always have a soft spot for Delhi. If they do well, I don't feel bad. I mean, I actually want them to do well. Low-key.
And what about um, RCB? RCB,
Yeah, they are my main team right now. So I mean, of course, I hope they win. But if they don't win, like at this point, even if they don't win, I'm not going to be like really upset unless it's like a really close final loss or something like that, and it's like a heartbreaking loss. Then obviously I'll feel bad. But I think now with this wait finally over of the team finally winning the title, and then obviously the success in the WPL as well, right? Those two title wins, I think it's become a lot more normal now. It's like even if they don't win the title, it's like it's fine, it's understandable. And Akshay has this thing, right? Do you know about his whole story where he was like a proper RCB fan, and when they finally won, he's like, I don't feel like supporting RCB anymore, and then he's gone and like he's just supporting random teams this year. Like it's a very weird
Really?
sort of. Just ask him when he's coming on to the next watch along. Ask him.
He likes the underdog, I think.
Yeah. Something of that sort. Yes. That's a good boundary, by the way, from Ankush Raghuvanshi. This game shows how much NKR balances the SRH side. Yeah, completely agree with you. I think there's absolutely no denying that the value that he adds to a team. I feel Robbie, he's also working on his pace. He's worked with Stefan Jones, so he's getting up to high 130s, 140. If he can, get even better against pace bowling, he's got a solid spin game. He even had that 100 in MCG, right? Like in the test match, in the test series in Australia. So he's shown lots of promise for a guy who's as young as him. If he can have a solid career, I think he is the next Hardik Pandya replacement, is he not? Like it's obviously going to be him at the moment, the way things are shaping up.
Can't tell, yeah, because
It's tough to say that. Yeah, maybe it's so early.
Yeah.
But for me, I think it's my instinct. Maybe you talked about your instinct. I think this is
I
my
would have to
instinct that
say,
he will be.
yeah, I would have to
the
say
next.
with him, he had the opportunity to have that Hardik Pandya tag, like, post Hardik Pandya, we have a replacement in him.
Yeah.
Or, he's our Indian all-rounder who turns up. But
Correct.
I could be wrong, but I felt like on some level he sat back on his laurels a little bit.
Okay.
I could be wrong, right? This is just pure speculation that I'm saying. I think he's a great kid. I love the fact that he's worked on his bowling. He's worked with Stefan and improved his pace. That
Exactly.
shows intent. I really like him as a cricketer, and I think he needs to have clarity about his own game and stand up and ask questions about, okay, what role does India want him to play?
Yeah.
Right. I think oftentimes a lot of cricketers don't take the control of their own narrative, but the ones who do end up having outcomes that serve them, right?
Makes sense.
So, for me, I think that's something that he needs to get. Like him, Washington Sundar, these are the guys who needs to go and say, you know what, this is where I think I'll be most useful. This is what I feel, right? I think I want to be a batter who can
Correct.
bowl a little bit, or a bowler who can finish matches. Like a pure narrative you pick for you, right?
Exactly.
Like I think if you're going to pick me in test matches, then you make me bowl a lot more.
Yeah.
Like Washi. I'm like, let me bowl, let me be frontline bowler, let me be your option to bowl. I'll bat in the middle order, I'll bat at that number 7, number 8 position that lengthens the batting order, strengthens the batting order. I'll focus on becoming a good son. And I agree with you simply because he hasn't bowled enough overs in test cricket or in first class cricket. You can't call him a bowler, neither can you call him a bat in test cricket.
Tears of joy in Varun's eyes as you say this. It's like Robbie finally agrees with me. But yes, I completely. I think I also agree with your points right here. And,
Ashwin became an Ashwin because he bowled those numbers.
exactly.
Bowled those number of overs, no?
Wasn't
And
it
then
W.V. Raman who's also worked a lot on his game when he was a kid? He talks about it extensively in his autobiography.
Yeah.
Lots of technicals of off-spin bowling. Wow, I read his book and I was like, wow, this guy really, he really goes deep and thinks so much about the game at that stage.
This is getting painful, man. Like, what is this here?
Someone
Now it's
also
not
asks if Rahane slowed down or he played with the same strike rate. I just saw the score. No, he definitely slowed down, bro. He was at 21 or 14 at the end of the power play, got a boundary immediately after, and then from that point he finished where he did. Definitely
43
a
of
massive
36.
slowdown there. Yep. So not even batting at a runner ball right after that boundary. Not even close to that, in fact. So disappointing if you're a fan of KKR or Ajinkya Rahane. You took the casteism question, no, Robbie? Or should I bring it up again?
I didn't take it.
Or we'll talk about
Short,
it.
man. Oh, very short.
Yep. Good, well stuff. Good stuff from Rinku here. You know, I actually quite liked it when I went to the game. I actually entered at the point this guy was batting at a runner ball. And when I went, he just started hitting sixes and fours everywhere. Had a proper acceleration at the end. So it's like, yeah, this is my money's worth for sure. Yeah, so any thoughts on this question, Robbie? How prevalent is casteism in Indian cricket now? Used to be huge in the TN, is what he says, until the TNPL democratized cricket to an extent. What are your thoughts on this?
I don't think we'll ever get past it. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because our country is supposed to be like Europe. We have many kingdoms, right? If you look at every state, we're very diversely different from each state, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you go to the south of India, every state has a different dialect. I think this is out.
Correct. And yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. This is not cool. But anyway, I feel like you go to Kerala, different script, different dialect. Tamil Nadu, different script, different dialect. Karnataka, different script, different dialect. Telangana and Andhra, different script, different dialect. Goa, different script, different dialect, maybe similar script of Hindi. You know, every state is diversely different and culturally very different from the other, right? So that at the highest levels, when you bring all these different cultures together, there is going to be a semblance of casteism, some favoritism, and you have to understand it's human beings that are at play here. It is human nature to have human bias.
No, Robbie, I think I see human bias is one thing, right? But you to discriminate with people based on their
You're not
caste or
discriminating.
based
You're
on where they come
favoring
from,
based on. You're not discriminating. You're not discriminating. See, it's not perceived as discrimination.
Okay.
It's like you're favoring a particular, like, you're favoring familiar players or people of familiar backgrounds, rather than trying to discriminate or trying to looking at it as, oh no, it's just preference. It's human preference. What is casteism?
But that's incorrect. No, that's definitely something that has to change then, because your goal should be
Then,
to
my
pick the
friend,
best
you're trying to
possible
live in a
team.
utopian world. Do you really think like we'll hit utopia in the
No, I
world
am
we
not
live in?
saying I
This,
don't understand.
this will become a this conversation will shift into a, what's the word, not a psychological, like a cultural and a psychological conversation.
Yeah,
But
certainly.
I just feel like you go everywhere, yeah. Like today, you go to Canada where cricket is run by Indians and Pakistanis. You go to UAE. You go to America. It's prevalent there also. You go to South Africa. It's prevalent there also,
It is.
right? You
England,
don't see it in.
they've had such a
You go to England.
not
you go to
casteism but
England,
racism. What a
yeah, it's
big
the same
scandal
thing.
they've been having, right?
Like,
yeah.
bro, it's the same thing. It's just different versions of it. It's like apples and oranges. It's the same thing. It's a fruit, just different kind of fruit. That's all.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist anywhere else. I mean, of course it does. I have
You
absolutely
can't
no
get
doubts in
past
saying
it.
that.
It's human nature, bro. Like think about it. Like, how do you get rid of favoritism in the corporate world? How do you get rid of human bias in a cricket team as to who gets picked?
But then, like, I guess I don't know. I mean,
It's
I
utopian,
just feel
no?
discriminating with anyone based on their caste, their religion, their ethnicity, any of those. Discrimination on any basis, on any grounds, absolutely has to be called out. I don't care whether it's cricket, whether it's anywhere in the world, whether whatever the context is. I think it is just unjust on any
And I'm
human being,
saying, I don't disagree with you about that. But
no,
I'm
I
saying
agree.
that is
I
a
know,
ut-
but that's what you're saying.
that is a utopian world. It's not grounded in reality, I feel.
Yeah, but I mean, we should still be calling out where wrong is wrong, right? If
Yeah.
if there are players in Indian cricket who have certainly faced this sort of thing, we can.
But yin and yang, darling, it's going to exist. It's not going to go away. What's better to do is to accommodate that headspace that okay, this is a part of the play. You can't become a victim of that situation. You'd rather say that accommodate that as a part of the ecosystem that you exist in, and say, I will make it despite this. Because at the end of the day, it's the energy that you possess, and the energy that you possess over your dreams, over your goals, over what you aspire to achieve. It's those things that take you to the next level. It's despite everything that you get there. And what will take you there is your convictions. If you get into this mentality where that, oh man, it's because of this I didn't make the last hurdle. If you accommodated space for it and you said, I will still make it despite this, your energy would have expanded even more to accommodate for it. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but I'm not saying it's not a fair world. It is, by no means, by no stretch of the word is the world a fair place. But such is life, right? The peaks and valleys of life.
I think Ashwin also talks about it in his book, right? Where he mentions that, you know,
You think Ashwin didn't face it? You
of
think,
course he did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Against
It's a-
people who,
like,
he couldn't
yeah, so
speak
you
Hindi as
accommodate
well,
for
and-
it, right? You make space
Yeah.
for it, and you create space for the fact that okay, you know what, I have to navigate through this also, and it's fine. I'll make sure my performances are so good that I can't be ignored.
They've taken a wide review at the exact worst time. Come on, guys, get on with it. Get this game done as soon as we can. Yash Kansal also has a super chat where he says, how many IPL teams if we do 5 overseas players? 12 maybe? 2 more teams? Sounds about right to me. I think Jared was also saying something along these lines.
Yeah,
12
yeah.
makes sense to me.
And I think progressively it has to grow, right? I
Yeah.
know people won't
Not
like
it
it,
has.
and people think that okay, 2 months, 3 months is enough. But I think it will grow organically. It should grow organically, and otherwise, what else is the pathway for where does cricket evolve to from here? Then we start stagnating, right? It has to grow to bigger teams now.
This is, again, I'm saying the same thing. This is absolutely the worst time to take a wide review. As a viewer, as someone who's covering this game as just fans, you don't want to see this, right? Like, IPL has to find a way to get on with it and, try and automate these decisions. Maybe it's easier said than done, but, it just sucks the life out of the game. I think I'm not the only one who is saying this. So many people have been very, very critical. I mean, if Rob was here by now, he would be ranting and raving about it for like a good 2 minutes for this wide review. But yeah, Robbie, I think we were saying they will finish it in the 19th over. I think that's exactly what is going to happen.
Yeah,
They need
100%.
7 runs of 13 balls. Pretty much along expected lines. They've dragged the scales a bit
I'm
too
just
much.
looking at the chats, Shine, about casteism and about regional favoritism, and seems like there are different definitions for all of it. For me, I think I put all of it in one bucket. That's how I look at it. Whether it's racism, casteism, favoritism, for me it all falls into one bucket. It's like you're not being measured by what you bring to the table. There are other things that also are
There's one comment
play
I
a
think
role.
I quite liked, which explains this entire thing. So casteism is if your father was a blacksmith, you will not play cricket. Exactly. This is where I am also getting at. I think this is the core issue I would have with casteism in all of society. And you're right. Discrimination anywhere in the world is wrong, whether it's along racial
Yeah.
lines, religious lines,
Yeah.
caste lines, could be any of those
Yeah.
things, right? Like maybe you are being discriminated
Even
against.
human bias, I'm putting there.
Favoritism, yeah. You
I put that into the same bucket. For me, it is some form
same
of
broader
bias.
bucket, I
right?
would say. Yeah, same
Yeah,
broader
for me, it's a
bucket,
broader,
but
yeah. This is more sinister than the other, like human bias, but it's the same bucket. For me, it falls. That's how I perceive it.
yeah, I think the way I look at it is if you're discriminated against based on your based on your race, based on your caste, based on your religion, I think that's the absolute worst form.
Correct.
Like
So
that
it's
is the
like
absolute worst thing
Andy
that
saying
anyone can do.
it is at the end of the day, it's some form of discrimination, right? For me, that's why I look at everything in the same from the same lens.
Yeah.
It's like it's okay. Like we have to accomplish. Like how do you overcome it? Like okay, this is the given. The hair, it's there in different degrees. There are different degrees of crimes, right? It's the same. It's similar. It's there in different degrees. But how do you deal with it? How do you respond to it? How do you want to react to it? That's in your hands. How do you accommodate for it? And if like in the corporate world, there's favoritism, there's bias, and this and that, right? I'm just drawing parallels right now. Now, if you want to grow, you have to short man. You have to grow despite the favoritism, right? Despite the bias. Now
Yes, I agree
you
with
need
that,
to-
Robbie.
Yeah.
I just would like to say that should still not normalize it. I mean, people should always
Oh,
go
no.
ahead and speak up about it, right? The way Azim Rafiq did,
Yeah.
for instance, right? He spoke up about the trials and tribulations that he had to face as part of that culture.
Yeah.
So many other cricketers, so many other people have had these issues and they've been very vocal about it. I think that's how it should be. You need to be very vocal and you need to.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's the people in positions of power who should speak up for these people because they don't always have the power to do it, right? It's our responsibility as people who are in, who have a certain level of privilege to speak up against wrong.
Yeah,
That's the way I
100%.
would put
And that's exactly how I'm also saying it. The guy who just won the match for KKR is a guy whose father used to be a guy who sold gas cylinders. So today, if a guy like that can make it, despite from where he came from, I think everyone can make it, right? That's I'm saying. Once we take power into our own hands, the chances of an outcome are much more in our favor than the other way around. And yes, it is wrong. I will never deny the fact that it is wrong. But I'm saying it exists, but we have to find a way despite the fact that it exists in our lives. And still call it out.
Yeah, I think this comment is, I think, what you're saying. Nobody is saying don't fight. He's saying you can never eradicate discrimination.
Yeah.
I-
It's going to be a
yeah,
part
I
of
think
human
that's
nature.
fair.
It's otherwise.
The other one is he's saying, Robbie,
Yes,
all bias is
100%.
not equal.
Correct. Don't disagree. But it's still bias. I just choose to put it in all bias in one bucket and say, okay, this is the reality of the situation. I need to deal with this situation. Whatever form of bias I am facing or I'm experiencing, I'm doing it.
All right, then, guys, we are done with this game for today. KKR are now on 7 points. They get their third win on the bounce. Net run rate of minus 0.54. It's a bit of a plus. They were at minus 0.75. So it's gone slightly more in the positive. But, I mean, if they have to really push for it and compete with the other teams and maybe have like an outside chance of making the playoffs, surely they have to push harder in the games to come. And this was probably a good opportunity. You could argue opportunity missed. I will say one thing, Robbie, though, that after the power play, I think this has not been an easy surface to bat on in either innings. Certainly, I remember I saw this ball from Saqib Hussain, which just like held, and Rahane was like a bouncer, and he couldn't get that away properly. So there's an element of that. But yeah, I mean, at least KKR fans should be glad. You should be glad, I guess, as well, Robbie. You've been a part of this
I'm
culture
happy
for
they've
so
got
long.
some
Finally,
momentum.
3
Yeah.
wins for you
Yeah.
guys, and on that note, we shall see you guys on the other side. I don't know what all heads you guys will have in the next match, but I'll see you guys later on. Goodbye.
See you guys. Bye.
Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat. It actually starts from hitting spin. While he was relatively faster in ODI cricket, he didn't actually score at a true strike rate of over 10 against the Tweakers in the OPL until after his debut season. For years, he had a true strike rate of less than 10 against the spinners. In the last 2 seasons, he is above that. And of course, he's combined that with an ability not to get dismissed. He's still not quite in the spin basher class of Puran, Klaasen, Rajat Patidar, but he is the fastest he's been in quite a while. But he has started to bash pace in the IPL. In 2025, he had a true strike rate of 36 at a solid true average. That is huge, even compared to his 2024 year. He is far more ruthless versus the full and back of the length deliveries than he ever was before, and he's become a superior player of the pull, and he's also able to handle good lengths a lot better. He's just become a more complete player overall. His prime unlocked a whole new style as well, and the cult of Shreyas Iyer is getting bigger by the day. While Shubman Gill's T20I performances were not enough to make it for the Indian team, although it's a pretty hard side to get into, he's certainly been one of the best IPL players. The talent has been there since his first year in 2018. In fact, the following season, he won the Emerging Player Award. But the next two for KKR were quite middling, and he wasn't even retained. The Gujarat Titans got him, and he had an okay year, and they won the title. But Gill's true values go from minus to 19 and 14. And like Shreyas, he improves on both fronts. His impact per innings basically rises from nothing to 3.4. And a major reason for this was 2023, where he ended up making the second most runs all time in a season, just behind Kohli. And he did that with a true strike rate of 20. So it was a high impact accumulation in a season where they were a ball away from going back to back. In 2025, he made all the runs along with Sai Sudarshan and Joss Butler. He's obviously a better player of spin than seam, but he's just getting better at both of them. And it makes more of an impact versus the quicks, because he was actually under par on both average and strike rate in the last cycle. And he's now able to score faster from his flicks and his cover drives, but he's far more dangerous in the V. That also means he covers a lot of different parts of the ground. He gets better at facing good and back of a length seam, but he also smashes the fuller deliveries more. Versus spin, he's just improved against all the lengths. Obviously, some of Gill's improvement has come down to him maturing with age, but he's still not in the peak batting ages, so he can get better. Shivam Dube has such gravitas that teams change their bowling plans when he's at the crease. In IPL 2024, he only faced 56 deliveries of spin compared to 188 of pace. And there was a good reason for that. In the season before, he tonked the slower bowlers at a strike rate of 173. And yet the most incredible stat on him is that for CSK, he actually has a better true strike rate against pace than spin. In the last 3 IPL seasons, Dube has an impact of 3.88 per innings compared to minus 0.42 in the 3 years before that. On true average and strike rate, he's at 14 and 11 respectively, a jump up from being in the negative. Interestingly enough, though, the 3-year timelines don't quite match for Dube. His absolute best covers both of these periods. It goes from 2022 until 2024. But you cannot win this award by gerrymandering your years. So in the first period, he actually has a high true average versus spin, but it was a little bit below par when it came to speed. And now he's traded that average for faster runs. And against pace, he's better at not being dismissed as well as hitting it. He really understands his game against spin. He's ruthless against full and shorter lengths, but he defends the ball less than he used to, so he's still getting off strike. And previously, he obviously against pace had a trouble with the back of a length or shorter deliveries, and now not as much. Shivam Dube basically went from being a middling squad player to one of the most valuable role players in the competition, and has played quite a bit for India as well. That makes him an easy shout for this award. Air Abhishek Sharma showed glimpses of his potential way back in 2018 on his IPL debut. He made 46 off 19 versus RCB, and that was before he'd even been in the SMAP. He ends up being traded to the Sunrisers, but he's kind of stuck as a lower order batter for them. But at the same time, he's an opener domestically. He finally goes in at the top in the IPL in 2021, and in his second outing in that role, he scored a 16-ball 33 versus Mumbai Indians. However, SRH didn't retain him at the end of the mega auction. He was bought back for 6.5 crores. In 2022, he has a decent year. More than 400 runs, an above par average, and a good true strike rate. This was before the impact sub era, so his raw strike rate of 133 doesn't look that amazing. But his evolution begins in 2024. His true strike rates are plus 51 and 41 in the 2 seasons. Against spin, it's plus 84 and 119. Think about this. There are actual players in the IPL who score at 119 or less versus spin. Talking to you, Ajinkya Rahane. And that's how much per ball Abhishek Sharma is scoring over the expected total. If you look at the 2 timelines, his average has actually gone just slightly down. The difference, of course, is how much quicker he is scoring, because his true strike rate goes up to 38. And his impact per innings goes from 0.7 to 2.6. And he gets significantly quicker against both pace and spin. And he was a spin hitter before, just not insane like it is now. And we've come to a point now where he can run away with the game regardless of what kind of bowler he's up against. The 2024 season made Travashek famous and got us all thinking about 300s all the time. Teams absolutely are terrified by him. The 18-ball half-century against New Zealand in the World Cup final was just exactly what we'd all been waiting for. Abhishek Sharma goes from being a talented bloke to a transformative T20 batter. This guy is quite literally the limit on Air Abhishek's potential. Till 2023, Rian Parag got out for single digits in exactly half of his IPL innings, which feels like a cricket version of binary. But it wasn't like he scored at a ridiculous clip to make up for this inconsistency. He was striking at less than 125. And yet, he had always shown glimpses of this talent. In 2019, he became the then youngest batter to score an IPL 50. And for Assam, he debuted at only 15. Plus, he was also an under-19 World Cup winner. After his debut season, though, he never averaged 20 or struck at 140 for the next 4 years. Cut to 2024, and the only two men with more runs that year were Virat Kohli and Ruturaj Gaikwad. In 2025, he had the 7th best true strike rate of the 33 batters with 300 or more runs. So he's given us a solid anchor season and then an attacking year, showcasing his range. Of all the batters we nominated, he had one of the biggest deltas between the two cycles. He's gone from a -8 on true average to a +7, and a -21 on true strike rate to 3 on those respective metrics. Those are huge swings. He obviously prefers facing pace to spin, but he's also been working on that, and he's so much better than he used to be. And of course, it's not just batting. He became the 4th youngest player to ever captain an IPL team last year. And that was after some success with the SMAT as well. When he first came into the game, he was incredibly immature because he was really young. And now he's coming up with really mature statements about the fickle narratives around captaincy. He just comes across as a professional now. And there will be some people that will think that he was young before and now he's slowly maturing. But the actual uptick in his numbers is stark. This isn't natural evolution, it's a jump. Akshar Patel is an all-round asset. It's really hard to look past him for this. If we just go by the true values, he has actually improved as a batter and a bowler. And I think I've kind of felt like Akshar has always been this good because he's been around this long. But with the ball, he has a true economy of more than 1 for 3 consecutive years, which is mind-boggling in the impact sub era. In terms of wickets, he hasn't actually changed all that much. And I think you could argue that he's had better bowling years before, like in 2014. But this is consistent and on a slightly different level. And of course now, he's having to bowl to left-handers a lot more than he used to be. He's not just a matchup bowler. His batting really starts to click in around 2022, which makes sense if you think back to ODI cricket. But most importantly, when you look at impact per innings, he goes from a -1 to plus 0.6. And is facing 5 more balls. So he's a more positive player and is doing it for longer. And of course, he's still not a frontline batter, rather someone you can use as a firefighter in certain situations. And a big part of that is tackling spin. Till 2022, there are only 2 seasons where he faced more than 50 balls of it. But now that's gone up significantly. In the last 2 years, his true strike rate was 42 and 23. And in 2023, he had a true average of 45 against it. You do not want to bowl spin in the slot to this man. And you can tell how much his stock has risen by looking at the importance in the Indian side as well, often on both sides of the ball. Of course, we haven't even mentioned how good his fielding is, and of course, leadership as well. He was the vice captain of India and the captain of the Delhi Capitals. The career of Kuldeep Yadav is very wild. Like, he was benched for 7 straight games in the IPL in 2021. And this was the same bowler that 3 years before was bossing international cricket with Yuzi Chahal. But in the IPL, we noticed this regression a little bit earlier in 2019. And remember, by the end of that World Cup that year, he was also dropped. He only plays 5 games in 2020, and he had a knee injury in the second leg of 2021, which meant that he really wasn't involved with KKR, and they released him. So the Delhi Capitals end up buying him for 2 crore in the 2022 mega auction. And he instantly had a solid season for them, picking up 21 wickets. We had him as a plus strike bowler, though a little bit expensive. But the main reason for his success at that time was he was bowling faster. But crucially, he did that while maintaining his spin, which most for spinners almost never do. So his median speed until 2021 was 81 kilometers per hour, and now it's up at 85. Spinners across the globe were getting quicker, but that's quite a jump from one player. And in the last 4 years, this is the best he has ever bowled in his IPL career. Even before 2020, he had nowhere near this level of impact. He's been more economical against both right and left-handers. So on our timelines, his true economy now is 1.3, and it used to be almost exactly par. However, he's no longer really a strike bowler anymore, so that has dropped. But just in terms of saving runs, he's completely changed as a bowler. And remember, some of his numbers from before were so bad that he wasn't even being picked anymore. So Kuldeep Yadav basically goes from KKR's bench to not in the IPL to DC's lead spinner. And in a high-scoring universe, he's one of the few bowlers who have actually improved his raw numbers. Varun Chakravarti's arc is unlike really anyone else on this list. He was going to be an architect until his mid-20s before giving it up to pursue sport professionally, which is usually a bad thing to do. Also, he started his career as a pacer but ended up bowling spin. Punjab paid 8.1 crore for him in the 2019 auction, but he only played one game. And KKR got him for 4% of the price the following year. And Chakravarti delivered 2 really good seasons. He even got to play for the national team in 2021. But KKR put their faith in the mystery spinner by retaining him for 8 crore. And yet, 2022 ended up being a horrible year for him. So in the last cycle, he took 41 wickets and conceded 0.76 runs per over less than expected. It was about on par when it came to striking. Really good numbers. But since 2023, he has become even harder to score any runs off. Plus, he strikes a lot more often. Yes, this is a case of going from very good to great, but he's improved on all metrics. He is more defensive and more attacking at the same time. And of course, a big change in his bowling in the last 3 years is that he started getting right-handers out a lot more often. And one reason is he went from a finger spinner who flicked the ball to someone who could bowl leg spin. It also allowed him to be much more of a threat if he bowled in the death or the power play. So now he could bowl all the way through to left and right-handers. So I don't know if he is actually the most improved, but he's definitely the most changed. I mean, he used to be a side spin bowler and now he's an overspin bowler. And he has basically invented almost both of these terms. And in the impact sub era, he is the second best bowler after Jasprit Bumrah. What more needs to be said? In the 2020 IPL auction, Pat Cummins went for 15.5 crore. That made him the most expensive foreign player in the league at that time. It seemed an incredibly high amount for someone who didn't actually play in the format all that much. And cut to 2024, and now he was the second highest player ever, second only to his teammate Mitchell Starc. But between those 2 big paychecks, Cummins actually hadn't done that much in the IPL. He opted out of 2023, but from 2020 to 2022, he had a true economy of minus 57 and was basically par for wickets taken. So it wasn't really a strike bowling option, nor did he save any runs. He could slog a bit, which certainly helped, but it's pretty hard to argue he wasn't overvalued. But we all remember 2024 for Sunrisers' groundbreaking approach with the bat. And that was under his watch. But what is also forgotten is that T. Natarajan, Bhuvi Kumar, and him all had very good defensive seasons with the ball. In fact, he conceded 0.6 runs and over less than expected, even if he still wasn't taking wickets. In 2025, he had even better stats. But we did a deeper dive and felt that the year before actually changed more games. Now, there are some issues here. Cummins still gets smashed at the death, though not as much as he used to. But he's a much more reliable new ball bowler now. He took wickets more often in the middle overs for KKR, but he's far more economical for the Sunrisers. He also improves his economy versus both right-handers and left-handers, but he strikes more often against the former. Now, compared to his reputation and payday, he really hasn't impressed that much. But from where he was to now, he really has improved as an IPL player. If you concede only half a run more per over in the impact sub era than in the 3 years before, it actually puts you in this conversation. But the argument against him has to be that he was this good before outside of the IPL, because his international numbers have always stood up. Mohammad Siraj's quality in red ball cricket has been there for a while, but it is not always translated to T20 cricket very well. In 2020 against KKR in Abu Dhabi, he took 3 early wickets and went just for 8 runs in 4 overs. And from that point onwards, he's played in all but 2 matches, missing 1 in 2022 and the same in 2024, which is pretty good for a seam bowler considering they almost never play. But that season, he was a plus bowler on wickets, but still below when it came to economy. He then had a terrific 2021, conceding 1 run less and over than expected. I mean, basically no one could hit him off the square that year. which meant that RCB retained him over Chahal and Harshal Patel. And then in 2022, he was terrible, even while he was an Indian regular. And that's the story with him, really. He either has a great or a terrible season. However, since then, people don't score off him anymore. And in 2023, he started adding wickets. If we break it down by each phase of the innings, he improves on almost every metric. But the most fascinating thing is that he becomes a far better death bowler. And yet, RCB didn't end up retaining him in the most recent mega auction. So there was obviously going to be demand for him in the market. And Gujarat Titans won a bidding war against Rajasthan Royals and got him for 12.25 crore. That's a 75% rise from his value at RCB, but still not the massive bucks. And so even now, Siraj is not a perfect T20 bowler, but he's kind of willed his way into being very effective. And as it often does with him, the effort has paid off. So that's it. That's all the players we're going to nominate. So we have Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill, Shivam Dubey, Abhishek Sharma, Riyan Parag, Akshar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarti, Pat Cummins, and Mohammad Siraj. You'll notice only one international player there. It's actually very hard for an international player to ever win this award because you'd have to be in the league for a long time as like a role player international and then go to another level or whatever Pat Cummins has done. So it makes sense for the majority of these players to be Indians. And they're all winners, except that they absolutely are not. But there are three clear standouts here. A Delhi all-rounder who ups his game with the bat. Rajasthan's newest captain, Riyan Parag and Abhishek Sharma. Before, Akshar Patel could chip in with the bat. But he's gone from that to a solid role player against spin who can often float up all the way into the top order. He is actually often worth a lot more than his runs, and his bowling is much better in the impact sub era. The fielding and leadership is a huge bonus. He's just an all-rounder in a game that is actually trying to legislate them out of existence. Abhishek Sharma was always a talented player, but what he has become is something completely different. Since the 2023-24 SMAT, it almost doesn't matter if it's a normal IPL game or a T20 World Cup final. Abhishek just thrashes. It is easy to dismiss T20 hitters as blind sloggers, but in truth, what he is doing requires immense skill and mastery. And he can win the games in half a power play. Riyan Parag's rise also is shown by a season in SMAT, where he suddenly proves himself as a skipper and with the bat. And what's fascinating about him is we've seen him bat in two different ways to find success. And credit must go to Rajasthan for actually sticking with him during this lean phase. You don't always get Vaibhav Suryavanshis who just instantly click. Sometimes you just have to back the potential for longer. So there it is. Who is going to get this much awaited non-prestigious award? And the first winner of the good areas most improved IPL player is Riyan Parag. He truly went from being one of the worst top six batters in the league to having statistical neighbors like Kohli and Salt. And despite all the talent he obviously had when he was young, this transformation was violent. Riyan Parag has, in our minds, simply put, improved the most. Sometimes, do you scream because of how much you love cricket? Well, then here's another video for you. Or if you like books, you can buy mine, The Art of Batting. And if this video is for you, howl into the bell icon.
Box where the game lives on. I'm your host Varun Alvakona and I'm joined by Jared Kimber as always. And today's episode of Footmarks is on Welcome to the Bowlpocalypse. So Jared, you recently have written a piece. I don't know when this is going out and when that will go out. We should have confirmed. But you basically, it's a long-winded way of saying people are scoring quicker because of the impact sub era. And that's the end of the podcast.
I think it actually came from something quite different, right? Which was I just kept watching these games where in the second half of games, people weren't scoring quickly. And thinking to myself, everyone is telling me how many runs are being scored. And then I'm watching guys who can't hit sixes at the end anymore, right? And so there's an element of undeniably the run rates have gone up, but where have they gone up and how have they gone up was the big one, because they're not going up at the death. I didn't know how true I was when I came up with that, but it just felt very, very obvious to me that it was, when people were talking about what was happening, it was very narrow-minded onto the way they were looking at the game.
So the runs per over was 8.54 in 2022, which was the last year before the impact sub. It was when we did this, it went up to 9.89, which is we're still not at 10 runs per over, but I feel like at some point we might get there, or unless the pitches really slow down.
Yeah, I think, who knows what might happen towards the end of the year, right? We might have that. But when people say 200 is a pass score, I think it's worth having that conversation now for the first time ever. Whereas I remember when we love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on.
पर्सनल के पैसे निकल गए मेरे सारे
बिल्कुल सही.
बोलता मैक्स टू मैक्स
Hi, Deepak.
Hi, Rob. So, how was the first match?
Boring. Welcome everyone to a much more interesting game. This will be than the last one. Last one was it looked like it was going to be absolutely loads when Travis Head was smoking it everywhere, and then they just stopped scoring. It was 100 for one, 105 for one off 8.5 overs, and you're thinking, well, how many now? 230, 240, and then they just stopped. It was a runner ball, and everyone was getting out, and that was that. And they got 165. And then rather than smash the runs off, which didn't really matter, they decided to just, after Alan got out, they just nudged it around for singles. It was really, really dull. There's 2 dreadful games in a row in the IPL, so this one's going to be good, Deepak.
And almost a similar pattern, right? Mumbai was also 99 for 2. And suddenly the whole, I think the steam just went out. And we couldn't just even figure out what exactly went wrong with Mumbai also last night. It was not as if the ball was gripping, it was turning. It was still a decent wicket to bat on because this is what Chennai showed up to us. And then when Chennai was chasing, they were 80 for 2 in 8 overs. And after that, it felt like as if they just slept. They just didn't realize that there's a match going on. And similar thing happened with KKR also today. So still a big statement from KKR, 3 back-to-back wins when nobody was kind of counting on them to even get one win under their belt. And suddenly they have defeated Rajasthan Royals, SRH, and LSG.
Yeah, I don't know what good today did them really. Obviously, bringing Alan back showed them that you can just. I mean, even though he wasn't there for very long, he kind of broke the back of the chase by himself because he was whacking
Yes.
it.
Yes.
13 balls of him. If you get that every game, that's kind of enough. It's certainly enough compared to what Seifert and Rahane and the others have been doing at the top. And then Raghavanshi started quite quickly and then just slowed down as if getting a 50 was the most important thing. And then Rahane got really stuck post power play, but hung around for another what felt like 3 hours.
Yes.
And stayed in, sort of plinking everything into no man's land over and over again, and eventually he went out. So it was dull. It was a really bad game. But fair play to KKR for putting a few wins together after being cut adrift. They still can't really qualify, can they? They've only got 5 points.
They have 7 now. So they are still in the hunt because there is a possibility that they might get, if they manage to win the rest of the games, I think they still have a possibility of getting 17. So technically, they are not yet out of it because Kolkata has now 7 points after 9 matches. So they have 5 games to go and they can technically reach to 17. I think 17 for IPL is a safe zone still, right? You can still qualify with that.
Yeah, I think so. And they didn't. It annoyed me that they didn't go for net run rate, but they don't have to because they're on a weird number of points, aren't they? So
Yeah.
it was between them and Punjab, who were the other team in the rain off, for maybe finishing 4th, then fine, absolutely go for it. But they just wanted to win the game and they did. So yeah.
And also maybe this is what I personally felt in both the matches, CSK also and this one also. Since we had a collapse in first innings in both the matches out of nowhere, so maybe the chasing sides were not in the best of the forms and not having a very stable middle order. They kind of feared those kind of collapses even with their own batting also. So that's why they decided to just take a safe route, bank on their top 3 to do the bulk and just, I would say, just cruise through the entire chase. This is what I felt. They just feared going hard and then getting into that conundrum where they they're losing wickets and there's just no looking back post that. It felt like that because
Yeah,
out
fair
of
enough.
nowhere, even SRH also suffered in the first innings, right? It was not as if the ball was square turning or something. There was little subtle help for the bowlers. Even though I was a little amazed that why would SRH give that kind of wicket to KKR, was so down on batting. So one way you could have actually asked KKR to come back into the match was to kind of give them a pitch on which the spinners would be still into, could actually still come into the play. So first ball that's up in the air. Whoa! What an attempt! Rob,
It's all
are
action.
you good? So are you going to basically count it as a drop?
Yeah, he didn't quite take off early enough, did he? Yeah, Josh, I don't know. Like, he didn't get there, did he? I'll have to see it again to see how quickly he set off. But that's 2 from the first ball. Orthodox starts the
Oh, I
game.
don't think so because he didn't manage to even reach there. He didn't even touch his fingertips to that.
Yeah, I want to see how quickly he took off. I think he dived too early, if you know what I mean. If he'd have had another couple of steps, he could have got it.
But this is the problem with this ground. They have this ring kind of lights, and whenever the ball goes up, oh, whoa, 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 whoa!
Second ball gone.
Second ball gone. So Priyansh Arya with the back of the length balls, it's been talking about that this is something which teams haven't tried enough against him, and suddenly we see Jofra Archer kind of giving them a template that you can actually push him back with those back of the lane balls, and there is a little vulnerability in his batting. And today, even Siraj has also stuck to that. This is where he was getting all the trouble last season. So outside off some back of the lane balls were troubling him. He was kind of skying them, and that was one area where he was actually facing all the problems. And suddenly it feels like Jofra Archer has kind of opened the cannon worm, the worm, the box of worm this time around also, because even in the last match he troubled him with that length. Though he was not able to get him out on that length, the fuller one did the trick, but Priyansh Arya was hanging on the back foot, sitting deep in the crease, couldn't even transfer his weight onto the front foot. And today also we could see that Siraj had clear plans to kind of just ball back of the length balls to him.
Yeah, well put. Really good catch, to be fair, from the new guy. Sindhu took that catch, didn't he? Who's he coming for today? Sharuk. So he's slow left arm, isn't he? But he's in for his batting, I guess, or was he in for both?
He's an all-rounder, pretty decent all-rounder, and he has come up the ranks pretty quickly. So, he's one guy who has really benefited from the COVID period. I know a little bit of his backstory. So, one of the anchors in my First Empire channel played a lot of club cricket with him, a lot of junior level cricket with him. So he kind of oh!
It's gone straight
What was
through
that?
him. Given after about half an hour.
Yes.
It's a hell of a ball from Siraj.
That ball came back in so much.
Yeah, that's darted back. So Connolly has no idea whether he's hit that or where he is, what day it is, what's just happened, because it looked like he nicked off, and the umpire spent half an hour deciding whether he's going to give him or not. He belatedly gives him.
Yes.
And then Connolly went to his partner and said, "Are we playing a cricket match here? What the hell just happened?" Here's Gerald Kimber.
Very high chances that they might. He might have nicked it actually, because otherwise a batter would have straight away gone up, right?
He's cut him in half, hasn't it? I think that's clipped the inside edge and away you go.
Yes, it looks like one. What a start.
So it looks like I've missed something fun, but I still don't know what.
Yes.
He's bowled really well. He's nicked it. Huge edge. He's bowled really well the last most of this season, really, Siraj, hasn't he? He's been hard to go after.
Yes.
But he's
been defensive. Yeah, he's been defensive with his lines and lengths this season. But finally he's reaping in the rewards for all the consistency that he's shown. And one strange thing about this pitch, this is pitch number 5 in uh, Ahmedabad. It's a black soil wicket, but for due to certain strange reasons, this particular black soil wicket bounces a lot more. So it has a little bit of bounce in it. So what this has been a pattern in this IPL that the black soil surfaces have also bounced a lot. We saw that in Delhi in that RCB match where like RCB opening bowlers were able to bounce Delhi out of the match. And yesterday also in that CSK MI match, like bowlers were getting some bounce. There were a couple of balls where like Hardik missed it by a foot, I would say. So one theory which I discussed with one of the material science professors, so he said like what exactly happens is that black soil surface
A
they
hat trick
use a
ball, and this is punched away to backward point for no run. Not that professors aren't sexy too.
no, he said that they use actually hummus, kind of a binding substance
Hummus?
in black soil. I am not able to recall the exact name. He said, and then what exactly happens due to the excessive heat this time around, because everywhere the summer temperatures are up by 2 to 3 degrees, it dries out and the black soil surface becomes a little patchy. So with the red soil, you see a lot of cracks happening whenever it dries out quickly, right?
There's
The
a crack here,
cracks-
Deepak, off the middle of the bat for 4 through covers.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot more bounce than what we would expect from black soil surface, and it was also mentioned in the pitch report.
So this is the one before the game. Nick Knight was saying on the telly that this is a dog, and he never says it's a dog. He was going, they'll be disappointed that they've got a bat on this. It's going to do plenty. And I was like, they just don't say that, do they?
No.
And
What does that mean?
Dog means it's a rubbish pitch, and Nick Knight was correct. What did I get?
Have
What
you
did I
made
get
money off that assumption?
off Nick Knight? No, mate. So the market had it in for more than 200 this innings.
But Jared, your screen is totally frozen.
Yeah, we can't see you, Jared.
Oh,
Yes. It's been like that for last 2-3 minutes now.
So this is pitch 5, right? And this is where GT were chasing 200 and got bowled out for 100.
Yes, this is the same pitch on which they played against MI.
Yeah, okay. And that got quite a lot worse, didn't it, under the lights?
Yes. It became pretty two-paced.
That's it. Okay. Well, that was an all-action start, wasn't it?
Even in that match also, the new ball did all the tricks, right? Rabada was literally unplayable in that spell. He was able to get so much movement of the surface.
And away goes Prabh
So this is an interesting matchup because I don't think so. Prabh Simran's numbers against Rabada are that good.
well, if he keeps getting throwdowns like that, they'll be okay.
I'll give you some Prabh Simran numbers against this team because they're not happy reading for him. So against, all right, let's take Prasid out because he's not in it. He's 58 for 5 off 57 against these bowlers.
Mm-hmm. And against Rabada?
20 for 2 off 12 I've got here. So he's 24 for, he's now 28 for 2 off 14 because he's tucking into him now. I think that was intentionally played, to be fair to him.
Did he? It looked like a pretty genuine edge to me.
I don't know. I'd have to see it again.
I don't think he was trying to get it down there, was he?
Not sure.
He was trying to hit it to backward point and just sliced it.
Hands come off the bat a bit.
This one looks more controlled.
Fielded.
Ooh. And like how many times we have seen that one bowler who's bowling defensively, sticking to his guns, and then suddenly wickets start coming in heaps for him. Like in bigger tournaments.
Have you read the Emil Desai piece?
No.
So he's done a big analysis on it about basically you can't really predict wickets from year to year. And so the only thing you can predict is economy. And so, if you're looking to see if a player is going to be good, your best bet is, of course, to look at the economy of a player, not the wickets, which is kind of what I've been saying for years without really doing it. But, sometimes you get those young Indian bowlers, Deepak, who come in and take a bunch of wickets, but they go at like 9, 10, 11 runs at over. Chances are, next year, they're not going to take any runs. They're not going to take any wickets. So being economical is much more important than taking wickets to predict the future of a bowler.
And this is what has happened with Bumrah also, like I would say, right? Because he's been always economical. I'm not, at least I cannot recall of any season where he's been bashed. At least in last decade or so.
Just looking at my Siraj notes for the season. Early on, I said he was a bit hot and cold. Since then, I've got insane seam movement, great early seam. When it less than a run a ball through the power play, should have got Virat but was dropped early on. And then last game, bowled okay, but figures don't live up to it. So it's pretty positive on him all the way through. Looking at my notes here.
Yes. And it's pretty opposite to what we associate with Siraj. Siraj would generally start off early, would start well, and then he'll taper off. This is what he generally does. He has a lot of momentum going on into the tournament, and then he just tapers off. This time around, he's building up. Like every match, you see some improvement. Every match, you see some rhythm coming back. And like to begin with, as you said, he was more hot and cold, and he has kind of progressed towards the upward side as the tournament has progressed, which is pretty opposite to we associate with Siraj over the years. We have seen it in the Test series also, even in previous IPLs also. Like he would start amazingly well. Even last year, first 5 matches, 10 wickets, and then he just tapered off. And very opposite to what we are seeing this season.
That has very nearly bowled him, that one.
Oh,
Did that stay a bit low?
I would know because I'm on the mosque shot again.
I think
exactly. Me too.
That stayed a little bit low, that one.
And
just it hit the seam and scrambled.
I mean, I will say this. He makes it look worse because he goes all the way back in his crease to play what is a full ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Prab Simran, yes, this is something which is pretty much his staple technique against any kind of pace bowling.
This one's pushed through the offside. They get a cut. I had this there was a kid I was coaching this morning who, like, before each ball would take a step back towards the stumps, but not like as in a trigger movement, but like just a step back. And it's because he wanted his bat as close to the stumps as possible. And I was like, you're just going to hit the stumps every ball. Just stop doing that. There's no reason to be in this position.
So, Jared, like whenever you're coaching these days, like all the hitting ability that these young players have, did that actually affect your coaching also, or your methodology has still remained the same?
Yeah, I tell them not to play any shots. They should block everything. No, I think with the younger players, you have to understand what they want to play cricket for, and most of them now is hitting boundaries, right? So it'd be silly to try and stop them from that sort of thing. And then separate to that, you want them to have fun and to improvise, right? So we had a kid today who played a scoop, and he's a really good player. And I don't know if he's quite going to get to the professional level, but he's not far off being a player who has that potential. Right. And I said to him, I've got no problem with you playing that shot. Right. But why are you playing that shot now against this bowler who's spraying it everywhere? Right. So there's the first one. Secondly, if you're going to do it, this kid bowls so slow, you're going to have to whack it. I said, because if I was a keeper, you would hit me in the chest with the ball. Right. So you've got to help him play those shots as well. Right. Like there's no point just go, don't play that, get everything else. There's a few things I won't let some of the kids do just because, like, left arm bowlers bowling around the wicket. When you're really good at bowling over the wicket, I'll teach you how to bowl around the wicket. You don't need to do it when you're still spraying the ball everywhere, right? But when it comes to improvisation, I'm more than happy to teach the kids slow balls and wrong-uns and, all these sorts of...
Well, I was kind of checking the technique of all these young batters now, like Abhishek, Vaibhav. Like, why this concept of long handle is becoming so... I would say so much in these days. Like all these batters use long handle now.
What do you think?
just to increase the range and reach, and maybe to also kind
Because you
of
get more
increase.
whippage through the ball.
But is it like something which can be taught if the batter is just not having it at the beginning?
I have. So who's the older player that's famous for holding the end of the bat? Do you know?
Gilchrist, I guess.
Yeah. I spent 5 years trying to teach myself to hold the bat at that in the same way that Gilchrist did. And no matter what happens, I end up doing what Faf du Plessis does. Right? One hand at the top, one hand at the bottom. I think there's a natural way in which you hold the bat. And I'm not...
You should put a squash ball in your glove.
I've tried that.
Because why I'm saying this, I tried that with my son yesterday. So he's pretty short. He's not. He's like what? Pretty short, I would say, height wise.
I need exact centimeters.
I think it's like one.
Yeah, how are we supposed to analyze him if we don't know exactly how many centimeters tall he is?
4.5 feet.
4.5 centimeters.
4.5 feet. So 135, 137 centimeter, I would say, around that. So I was just kind of he holds the bat. He has a proper, I would say, short handle grip. So he holds it like very close to the, I would say, the neck of the bat. And I was trying to teach him if he actually can develop this long handle reach, and it was not coming naturally to him.
I mean, I'm sure people can teach it, but I've never seen it taught really effectively. So what I would say with Gilchrist is, I think there's a reason why Gilchrist did it. Because Gilchrist is a right-hander who batted left-handed, right? Whereas I have a very weak left hand, right? So if I need more control on the bat, and the only way for me to get more control on the bat is to slip my right hand down further.
So why did he even bat left-handed?
What do you mean? Heaps of people. What is this? This is not new to you, is it?
Yeah, Brian Lara also.
David Warner. Most of the best left-handers of all time are not left-handers.
Sachin is a left-hander, and then he batted right-handed.
I have said there's a reason I tell all my kids to stand on the other side of the bat. Turned out one of them was a left-hander, so I got that completely wrong. But I think we're standing on the wrong side of the bat as a species of cricketers. I think what is right-handed is actually left-handed, and vice versa.
Pretty much because your bottom hand is the main hand, right? Basically, which guides everything. So obviously, a strong hand has to be your bottom hand, right?
No, the opposite.
Oh, sorry. Oh, opposite. Sorry.
Yeah,
Top
yeah.
hand. Yeah, opposite. Sorry.
I think it's very different to. I don't
Top
think
hand,
cricket is the same as golf, right? Or baseball. I think those are two-handed sports at a certain point. And I think that cricket is a lot more, you want your strongest hand on top. We just got a delay here for a little while as well.
So as a dyslexic, so difficult it is to like figure out which is your
I'm
bottom
not going to
and top.
explain to you which hand is left and which hand is right. Because, Rob, I've already taught him this once.
You know, Jared's trick, Jared was like that if you have to figure out which is left, which is right, because I always struggle with it. He said like, use this. Like, Jared, the problem is I would not even understand if this is L or this is L.
Tattoo.
So how...
Yeah, get a tattoo on the back of your hand.
You get a tattoo saying this one isn't the right hand on your left hand. That's what you do. Then you'll never...
like, how would I get to know that this is L or this is L?
Oh, how about this? Cut off your left testicle, right? And you'll always remember which one you have.
No, but what if it switches sides when there's room? How do we know that it doesn't go in?
You'd have to sew it into the side pocket.
Yeah, that's right. What did Hitler do?
Yeah, probably that. And lots of bad things.
Seriously.
See, I can't comment on this stuff because I don't really know how you play cricket. I've never really played it myself. I do my sporting whatever career. I kind of did everything with my right hand because when you're a keeper in hockey, you only have one hand on your stick.
Yeah.
So it's right hand only, and you have a big blocker on your left. So you're meant to do the saves with your blocker, right? But I just flipped my stick over and saved it with the reverse of my, using my right hand for everything, right?
But you haven't played cricket that much.
Not really. No, didn't have it in my school. It's like it's a bit of a
welcome
game,
to being from a working class background in England. You don't actually play cricket.
Bit of a posh game. So I never really played it. Like we mucked about. Me and my mates played quite a lot. in the back garden, all that kind of thing, but never played it properly. Never played for a team or anything until the wonders of the Gibraltar Gambling League, as Prab Simran is doing his best to get out here because it's really tough. And if you're going to mow when it's nibbling off a length, you're going to hit one straight up in the air in a minute. But no, I just don't know how to play cricket. So when you lads start talking about technical stuff, I just tap out because I don't know.
So is it like cricket is a posh game in England?
How do you not know this?
In the south, it
I
definitely
thought
is.
Have you
used to
seen
be.
Lords?
In the south,
It used to be.
in the south,
I thought
cricket
that
is
it has
still a
changed.
posh game. In the south,
Yeah, it's
of
got
England,
more posh.
whereas in
I thought
the
it has changed in the last 20
in the
years.
north
or so.
of
This is what I
England, you
thought.
can play cricket by, the cricket, Ashington and all that. There's plenty of Armisen and all those guys and Mark Wood. Cricket is played in the north of England, and where I live now, not far from, I've had mates that played in the Lancashire leagues and stuff. That's proper cricket, right? Like tough cricket. Whereas down south, you don't really play cricket unless you're at a posh school. They don't have it in like normal schools, I don't think.
So
Maybe
to-
they do now.
So no, not really. I mean, they're starting to have like non-crickety things coming in a little bit more. But so Paul, who you've met, Deepak, and Rob knows as well. So he goes on to captain England under-19s team, and I think he played 2 games of cricket at school, at state schools.
What?
I'd have to ask him. I'm pretty sure he told me that once, unless I've just thrown him under the bus.
Yeah, when I train with all the
Have you
Great
ever
cricket.
heard any of the English players talk? Do they sound like the footballers?
they all go to the same bloody schools as well. When I played
There's like
hockey,
8 schools they all go to, man.
there was in the whole squad there was like 23-man squad or something. I was the only one that didn't go to non-state school.
In India, it's the other way around. The posh schools won't have cricket because they'll have other sports.
Well, one of the
What other
reasons they
sport?
have cricket, though, at the posh schools is not really about just having good cricket teams. It's for recruitment for other families. So Russian families, Indian families, Saudi families, they want to know that they're going to the real English posh school, right? So they have these cricketers. I mean, it's not just them either. Owen Morgan, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, all these guys went to those schools. They're not from privileged backgrounds either. So even if you're not, I would say, Rob, if you're a good cricketer by 14, 15, you're probably going to get an offer to a decent school, aren't you?
Yeah,
You can just get
go
recruited there.
to you can go to a posh school for free, kind of thing,
Yep.
on a scholarship, and they'll go, "Will you play cricket for us?"
Yeah.
So in India, the posh schools would have horse riding,
Yeah.
shooting, swimming. All
Oh,
those
wow.
things would become
Okay.
they're more sounded as like I would say, even to be like. I think like football, hockey obviously is very rare in schools. At least in North, I haven't seen like exactly. It's a completely different thing altogether. In Punjab, hockey is very famous, but I've not seen hockey in schools that much, at least these days. But at the village level and all, it's very prominent, very prominent. It's a very popular village sports also in some parts of the Punjab.
So Siraj is on again. So they're 27 for 2 at the start of the 4th over, and that one's another dot ball. Shreyas tried to hit that on the leg side and it went on the offside. So it's tough out there, gentlemen.
Yeah, Rabada had Prab on toast in that last over.
I think Prab might have faced one of those balls from behind the stumps.
Yeah, it was like that, wasn't it? He was he didn't have any answers to the questions, but he's still in.
Yeah. And he's 15 of 12. Like when he
fine.
got the loose ball before he put it away, the other one was a bit more edgy, but the loose ball he did put away.
Yes.
There's 4.
Oh, am I in the wrong stream?
Slightly erred in length there,
Yes.
I think.
Good shot again. Like, I was under the impression that these days cricket is becoming unpopular in general in UK, and that's why people are more switching towards football. But
That's the
It
last
is-
50 years.
Football's always been the one.
No, I mean, not really, Rob. I mean, cricket was bigger for a long time in the UK.
What, in 1900s or something?
Yeah. Like, I mean, it was a lot bigger. It took a sustained effort from cricket to make itself less popular than football.
Yeah, because cricket's an idiot, right? And always
Yeah.
has been.
Well, making sure that you've got amateurs, right? Whereas football didn't have that rule. I mean, rugby union had the same problem in the UK, right?
That was early 90s that all changed, rugby
Yeah.
union.
Football was the sport that you could make an honest living in, and it used to be an honest living. Like my wife didn't grow up in a rich area at all. She grew up in Chelmsford, and she had like a Crystal Palace footballer living like 3 houses down from her. Like it was, you could make an honest living. You got paid. Everyone knew who you were. Gave people, shouted you beers down the pub, but you could do that. Whereas with cricket, there was still a lot of spots held for people who came from the right kind of families. Guys who, Deepak, one day you'll have to go through and see all these old first-class cricketers who had like 10, 15-year careers and averaged like 22. Specialist batters. Why were they there? Went to the right school. Had all these sorts of family connections.
I interviewed one also, right? Julian Viat, who's actually he was into coaching also. He played for Somerset, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, in the 80s.
Yeah, didn't we look up his record?
Yeah. He was averaging 27, 20.
In Durham there would have been 20 guys, Rob, who would have been better than that with a bat, who were playing football and cricket and weren't even like paying any attention to it.
It's a little bit like Zach Crawley now, really.
Yeah, Zach Crawley is actually a very good shout, I would say, for that kind of a background.
And Zach Crawley he's almost separate to all of this, but there is an element of the same kind of thing of Zach Crawley, if he's from Durham and has the same background as Mark Wood or Steve Harmison or Paul Collingwood, is just not playing for England, right? You can have any sort of chat you want about that, as this one is forced over the offside. And I think Zach Crawley still has a lot of top end talent, even if he has many other issues that counterbalance it. But there's no way, if he came from Accrington or what, I don't even know, what are the other places called up there, Rob?
Yeah, Ashington is one and Accrington is another. They're two different places.
But they're both far north places.
Like
I just
North
don't
Shields
think
and South Shields and all them.
Yeah. I just don't think he'd be playing for England. And so there's a huge part of that. Also, they have these things over here, Deepak, where they have all these charities about helping out, but they're all run by the same people.
Yeah, but India, it was also like that, right? Because, I think it was Nawab Patodi who kind of...
It's almost like England took the template and made every other country do the same thing. New Zealand cricket's really posh, man.
Yeah. Because in India, I think Nawab Patodi kind of broke that mold, right? When he kind of... like Bishan Singh Bedi, players like him who were like not exactly from, I would say, the typical posh families also got the look in, and they were able to serve the Indian cricket for a long period of time.
I would argue until Dhoni, it was still an issue.
Yeah, Kapil Dev has mentioned a couple of times in his interviews that how he was mocked for his English and all those stuff.
Yeah, it's not, and I said, it's not just India. Pakistan had the same problem. Like Pakistan, this is out.
So he's done.
Rob Simran, he just got stuck against Rabada. We said that.
Yes,
this one was off the stickers.
That was pretty torturous for him.
152 kilometers an hour, says the lying speed gun.
Yeah, if that was 152 kilometers an hour,
I think
30 kilos.
Overton was actually looking pretty pacey last time, right?
Yeah.
Hardik was kind of beaten for pace a couple of times. He was
but
clocking
147 pacey, Deepak. Why do you need to put it up as 152 when it's not 152?
But they're using the same bowling machine, right? So if Overton is clocking 147, and for Rabada it would not go up,
Yeah, but no. What I'm saying is
made up numbers, lads. It's made up numbers.
It's not real.
So for Overton also, you think it was
Rabada told you it wasn't real. Dale Steyn has told you. I have told you. I've talked to people doing the technology who've told me. How many times do you need to be told the same thing? These numbers are inflated this year.
They're made up. They've always been made up numbers. They're not.
Yes, they haven't always been inflated, Rob.
There's no accurate speed gun.
But Rob, they haven't always been inflated on purpose. That's what Sky used to do.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That means Bumrah with 134 is also not touching 134. I would say it's maybe 130. That's why we're seeing him getting clobbered all over the place.
Is he getting hit for 6 more?
Bumrah is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he's probably not bowling his maximum pace, is my guess.
Wadira in the power play then. He's
And
got.
they haven't played
point
Shashank
haven't
today
they?
also, right?
No, they said he was struggling with an injury rather than being dropped because he can't catch. Because if you're dropping people because they can't catch, there'll be nobody left.
And
Oh.
Ponting came in today with a defense for that. He said, like, guys who've been dropping the most are the ones who are putting in the best effort also during the practice and also.
Cool.
It's a beautiful delivery, by the way, from Rabada.
Did you see? Was it one of our boys at Cricket by GB who wrote the article about the drops that quotes Rob Barron in it?
No one told me about that.
I'm pretty sure. And in that, he said that Punjab has had the most drops.
Yeah, because of that one man.
It was Prateep, I think, wasn't it, who wrote it, the piece, I think? I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and check.
150, 152, 147. Oh, this was spacey.
They're not used to this, Punjab.
149.
So
1,000.
their lowest power play, their lowest power play was their very first game, and it was 55, and that's the only time they've got less than 60.
And that was
they-
also against the same attack.
And that was against Gujarat, correct? Yeah, they got 55 that day, and they ain't getting 55 today.
And also they were chasing 160.
Wicket maiden.
So they were chasing 160 in that match, so they were not even kind of looking for that kind of a start in that match. So that's the only time their bowling has delivered in this tournament.
That was Vaishak was really good, and they got him back today, haven't they? He got 3 in that
But
game.
they've dropped they've again dropped Harpreet Brar. So like,
And Lockie has been kicked back into touch as well. They're kind of just searching for a bowling attack that works, aren't they? And they've gone back to the first one. And we have
Harpreet Brar.
thanks to an amazing piece of fielding, we have a wicket maiden. Who was that? Was that Washington? Who's
Who's
dropped
dropped two or three of the easiest catches in the tournament, and then he's just like, what if I just turn myself into Spider-Man at backward point?
I mean, all he's done there is stopped a single, right? Because there was a man behind him on the rope. But that's, I think they would trade that incredible piece of fielding for taking either of the dollies that were really, really expensive that he's done this season. So 35 for 3 is not many.
No. How'd you go in the first game, Rob? Any bets?
I wanted a Malinga wicket, so I was annoyed that Kishan dropped one behind the stumps from him. He didn't bowl well at all, though. What else? Nothing really to report from that one. It was just a frustrating game. What am I on in this one? Stuff that's already lost, I think. People that aren't playing to do well, so I'll get my money back, which can be a result some days when you get your money back. Yeah, not a lot really. I couldn't find much in this one because everybody just assumes that Punjab are going to be incredible. And looking at the numbers, you're like, okay, but they're really, really short to have like the most sixes and stuff. I backed KKR to get the most sixes, which I thought was looking good when they only needed to get 9. And Finn Allen was smacking it everywhere, but they never did.
So how many did they get?
About 6. But they were 25% less, 23% according to the bookies, which is before the toss is massive. I'm trying to find out what I'm on in this one because I should know.
Nihal is just looking dodgy here. So like, he's not got any rhythm in this tournament yet. So
same.
maybe the kind of pitch which Marco Jansen and Arshdeep might like.
Another wicket as Holder comes in, angles this across, and Wadira just pokes at this. He hadn't got off the mark. And that is a test match wicket really for Holder, and a great catch by Joss Butler, who had to launch himself across at that. He got a good view of it, but very good catch.
0 off 6. He's not really answering the critics there from Wadira. He got a really tough over last time. But yeah, like you say, Joe, just test match on a length, angling across, too good for him. And sometimes when it's really tough early, teams don't have any answers, and they haven't had any answers here, have they?
No.
Who can they sub in here? I did make a note of the teams. Hold the line.
Sorry.
The foreign players are Bartlett, Stoinis, Janssen, and Kupubunle. So they can only sub in the Indian talent, but then they will be short on bowling, right? Because they have 3 pacers, they have Chehel, and they would actually have to find the 5th bowler in Kopakunle and Stoinis then, if they kind of bring in a batter now.
So Stoinis has got to do it basically. Shed J
Info
now.
don't have their subs listed. Do you guys know who their subs are?
Yeah.
So it's Harpreet Brar,
Yep.
Vinod Mashia,
Vaishak.
Bra Vaishak, and then for some reason Mitch Owen is named as a sub. All right, I guess if they want to
So
sub
who
one
can
of
they
them.
bring in then?
No one, really.
Vaishak, because they need a bowler on the surface for sure.
Well, it won't matter if they're bowled out for 85.
And
I'm saying,
also,
if they have to bring a batter in, who can they bring in?
Can you sub Connolly out for Mitch Owen?
they can't do that.
No, because
You're not allowed to do that, are you? Okay, so
No.
nobody.
Because you have already 4 foreign players, so you
right.
can't sub them out. Even in a concussion case, also that's not allowed. I was just pretty surprised because
Because I don't know Vinod. What can Vinod do?
he's a good batter, wicketkeeper batter, a very good hitter, but little past his prime, I would say. 3-4 years back, I would have backed him, but
I think he's their
not
option.
now.
His last first class game, he got 100. You kind of need a first class batter to come in now, don't you? You don't want somebody who's going to.
He's actually got great form in cricket coming in. I mean, he hasn't played since January, but he's got. He made 100. He made a 50 in the game before that, and 160 in the game before that in a one-dayer.
Yeah.
It was against Pondicherry though, to be fair. So
Yes. This is what the thing is, that he's shifted his team, has gone in the plate league, so that's where the numbers might look good, but they are not against the top team. So earlier, 3-4 years back, he was proper elite batter. So like,
I don't know. Giant Yadav is the only bowler that I know that he went up against.
In one of the games that he played, Eden Apple Tom was playing, so that's good.
He plays with Eden Apple Tom, and they're on the same side for
Well,
Kerala.
this is all we need to know, isn't it?
You know what? We could probably get him on a podcast if you want, because he's Kerala boy and he would love Robbie. So,
what are we going to do for the rest of the time after we've spoken about his name?
I mean, it'll be either the best podcast ever or the worst. There's no in between.
yes. But like, why not Stoinis? Why not why Shadegate? Like, Stoinis, like, they want to hold him back for like what?
Well, the thing is, Stoinis has batted everywhere down the years, hasn't he? He opened for Stars. That's where he did his best work. But obviously,
You're welcome.
You don't want him opening when it's seaming around or swinging. He's got his helmet on now. It might not be long before he's in, you know.
Yeah, like 4 down, you send in somebody like Shreyans Shedge, who doesn't have a history of playing in these kind of conditions, and also last season also he couldn't get off the blocks that well. So
you probably don't want Stoinis coming in now though, nicking off, and then you can't do anything in the back end. If this guy comes in, doesn't do much for a little while, and then gets themselves, but maybe makes 15 off 20, and then Stoinis comes in, and you've still got someone at the other end who can bat, you can still make a very big score, is probably their thinking. That to me feels like a very sort of Ricky Ponting way of thinking about cricket.
Yeah, that's actually, I agree on that. And why not we talk about Mushir also? Won't he be a good option, considering the fact that he plays 1 down for Mumbai and he has that fight in him? He's pretty dodgy batter. He's a pretty typical Mumbai school of batting kind of a batter who would actually dig it in.
Who's this?
Mushir Khan, the younger brother of Sarfaraz Khan.
Is he on the impact sub list?
I think so, because Rob did mention his name, right?
I didn't hear him say him.
Mushir is on the impact sub list. Yeah.
then I'd send him in next.
Yeah.
Actually,
exactly.
I don't think you could do that until Stoinis shits to bed anyway.
Because if you're going to
Yes,
defend
exactly.
it, if you're going to defend the low one, you just roll through your first 4 bowlers anyway, and not worry about Connolly and Stoin.
And Bashir can also give you an over or two, right? Because he's a decent bowler.
Is he about leg spin? Or is it left arm finger
No,
spin?
left arm finger spin.
Yeah.
Because if it does what it did in this innings, right, and Jansen, Bartlett, and Arshdeep bring their top stuff, then it'll be really tough for them as well. And then you've got a chance of getting the 2 big guns out. And we all know what Gujarat are like when you do that.
Just seeing the wickets here, guys. These balls are on a length, and they are just rocketing through at a height here.
Yes.
That's a lot of bounce, guys.
That's a lot of bounce. That's
I've learned.
that's not you expect from a black soil wicket. And Ricky Ponting said that.
Right.
And Ricky Ponting said that in the pre-match interview that even though it's a black soil wicket, it should bounce a lot more.
I'm going to listen to Nick Knight moving forward, and I didn't think I'd be
What
saying
did
that.
you? I commentated with Nick Knight once, and we never talked to him, and I don't know him very well, but I did feel like he might have read previous tweets that I'd said.
So he was wary of you, is what you're saying.
It was. I remember I was on with someone else, and I remember the other person going, "Does Nick not like you?" And I went, "I don't know. It's the first time I've met him." But it was one of those things where I can't remember where we were, but it was a rain break, and so we came up with an idea to fill some time, and it was a perfectly reasonable idea. But the 2 people on the panel had to buy in, right? Would have got us 35 minutes of chat. Nick did not buy in.
He strikes me as being like an incredibly safe pair of hands.
And maybe that was it. Maybe it was just that what we were talking about was or maybe he didn't know anything about it and whatever, but he just didn't buy in. And so the other guy was doing all the lifting. It's,
So you're saying he wouldn't join in our goat choking conversations?
I don't know. How would you choke a goat, Deepak?
If you had to.
I love his face so much.
Like the best memory I have of him is
I thought you were going to say
always,
choking goats.
I couldn't even come up or anything like that. So like, I really found him as an ODI batter. What I might be completely wrong here. He looked to me in that era who was little ahead of his time because he was averaging 40 above in that era and was giving you the bulk, all that elegant, stylish batter. So that's the memory I have of him. Like, it was early 2000s, I would say.
Yeah, late 90s, early 2000s, probably his era.
Do you know what his middle name is?
Xavier.
Verity.
I wonder what kind of school he went to, Rob.
Nicholas Verity Knight. I can guess. Felsted School. Although he went to the same university as I did.
Well,
I would imagine he worked harder than me.
Where did you go, Durham?
Loughborough.
Oh, okay. He would have been at the top of it. I've just had a look at Felsted School on here. It looks like a schoolhouse in an ancient farmlands with ivy all over the buildings, lots of big open areas. It's an independent school in Essex.
I'm looking at it now. Look at that main school building. Bloody hell. Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, Deepak. I know this is going to be hard for you. Let's see if I can see it here.
This is going to be nothing happens T20 cricket for 5 overs now. They're going to roll through the slightly worse bowlers, and they are going to take 1s and 2s for 5 overs. So this is going to be 78 for either 4 or 5 after 13 overs. So we don't need to mention the cricket match that we're watching now for the next 20 minutes. So what should we talk about?
Deepak, what do you, what you can guess this in US dollars, okay? Oh, he's bowled him. Wow, we have to watch that. Another one that bounced a little bit more. Shreyas Iyer tried to guide it away, just got big on him, and he's ended up guiding it back onto his stumps. A little bit unlucky in the end, but it was a brute of a ball.
Yeah, it actually seemed also. It felt like
did.
It came back and
he's trying to score one run off that ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's desperate to score 1, and I think that's his downfall. He's premeditated to score 1 off the ball, and has chopped it into his own stumps.
He probably needs to drop his hands under that. I'm not sure if it even seemed, Deepak. It might just be the angle.
It just got him for room, didn't it?
Yeah, but either way, you're right. It was cramping him up, and he just dragged it back on. I'd be interested to see. That looked like one of those ones where it almost hits the middle of the bat and goes straight down.
Yes.
Rather than an
similar to what like happened to Virat on the same ground in 2023 against Cummins.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Felsted School that Nick Knight went to. Can you guess how much money you have to pay per year
now
to go to that school in US dollars?
How much it costs to send them there?
What was that?
40K? 40K?
40K is if you are a day pupil.
It's good going. Good guess.
Yeah. I think that's about right. If you are a boarding student there, it is about 65 to 70,000.
Yeah, 65 to 70K. Makes sense.
I think it's fair to say it's not a school, the sort of school me and Rob went to.
It's value.
Yeah, because this is how it is in you. I have no idea about UK, to be honest. How I managed to guess it, because that's the kind of money that people have to pay in the US who are going to the posh school. So
but it's worth saying, I've never heard of this school before. This is not like, I mean, I could be wrong, and maybe it's a really posh school, but I've never heard of it, and it's in fucking Essex. It's not that posh. It's not in Somerset.
Some of the but it's super expensive. Insanely
there was a really
expensive.
interesting one a couple of years ago when where Tim Wigmore released a book with an American author about economics in cricket. And one of the things they said was that the percentage of privately educated cricketers from Australia is going up and almost matching the English ones. And I was like, yeah, but the top school that any Australian went to is probably Cameron Green, right? He went to a really, really prestigious school. Well, Ed Cowan before him, but since Ed Cowan went, would be Cameron Green. Cameron Green's family pay 50,000 Australian dollars, which is 25,000 pounds, right? Which you would not be able to afford to get to any state school, any of the top state schools in the UK. Like the difference in wage that you have to pay. Like me and Rob both earn really good money, and we would almost bankrupt ourselves sending one child to one of these schools. That's
definitely
level it is.
Definitely
It's ridiculous. Like living in London. Like if you see a posh family in London in a small house, it's probably because they tried to send their children to one of these kinds of schools. And even on their London wages, it doesn't.
Yeah, like how much have you got to earn to send 2 kids to private school?
Yeah.
If
Which is why it's mostly now Middle Eastern people and Russian people and and rich Indian families to send their kids over.
Makes sense.
Lot of Chinese money as well. And then you come over, and it's basically just masturbation on the cookies, from what I can understand.
I think that's the school motto of Felsted.
Felsted does sound like a sexual move that I wouldn't feel comfortable with. Did you give her the Felsted? Oh, no. She gave me the stinky Felsted.
One of the things I remember, speaking of speed guns and Nick Knight, was Nick Knight faced the alleged 100 miles an hour ball from Sean Tate.
Yes.
In an ODI.
No. From Akhtar, Shoaib Akhtar.
Oh, was it
2003?
Oh, this could be out next ball. LBW shout. Finally, one hasn't bounced. It was very close to the bat as well. Stoinis who's in there. Stoinis and Butler have just had a look at each other.
That's out.
I just
So
think with all the
Akhtar bowled
bounce,
him
I
that
just
ball,
don't
no?
think if it's not given out on the field, Rob, I think it's going to be Bales.
The finger should have gone up then.
I would have given it.
Speaking of Felsted.
The Felsted should have gone up.
Yeah, that's out. I've just watched it again. Has it hit the pad? Is my
That's what I'm
first
saying.
thought.
I wonder if it hit the bat.
This could be one of these dreadful reviews where he's just middled it. Let's have a look. Stayed low.
Smashed it.
He's hit it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a major inside edge. So like Nick Knight played that ball from Shoaib Akhtar, right? The 100.
I thought Nick Knight faced the Sean Tate one as well.
As if it was nothing. Did he face the Sean Tate one too?
No, that's Kieswetter, wasn't it?
I don't remember the Sean Tate one, but I do remember Shoaib Akhtar one because that was in 2003 World Cup. It was.
No, you might be right. You might be right.
He played it as if it was absolutely nothing.
It was not. He just kind of flicked it to the leg side, and I think short mid on just kind of gathered it.
Was it Salam Malik who faced the ball from Henry Olonga that did Henry Olonga for chucking, where he came in and just chucked a bouncer down? And Salam Malik said it was the fastest ball he'd ever faced. And like you go back and you watch it, and it looks like such a powder puff ball. Like, so I suppose sometimes on TV it doesn't look as quick as it looks, if that makes it as it
And
feels.
remember that ball from Mitchell Stark to to the Kiwi batter who, what's his name, got retired and has gone back to play for PNG. So RCB guy,
Yeah, hang on.
Ross Taylor.
Oh.
Yeah.
So remember
sorry.
that ball to him in 2014?
He didn't play for Fiji, did he? Actually, he played for Fiji, not PNG. Did you say PG or Fiji?
Yeah, he's gone to play for PNG, na? Papa, like.
No. It's not PNG.
He
I should know.
went and played for Samoa,
Samoa, that's it. Yeah, he's
not
Samoa.
Fiji. Yeah,
I knew it was a cricket team that existed before that wasn't PNG.
but he didn't do anything when he came back, didn't he?
No.
He was getting like 30 off 32.
And that
When Ryan Campbell played for Hong Kong, and he played in the World Cup, and you're like, ooh.
And he remember that 290 knock which he played in Perth, and he got 160 ball Yorker from Mitchell Stark, and he said it didn't feel like as if it was any different.
Yeah.
And
That's
Stark
what I
was
mean.
like one.
I don't, my point being is I'm not sure always the batters are the best judge of this, if that makes sense. I think there's a Sean Tate spell, Rob, where he bowls an over. I think it's against Pakistan in a T20 game where James
Yes,
Brayshaw
I've seen.
ejaculates all over the commentary box. They needed a jizz mopper to come in and just clean it up so they could see.
It was against Imran Nazir, I guess. Imran Nazir was not even able to.
I think you're right. I can't remember the batter, but yeah, that sounds right. And that is one of the few times with a couple of the Akhtar and Brett Lee ones where I actually went, this is close. What an interesting shot from Stoinis, that. Tries to sweep this and gets it to short fine leg. There are bails going off, fielders diving everywhere on this one. That was one of the few times when I actually thought to myself, that doesn't look genuinely quick. But again, that MCG pitch was really fast at that time and had plenty of bounce. So
Yes.
does that make it look faster than another wicket that doesn't have anything off it?
Actually, it was moving a lot also on that day because I clearly remember Imran Nazir was all over the place in that over. He was missing it by a significant margin, I would say. So, but yeah, obviously the pitch, the seam movement, the whole theatrics kind of adds up to it at times. Brett Lee also did that, right, against New Zealand, one such over.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was against as well. But yeah.
It was Hamish Marshall? No.
Was it Hamish who went on to play for Ireland?
No idea.
It was one of them.
Hamish who? Hamish
Hamish
Marshall.
Marshall.
Did he?
One of the twins did.
I remember
No
those
idea
two
on
playing
this.
very well. That was probably my era, Hamish
Unless
Marshall.
I'm wrong, Rob, but I thought one of them went to play for.
Hamish Marshall, no. What was the other one called? Began with a J. Jamie? James Marshall, yeah. No, I think you made that up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, maybe I did. I thought it was one of the Marshall brothers that played for them.
This is like old school Stoinis, by the way. The Stoinis that cannot play spin when he walks in. And he's got much better at that recently. Rashid Khan is bowling on the stumps here, and he's nearly got him LBW twice, but he's managed to
Somehow get the bat on.
LBW is the thing that has gone out of T20 cricket, particularly IPL. There's hardly any now. Hardly any at all.
We're doing a piece on
Yes.
this shortly.
Yeah, Azhar mentioned in one of his interviews that the fastest bowler he has played ever in his life was Patterson in one of the test matches in Mumbai. He said like he felt that he was the fastest he has ever faced. And considering the fact that Azhar has played Shoaib Akhtar during his peak, and like he vividly mentioned that he was one bowler who actually hurried him.
Hamish Marshall qualified to play for Ireland. So accidentally, he was qualified for England as well. And because he's in New Zealand, that caused a problem with the county contract. So he was supposed to play with Ireland, but then he was worried that he wouldn't be able to play county cricket after that as well. So must be. I would assume, Rob, that would be a Kolpak thing. He was worried about losing his Kolpak status.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because I don't know why I remember it, but I must have been talking with someone from Ireland Cricket, and they were telling me he was going to play for them. I thought he played a couple of games, but maybe he didn't.
Yeah. So, like, any thoughts on Patrick Pattinson? Like, was he really quick?
He was very fast. Yeah, I think also, I think Patrick Patterson was kind of. Me and Barrett have done a podcast about it, about this years later. We both think he was probably used in the wrong way. He was used as an enforcer when actually his best bowling would have been doing what Pat Cummins does, which is Patrick Patterson was pretty accurate and he could bowl, run in and bowl out off stump all day. If they used him that way rather than trying to use him as a loose unit, I think they actually probably fucked him up a little bit by making him bowl too fast. But yeah, he was definitely very fast.
They're
Fastest in the
interviewing,
history?
Sorry, faster than who?
Fastest in the history?
West Indies.
Yeah, the fastest.
Tino's probably faster than him, isn't he?
Tino Best?
I would have thought so. What's Tino Best top end speed?
No idea. I had no clue that he was even in that league also, to be honest.
If he wasn't in that league, I don't... Tino Best.
He was 90s, wasn't he, Tino Best? He was like early 90s, I think.
Yeah, I would have thought so. His best speed is 97 miles per hour, apparently.
Tino Best?
That's according to the internet, yeah. Tino Best is terrifyingly fast. Have you forgotten?
Yeah,
I mean, what other skill did he have? He wouldn't have been playing international cricket. He's shorter than your son.
No, but I always thought it's always more about his theatrics because he will always pick up a fight. He was like a better version of maybe Andre Nel or somebody like that. But always, like, I thought 93, 94, but not 97. Like, this is something just kind of little surprising for me. Like, because I clearly saw him bowling in one of the Legends League match also recently, and he was still clocking 140 plus. So
look how small he is.
Wow, yeah.
Oh,
I tell
nice.
Shot.
I've known Tino for years. Lovely guy.
I like his book. It's funny.
Yeah.
What's his book called? Mind the Windows, obviously. That's it.
57 for 5. Stoinis has got a couple of bad balls away actually here. In fact, the last one was a really good shot. He's one of those people that, like, as a fast bowler, you notice it because he's not like a 6 foot, like, you know, what would Jimmy be, Rob? About 6'1", maybe?
6'1", 6'2", yeah.
Jimmy looks like a normal person, but when you're next to Tino, you really notice that he's very short, but he's all muscle, Deepak. He's probably, I would say, he's the most muscular bowler I've ever seen.
He's absolutely ripped.
Yeah.
Tino Best.
Yeah, I always thought, like, in the recent times, the fastest West Indian was Fidel Edwards. Somehow he looked... what was his fastest ball?
He was more like skiddy.
Yeah, I just think he was hard to pick because he had the weird skiddy action.
Like, what was his fastest ball?
He would have been low 90s as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think he was in that conversation.
Yeah, I think he would have got low 90s at top end.
No. So, internet says Fidel Edwards' top speed was 157.7, 98 miles, came in 2003 against South Africa.
I'd like to check that speed gun again.
Fidel Edwards bowling 98 miles.
I would much rather face Fidel Edwards than Tino Best, having watched both of them in their entire careers.
I don't know about that one.
Fidel Edwards a lot more likely to get me out than Tino Best, but Tino Best would scare the crap out of me. It's like Mighty Mouse coming up from... He basically, every ball bounced near his foot.
Jared, personally, like, what is the fastest that you have faced in your life?
I faced a guy in Melbourne who had come straight from prison, who had who
we're talking about cricket now, Jared.
And he was so it was on synthetic as well, so proper bounce. And I opened the batting. I was about 15, and I opened the batting and I turned around, and the wicket keeper and the slips were like 35, 40 meters back. And so I looked back for a second, and then I went back to my mark, and then I looked back around going, how is the ball even going to reach them? Right? And he came in first ball, and it was wide of off stump, but I didn't have to do anything. And the wicketkeeper took it above his head. And I looked at the non-striker, and the non-striker just lost all the colour from his body. And the non-striker was like a truck driver, 35 years old, tats on his arms. And I was like, well, if he's thinking that, what the hell am I supposed to do, right? And he bowled the first 3 balls. It was a 2-piece ball as well, so it was swinging like crazy. The first 3 balls were all quite wide. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know what I will do if he gets this online, because I'm seeing them. It felt like I was seeing them. Oh, is that one was almost pulled out to the sweeper? I felt like I was swinging them as they were past me, if that makes sense. Like I could see the ball, but I couldn't see it as it was coming towards me. I could only see it as I turned my head, right? So I felt like a short leg fielder who had his head down, and then as the ball went, I could track it to the keeper. And so I don't know what pace he would have been, but it probably would have been mid 80s. I was really lucky not to face Mick Lewis. So I was playing in the game that Mick Lewis was playing in. He's the guy who played for Australia, and he had been picked straight from club cricket, and it was his first season trying to become a professional. He's about 25, 26 years old, and he would have been bowling high 80s, low 90s pretty consistently. And luckily I think he had in our spell, trying to think of what he would have ended up with. I think he probably bowled 8 overs, like 1 for 9 or something. And he hit my mate about 12 times on the body. My mate had the Brian Close thing. And then we had 2 guys who played for us who should have probably both played for Victoria. One of them was a 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" guy who came in and bowled like Tate. And he was my captain for years because he kept doing his back. But a couple of days he opened up to me and he would have been 86, 87. But that was in the nets. And then I played a couple of warm-up games against guys who were about 85, 86. And there was nothing I could do. I just couldn't pick the ball up once you got to that pace. The last guy I played against a guy, and I've forgotten his name, but I think he played quite a bit of county cricket. He was an all-rounder. And he bowled at about, he told me afterwards he reckons he was about 82, 83 miles an hour. And I was batting with Andy Caddick. Andy Caddick was at the other end. And all I was trying to do was get a single to get off strike. And I just could not hit the ball. I was playing the ball. And eventually I heard Andy tell the bowler, just bowl it on the stumps. He's never going to hit you. And he bowled one on the stumps and it clean bowled me.
So I
faced Steve Elworthy as well. He would have been probably still high 70s. And I couldn't face Elworthy at all.
And bowling machine?
Bowling machine, I've been up to 90 miles. I've been up to 100 miles an hour, right? Who has not done that on a bowling machine? Just
100 miles? But did you manage to even put your bat on that?
No, of course not.
You know where it's going to land when you do the bowling machine. So the thing is,
especially the older ones,
a lot of it is practice. So I'm reading Robin Smith's book at the moment, and he put all his skill down. You know, they said he was like the bravest guy ever against fast bowling. His dad made him practice for like 3 hours a day in the morning before school, and built a cricket pitch at his house and got him bowling machines and cranked him up. And then he got bowlers to come to his house, and he got
that was an incredible 6, by the way.
Really good. When I played hockey, they were shelling the ball at me. The top guys could shoot at 100 miles an hour, and you have to shoot within, because otherwise it'd be really dangerous. He's gone again here, and he's got 4. No, he hasn't. No. He's got 2.5. And that you have to shoot within 16 yards because that's how big the penalty area is. You can only shoot within the penalty area. And they were shelling it at 100 miles an hour. And honestly, that didn't bother me in the slightest because I practiced and I had people shooting balls at me the whole time. But then I went in one of the batting cages in America for baseball. And I was like, I can handle anything. Like, pace does not bother me in the slightest. I'm not scared of anything. It's all fine. Just crank it up. And I got them to put it on 90, and I was like, 90 is nothing. Like they hit the ball at 100 miles an hour at me all the time, and this is a full toss, so it's going to be easy. And I had the bat out here like that, right? And I said, yeah, and you tell them when to fire it at you, obviously. And I just heard this thud. I was like, yeah, shoot. And I just heard this thud, and the ball would hit the mat thing behind me. I didn't even see the ball, right? Let alone contemplate hitting the ball.
Bowling machine takes a
No,
lot
no,
of.
I-
Obviously, you have to adjust to it.
all the time. But I just, it was something to do with having a bat in my hand that made that skill completely impossible. I got absolutely nowhere near it.
But I went up against proper tennis serves, which would have been, we had a few guys at our club, so I could get it to about 200 Ks, right, with the serve, but not accurate enough that it was like going to make me be a pro. But
that's really fast.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I could really crank it up before my shoulder went, which is probably what it did my shoulder. As this
That's
one
really fast, Jared.
Yeah,
that's like pro speed.
Yeah, but not accurate pro speed, if you know what I mean, Rob. Like, how many of those 200K serves would go in? Probably 185. I was pretty accurate with my serve. Anything above 185.
Williams pace.
Hey,
your Serena Williams speed serving.
Yeah, but she gets it in. I still have to hit it into the thing. Like, I might get 1 out of 5 in the box, right?
Very impressive, I think.
185, I wasn't a bad server at. We did some training at one stage, and that, like, it wasn't like that's your optimal speed, but they were like, if you don't want to just fault everything, maybe slow it down a little bit. But so I went up against guys who could serve at that kind of speed quite regularly, right? And that did not help me for cricket at all.
Yeah, like my professional career was very different. Like in IIT, like, to be honest, there was this program in which the army and the navy people would come in for their masters. So one guy, his name was Irfan, if I'm not mistaken, he had clocked 137, 138 kilometers per hour in that Scorpio pace challenge and all. So I played him in the nets. And he was pretty quick. So, like, was hitting my bat pretty hard. So that's the fastest I've played. And on bowling machine, 140 I've tried. But, like, problem with bowling machine is 120, it would be like in the slot. 130 would be the Yorker leg. 140 would come straight away as a full toss to you, because certain times they're not able to recalibrate the whole thing. So it is like coming full toss at you at 140.
As Rob said, that's the thing about the bowling machine is if you know it's going to be full, you're kind of there in the right area to play the shot a little bit more. It's very different. And bowlers don't work that way, right? But also the new bowling machines don't work that way. So all three of us would have gone up against the older bowling machines, which were actually much easier to sort of get a rhythm on, where the new ones are obviously set up to be more like bowlers and are much harder to handle, which is a much better option, right?
And remember, I had shared one video a few months back when I was like, that was 130 kilometers per hour. But I was like, initial 15, 20 balls, I was pretty late on the ball. So I was like, because I had not played for quite a long time. And then after certain time, I got hang of it. I was able to play the drives. I was able to play the glance and everything and all that. With bowling machine, it's like you have to basically pick that release point, like when exactly the ball is coming out. With the bowler, you get that initial trigger also. You would know.
Yeah,
it's all cues. The high pace stuff. It's learning over many, ideally thousands of hours what they're going to do. I've told this story to Jared before, but there's a Matthew Syed is a ex-Olympic table tennis player. He was like England's best table tennis player for many years, and he writes stuff that I think is quite good about sport. But basically, he's
Shedge is going nuts here, guys.
Yeah, another 6 for him. He's welcomed Sutar to the crease, and his first ball off him is absolutely belted over long on for half a dozen. And basically, Deepak, he's a big respected journalist in the Times now, or he was a few years ago. I don't know whether he still is. And he went to journalists were meeting Michael Stick, who'd won Wimbledon. Did he win Wimbledon twice? He won it at least once. Yeah. And Michael Stick was probably 10 years retired. And he was just there giving journalists an idea of what it was like to face a proper tennis player.
Well, my memory is he served at about
another big one.
230.
He was a big server, right? Big serving German guy. And at Wimbledon, if you're a big server back in the day, 90s, if you're a big server, early 90s, that's how they did it, right? They just bombed the massive serves in. He was one of those. And he was serving to these journalists, right? So he's there wearing his tracksuit and he's just doing them at like half pace to the journalists, and journalists have got very little idea. And Matthew Syed went up to him and said, Mr. Stick, would you mind cranking it up against me, please? Because I've been in 4 Olympic Games and I play table tennis at the top level. and my reactions are really, really good. And I just want to see how close I can get to your serve. And apparently he took his tracksuit top off and like limbered up for a bit and did a bit of a warm up. And Matthew Sire said the same thing. He said, I train myself 1,000 of hours to have really good reactions in a racket sport, basically, and to hit the ball that was coming down to me. And he said, I didn't even see it. He said, I just heard a thud of the ball hitting the back wall over and over again. And he said, if I'd have faced him for 10 years, maybe I'd have ended up being all right and getting it back and all that. But first few times, because he said, I've got no cues whatsoever. I don't know what I'm looking for. So I am literally tracking the ball as it's being bombed at me at, what do they do? Not 125 miles an hour back then, probably.
Well, I'm pretty sure Michael's stick was around 225 Ks, wasn't his main serve?
Well, let's look it up.
So
Yeah,
they
but
have really they've crossed 100 in no time. So like last 2 overs,
Yeah.
these have gone
Chet's
bonkers.
done well. Was that him again, that last ball?
Yes. So if like 160 here, still in with a chance, I would say.
He was
I mean,
renowned.
it's a good wicket, right?
It is now. It
For
just
bowling.
did absolutely loads earlier.
Yeah. But you have to hope that the ball does something when you're
So
in as
yes.
well.
So like my cricket was very different. Like earlier on, like in my 5th and 6th standard.
Oh my
when I
God,
was
he's got
10,
again.
It's a racket toss, to be fair, but he's put that one away.
Yeah, Sutar has really
27 runs off the over.
yes. In the context of the match, that's massive. So like
I mean, in the
when
context of most matches, 27 runs off an over.
but this is like gold dust today because the scoring was so difficult. Like coming back to like when I was 10, 11, all my cricket was with the synthetic ball, the hockey ball. We played a lot with that because it was cheaper and also it would last for longer because it would not break up that quickly. So we played a lot of cricket with that. So facing pace was never a concern, like because we had practice. And I was like in 6th, used to play with 10th class, 11th class seniors who were like 5-6 years elder to me. So some of them looked really tall and they could always get a lot of bounce with that hockey ball because hockey ball skids and it also certain times bounces pretty awkwardly. So all that muscle memory really helps. So even today, like when I've not played for like 20 years, I would say, if occasionally I'll play, the short ball pulls and hooks would come still naturally, like even against very decent pace. But because of that hockey ball, my batting against spin was always horrible. I just could not use my feet at all. I was like an opener who would play, even like when I played district, who as an opener, I could play genuine pace. But the time spinner would come in, I would just shit in my pants because like I had no experience of kind of how to basically play against the flighted ball. The ball would grip, turn, all those things were just because of the hockey ball. Because hockey ball, it's impossible to spin that ball, right? So it's like you would not even get the grip to spin that ball. So it was gun down barrel straight and you would practice and bounce pace was never a concern. But anything it would spin, I was a sitting duck. So it was like very different.
Another 6 here.
And now Stoinis as well, which is important.
They could end up getting loads if these two stay there because they're both in set and it looks a hell of a lot easier than it is. It's not moving now. It's not got weird bounce. The odd one staying low and the odd one leaping up. They rode the storm very well, these two, because they don't have much left, do they? After these,
yes, they have Marco Janssen.
Yeah, it's Marco and Bartlett. You don't really want them to be doing the dig you out of trouble job, but now they've both been in for what 44 balls between them.
So last 15,
50 off the last 15.
Yes, 50 of the last 15. That's insane.
Just to follow up on the story about cues and everything, I wrote about it in the book. There's a great situation where there was a baseball all-star game where a softball pitcher came out, and the ball basically travels at the exact same speed, but it's over a shorter period of time, if that makes sense. So it's not like softball pitchers are pitching faster than baseball pitchers, but not a single one of the baseball all-stars could lay a bat on the softball, even though it was bigger. Because all the cues were gone. So it's almost the same sport, right? And
yeah,
not
the muscle memory for years. Like clearly, because as I said, like with hockey ball, because it would skid more, it would come faster. Playing with leather ball was very different. Because certain times you could be you were a little early into your shots also, because the ball would come a little slower after pitching as compared to hockey ball, and it was very different. So
It's
it completely
so
becomes a
much.
different sport.
So much of sport is cues and practice, right? It's just, even if it doesn't
Yes.
matter how good you are, it's just practice. But I remember once I conceded a goal in hockey. It's definitely the best goal I ever conceded. And it was because the guy did something with the ball that I'd never seen anyone do before. And so they hit the ball reverse stick, right, off the angle. But when somebody does the reverse stick, so you can only use this side of the stick, right? When you're playing hockey, you can't use the back of it. So if you want to do the reverse, you've got to turn the stick over and then chop, right? It's not an easy thing to do, but they can all do it now. But when somebody's turning the stick over, you know that it's coming, don't you? If
Oh
you're the
my
goalkeeper.
God, he's whipped another one here, Shedge.
Oh,
What a
There's
knock
not
this
one
is.
here. What an innings this is.
See, so he's reached 50, guys, in like no time. No wonder
Wow.
they backed him.
This is awesome. Well, this is only his second at bat of the season, isn't it?
Yes, and he looked little out of place last season. But like I clearly remember Akshay said in
Frozen
Did he?
Deepak.
Did Akshay say something?
Look at that little face.
Or will we never hear from him again? Play to miss.
So he was 13 of 14, Shajay.
Abe says, I was on Punjab's highest first over, and of course they lost 2 wickets.
13 of 14 becomes 56 of 25. That's good hitting, isn't it?
yes, and Akshay mentioned it that watch out for this guy this season. He's really worked a lot on his game in one of
We
our
know
lives.
Akshay mentioned it because we had your face paused waiting for you to tell us.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
I
it's
don't
wild,
even know whether.
Shedge needs to
wild,
pull
wild
this back
slog
now.
last two balls that he's
He
missed.
doesn't need to do this. He's now just slogging.
Stoinis should go over and have a word with him now and go, you're doing brilliantly. You don't need to slog. Just wait.
Yes, and we are in with a chance now.
Arian says, wake up, win bets. I believe in Baron supremacy.
Thank you. Yeah, going back to this guy, his name was John Stiff, this guy that scored an amazing goal. And he had the ball on the back of his stick. But when you hit it really, really hard, you have to have like a massive... has he got out here? No, he's got lucky. Stoinis should have a word with Shajay now because he's just gone wild swing, dot, nearly out. And if he's there at the end, they're going to get loads here. Anyway, he didn't do the massive backlift like he was hacking a tree down. He just had the ball on the crook of his stick and just went bang, like would just risk nothing else. And I was maybe 5 inches off my post and I didn't even see the ball. I just saw him turn around, celebrate. And I was like, I've never seen anyone do that. And it's all because of cues, right? It was all because of I had never experienced somebody hitting the ball like that before. So he made me look like a complete idiot. Which is why it's still impossible that they drop easy catches. Because if you practice, you have all the cues. It's the same thing every time, the ball coming to you.
Andy says, why do some bowlers go to Yorkers and cutters at the death? We did this the other day, Andy, when they have a successful length. I think you've already asked this. Is it a good idea to stick to length at the death? Yes, if something is working for you on a pitch, you should keep bowling it until you don't think it's going to work anymore. And this might be a call
finally,
behind.
yes.
Now, what has Butler done here, by the way? Did you see this? He took the catch and then he threw it up in the air behind his head and then like walked after it sheepishly.
But
he shouldn't have walked after it sheepishly.
That's the bit that made me feel nervous for him because it was definitely a catch. This wasn't Herschel Gibbs or Ben Stokes. But did you see it, Rob?
Yeah, I think
part
of the reason why he got out there, Shedjay, is because Stoinis didn't go and have a word with him because he hit that 6, right? So he went from, what did I say he was? 11 off 12 or something to 56 off 25. And then he had a massive wild slog against Rabada and missed it by a week. And then he had a massive wild slog against him again and missed it again. Then he missed time one into the deep and nearly got out. That's the bit where Stoinis should put his arm around him and go, listen, mate, just chill out for a second. Just relax. And if you're still here at the end, we could get 180. It's not beyond the realms. But if you get out now, we might be knackered again. And then he gets out the very next ball playing a silly shot. But Butler did... if you're Shedjay, maybe you could stand there and go, I don't think he caught that, mate. Because he made himself look really silly, didn't he? By going after. What he should have done is he did that, right?
Yeah.
And then he was like, I meant to throw that high in the air, but I've just lobbed it behind me. Now I'm going to turn around and look a bit silly.
Exactly.
He should have styled it out, shouldn't he?
Oh my God, you stole my words. I was going to say, you throw it up in the air, you realize you've thrown it the wrong direction, and then you just style it out. It'd be like, no, that's where it was supposed to go all the way. You don't turn around and sheepishly go and pick it up. You don't let the umpires know that you've done it.
Shoulder shuffle going when he threw it over his head.
Yeah.
But this can be challenged, right? That's a thing.
I think in that case, it's always going to... I'd be very shocked if there were many umpires who would ever give that not out. Because it was safely into his gloves and he threw it the right way. It's not like the Stokes one or the Herschel Gibbs one where they don't throw it correctly. You could argue that what happened was the ball got stuck in his webbing when he threw it over his head. I mean, if I'm a batter, don't get me wrong, Deepak. I've tried to do dodgier things on cricket fields before. All right, then appeal for that one. Okay, here's my favorite. I'm sure I've told you this one before, Rob. I was playing in a game where I was the only one making any runs. And we were really, really starting to struggle. And I knew who was coming into bat. And I was like, we probably need another 40 here to make sure that they can't chase this. And we're like 7 down. And everyone coming into bat can't bat here, right? And there was an LBW shout. And the umpire took forever to give it out. And we had crossed by the time he'd given it out, right? So I went down that end and marked my guard and started to face, right? And the bowler started to run in before the captain went, whoa. Wait, he's not.
Australian is cheating again.
And I went, no, we crossed before the umpire gave out the LBW. And the umpire's like, oh, did you? Right? And then someone else runs in for a point going, what has that got to do with this? He's clearly just trying to get on strike here, guys. And I went, I thought that was the rule. Because if the ball was in the air, it's not out until it's caught. So it's not out until it's given out by the umpire, right?
So, yeah, you're being horrible.
Yeah. And the square leg umpire comes in and goes, I don't think that's right. And so then we did it. Luckily, they didn't take any more wickets. And then I just didn't let any of the guys face until I was out. That was my favorite one. Because I thought that was harmless fun. That's I would say, Rob, that's japes.
Yeah, in your world, yeah. I remember one where we were playing in Gibraltar against one of the many teams that hated our team. Our team was quite fun. And a friend of mine, AJ, who is no cricketer at all, but he has an enormous personality, right? Very, very loud man. And his sledging made up for his complete ineptitude at batting and bowling. And it was an absolute nail biter this game, and they needed 2 to win 9 down or whatever. And something like that. And I'd left his bowling till the end because he was hopeless. He bowled 30 miles an hour moon balls, but we'd gone through all our bowlers, hadn't got them out, and I was like, AJ, you might as well try and get this last guy out. He's quite good. The other guy can't bat. Let's try and get him on strike. Anyway, he bowled an absolutely terrible moon ball, and the guy nicked it behind to me, who was wicket keeping, and he was out. And the umpire just stood there and didn't give anything. And Adam just stood in the middle of the pitch. AJ just stood in the middle of the pitch, shouting at the batsman, "You hit that ball. You know you hit that ball. Walk off the pitch now." And the guy was like, "I'm not walking. I don't have to walk." And he went, "No, you don't understand. Walk off. You hit the ball. You know you hit it. I know you hit it. Walk off." And he just stood there with his hand on his hips, shouting at him, and the guy walked off, and we won the match.
No.
Straight up. He's a big guy. But yeah, the guy walked off the pitch, and we won.
My God.
There was some absolute nonsense cricket in those gambling leagues. They had to ban LBWs because of the biased umpiring stuff. There's no LBWs allowed.
Deepak, you've got a question here?
Yeah, so did MS bring any revolution in Indian T20 cricket after our first, when we were terrible from 9 to 16 World Cup? Not setting any new brand. MS. To be honest, having a 3D wicketkeeper in itself was a big revolution, isn't it? Before that, we never had that kind of a luxury where
changed cricket everywhere, right? Up until that point, most teams wouldn't pick a wicketkeeper as their captain.
Exactly. So I think that in itself is a massive thing, because now just look at last year, how many wicketkeeper captains we had. So like Rishabh Pant, KL Rahul was also captaining. Then we had Ishan Kishan also this season. We have obviously MS, many of them. Then Sanju Samson also captained. So like just completely like at one point of time in IPL there were like 4 to 5 teams which were having wicketkeeper as the captain. So I think definitely that was a massive thing because that adds an all-rounder to your team, right? Because if you're kind of exhibiting 3 different skills on the field, you are easily an all-rounder. So that was massive, no doubt about it. Other thing I personally feel he made spin bowling fancy again because with CSK, uh, they actually made spin bowling relevant in T20 cricket, right? Even with their use of Chepak or like whatever you would say about CSK's plans in most of those tournaments. I think they really made bowling look sexy or look fancy again. I would say so. That was a big thing, and a lot of other things also. The understanding of the angles,
Yeah, role
multiple things.
definition.
Yes.
Understanding left hand, right hand, different fields and different bowlers that you
Yes.
need, matchups and everything. What else would I say? I think they got their team wrong when they were doing it, but they were at a point you have to. If you're looking at it from the modern point, and we've done a whole video on this, they did get their team wrong, right? But even if he'd got his batting order right, I don't think he had the bowlers to back him up in T20 cricket.
Yes.
I don't. Who were the great early Indian T20 bowlers up until 2016? Bhuvi,
Bhuvi,
who's
definitely.
who's
Who
second?
actually became Bhuvi also kind of became Bhuvi after 2015-16 only. Like the second stint was insane.
Yeah,
He was good even in first, I would say, but like second one was insane. Second would be
he's
Mohit
not
Sharma.
Bumrah though, is
Yeah,
he?
yeah. So Mohit Sharma he had.
Right, Mohit Sharma probably not getting a game for the other teams who are winning World Cups at that time.
Ramesh
Yeah,
Power.
exactly. He had Jadeja and Ashwin as his
Yep.
main spinners.
Neither of which are great T20 bowlers.
And Amit Mishra was also there in 2014 World
Yeah.
Cup.
Very good bowler, but again, he's not Rashid Khan. Do you see what I'm saying?
not.
You see where I'm going with this? Like, look at their modern bowling attack.
Yes. Ishan Sharma,
I
Mohammad
think they got their
Shami.
batting order wrong. I think maybe if they got their batting order right and they used Yusuf Pathan and Suresh Raina correctly, they probably win at least one of the World Cups that they didn't win. I don't think they go on a terrible tear, though, because other teams had better bowling attacks.
14 they should have won. They had a very good chance, I would say.
Yeah, but they still... But 14, they still didn't use their batting order correctly.
Yeah, exactly. They did not.
That's what I'm saying. So 14 is probably the one they win if they do it correctly.
Because 14, I think the bowling at least suited those kind of pitches, right? Because Mishra and Jadeja and Ashwin, they had an insane season. I think Ashwin gave away runs at like 5.5 in that World Cup. And Mishra was also there and thereabout. And even Jadeja was also doing really well. And then they had Bhuvi also in the mix. So I think 14 they still had the bowling conditions for that Dhaka pitches, but yes, the batting order was not correct, no doubt about it.
Touching moment there as Marcus Stoinis had to help Marco Janssen fix his collar on his shirt while we wait 5 days for a wide. That was always going to be a wide. I don't know what the umpire was thinking on that one.
So I think this is your staple question, I would say, Jared.
This is full and punch down the ground. You can always ask the question though, Deepak, and then I could have answered it. But I'll ask. Rahul says, why do commentators ignore the wobble ball? Some of it is because older cricketers don't actually believe in the wobble ball because they're like, well, I played against people who did it. We're like, yeah, we're not saying you didn't. Like, this would be like when the 1950 cricketers were like, the ball used to reverse swing in my day. We're like, yeah, before people knew what the fuck they were doing, it did occasionally reverse swing. That's not the same as facing Imran Khan in 1982. Also, I think it's quite repetitive because most people only bowl the wobble ball. And I say this as a commentator. I think there is an element of it. But if you have a listen now, commentators don't call the ball that much in cricket anymore. It used to be a lot more prevalent to do that. TV doesn't do it. If you listen on radio, you'll hear a lot of commentators on radio will call the wobble ball.
Makes sense. Now, yes, that is pretty right, because I think the TV commentary, that kind of thing has almost gone out of the
Yeah.
window. So it's become a little old fashioned now.
They might
People-
mention it after a wicket, right? But they don't usually mention it just on a normal delivery, whereas radio still does that a lot more.
Yes, remember, like I shared one feed with you, which was IPL Pakistani feed, where the commentary going on with certain animations. So they were kind of mentioning every type of ball in that feed, and it was so, I would say, nostalgic for me, because this kind of commentary would have listened to like what 20, 25 years back, especially in Hindi. So we don't see that kind of commentary at all now.
So Holder's bowling this over, which means they're gonna bowl spin in one of the two.
Arshad might bowl one.
Yeah, so Arshad will bowl one, and then they have to bowl spin for the other one, right? So they could have gone Arshad, Holder, Arshad, and just finish with pace, but they're gonna bowl an over of spin in the last three here.
But if it's still got Rashid left, so that's okay then, isn't it?
I'm surprised they've gone that way. Well, why not bowl Arshad now? Because you're going to bowl
Probably
Holder
not going
anyway.
to be Manav Sathar, is it?
No, I don't think so. He's 1 for 20, 1 over, none for 27. Thanks very much for playing. When they were going at what 4.5 and over at the time or something. I know. I think it's strange that they've not given Arshad the option of being awesome in this over.
Yeah, exactly. And he actually bowled at that against CSK also.
It's possible they've just miscounted as well. I don't think they have. I think it's about Rashid.
Also, it's about Stoinis, I guess, because Stoinis really took him down in that 12th over.
12th over, was it? Mick Lebowski says, isn't Connolly overrated in Indian conditions by Ricky Ponting? I mean, he's averaging 38 at a strike rate 167 in this IPL, and he averaged what, 19 in the Big Bash, Rob?
He was hopeless in the Big Bash.
Yeah,
Played well in the first game or two. And
I wouldn't have batted him at number 3, but I don't think anything Ricky Ponting has done with him is wrong, as this is a wide full toss, just got over mid-off's head for a boundary. Like, I still don't really understand why Connolly's doing so well, but at the same time, he is. So I'm not sure it's worth really...
I don't think you could say that somebody batting early in the innings today, we can judge them by anything that happened, because those conditions were as
Golden
close
Duck
as
today,
we were
right?
get
Yeah.
to impossible.
I never worry about Golden Ducks anyway, because that's not. I would go as far as to say it's not even a real dismissal, because you're not even out there at that point.
You don't know anything about the player from a golden duck. So he got 209 runs in 12 innings, averaging 19 at strike rate 139 in the Big Bash. But he got boatloads of wickets. He got 15 wickets in 11 innings at an economy of 6.4. He got a wicket every 14 balls in the Big Bash. So his batting has been pretty good in this IPL, hasn't it, really? You can't chew him out for getting out to Siraj when it was doing absolutely loads earlier.
So Prit says, what's looking...
long on Stoinis.
Yes. So what's looking like a winnable score here, guys?
Well, I was about to say 170 would be interesting if they could just go 10-10-10 here.
Yes.
Maybe
I was also thinking
175.
around 170.
With Stoinis out, maybe that's not as likely anymore.
160 at max. But is 160 still defendable here?
If it does the same in the second innings as it did in the first, then yes, because you've got to get 3 guys out and then you're into the tail with Gujarat.
It doesn't feel like it's going to do the same with the second new ball, though, does it? That's the issue.
I don't think it can.
It's actually one of the things with the high-scoring games that we're having the problems with is that chances are, if you get wickets in with the brand new ball when the wicket's at its worst, and even if you fight your way back, you're probably never going to fight your way back into something that's going to matter enough in the second innings, unless it's just a new ball wicket, where the new ball is what's doing the damage, not the fact that it's a new pitch.
I think there's a reason they chose to field, and they were expecting it to do plenty early. And I don't see how it could do that much in the second innings. I see what the market says. Not looked at much winner for a while.
Oh, yeah. Got it here too. They are. I still like Gujarat, doesn't it?
Oh, he's done.
Night Bartlett.
That was easy.
Clean bowl, first ball. Is he trying to block that ball?
Yeah, it looked like as if he's trying to defend it. What exactly happened?
We didn't defend it well.
He's missed it by a long way. It's just hit the top of off.
He's bowled
And-
really well today.
Holder has backed up his performance from the other day where he was really good. Since Holder's come into this team, he makes them look a lot better, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
He is a...
Geez,
much
that
better-
seemed a bit, guys. That's actually... I want to see if that was a
top of off.
cutter or if that's this seam, because if that seam movement's there, you still have to get to 160, 165, but there's something to
Top
bowl
off.
at, right? I don't want to
Lovely.
face Marco Janssen if this pitch is doing this.
Or Bartlett,
Yes,
or
exactly.
Look at how angry Ricky Ponting's arm hairs looked there.
They always do. Do you think that it's very easy to just answer yes immediately because of what's happened
Yes.
recently, but taking all of their careers, that Jason Holder is better at T20s than Glenn Phillips?
Yes, at the moment.
Yeah,
I think he always has been.
He's
Always
had
has
much,
been.
I would say he's had much higher highs, but he has had some pretty low lows as well.
But he's always been able to hit sixes with the bat.
Yeah, I think
Glenn
there was
Phillips, not so much.
I think there was a period where he got hammered a lot too, though.
There is, but I think Glenn Phillips is somebody who looks like a much better cricketer than he actually is. But he's one of those all-rounders that isn't actually very good at any of them.
I just think Glenn Phillips hasn't actually hit his peak, and he may never. Not everyone does, right? Like, it's all well and good to say there's more in him. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And he's never really had a fast-scoring year, despite the fact that we all think of him as a fast scorer.
Yeah, he's never whacked it, has he? Wadira is out, having contributed 0 off 6, and Vaishak comes in to have a go.
So
Are
I'll
they
just give you
saying-
some years with Holder, just to prove my point.
that was on the money.
Yeah, good ball.
Or defence.
2019, Rob,
Uh-huh.
he averages 8 with a strike rate of 116, 22 matches. 2021 averages 16 with a strike rate of 119. 2022 he averages 17 with a strike rate of 120. 2023 he has a strike rate average of 14 with a strike rate of 125. So I do think there's a bit of recency bias in the story that he can always hit sixes.
Okay, that's fair.
But let me just check his bowling, because he might have been bowling well in those years. I just think I think when Jason Holder's playing good cricket in T20, he's incredibly useful. And when he's not, you almost don't know how you can fit him into the side.
Because he's bowled some of the worst death stuff going around Holder. Was it Mumbai, Rajasthan?
Yeah. So
Rajasthan last over.
Rajasthan.
2023, he averages
So he
36
played for
for the
Rajasthan.
ball and going at 9.76 runs at over. 2024, he averages 36 again with the ball, going at 9.5 runs and over, right? In 2018, he went at 9 runs and over as well. Pretty good wicket take up more consistently overall. So that's what I mean with Holder, where Phillips is like 30 to 35, 140 almost all the time. Who's a better cricketer? Probably still Holder.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if Holder probably needs the pitch for his bowling, I think he's reasonably fair. But if you've got a good T20 team, then Glenn Phillips isn't bowling. So stop calling him an all-rounder, because he shouldn't bowl if you've got a proper bowling attack. And then it's all about how he is at fielding.
Jesus
Everybody
Christ,
says.
how the hell do you play that? That's
That
kind of like
seemed-
an off spinner.
It seemed like 0.76 degrees. So that's significantly.
To the top of middle stump as well. Lovely.
Smack.
So
Is that straight up in the air, though? Oh my God, straight up in the air, and he's dropped it.
And dropped
Of course
it.
he has.
That's
That
not stuff,
looked
though,
like-
is it?
I think the cameraman did me there. The cameraman made that look like it had gone 400 meters, and it actually hit a spaceship and came back down again. And
So that was
Suto,
a
who's
no
not
look.
having a great day, has dropped the catch. So he has not really justified his selection. Did
So
you see
going
them
back to
interviewing-
bad Holder, this is what I would say for bad Holder. It was he can only bowl in the middle overs back when he was really bad,
Mhm.
and he was an insurance batter rather than a 6-hitting batter. So that's bad Holder. You almost can't put in a side. Good Holder, get a little bit out of him with the new ball sometimes. Bowls fine in the middle and can now bowl at the death, which is a huge upgrade. And good Holder can probably bat, 6 6, 7, and average 20 with a strike rate of 150.
I've never had him as somebody that could ever bowl at the death. So this is a very new thing if he can.
Very, very new, yeah.
But he can bowl, right? So he is somebody that you could easily use as like half a fifth bowler. Whereas I wouldn't want to use Phillips as that.
But he has to. But in order to use him as half a fifth bowler, in order to use him at his worst, he is Odean. No, what's his name? Yeah, Odean Smith.
Yeah,
right.
That's fine.
And at his best, he's probably an S-tier version of David Visa.
He's better than Wisa when he's good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
He's a better version of Visa, right?
Yeah,
but
fine.
but at his worst, he is Odean, right?
Yeah.
Except the difference is, I still remember Punjab fans being so upset when they were like, "We've got Odean, we're going to be great," and I'm like, "I know Odean, you're not going to be great."
Actually, he did well. He did well against India in the ODI series just before that. So he troubled Virat and Rohit, I guess. Even
the problem is he can't bowl more than 2 overs. One of them, he's going to bowl like he's probably the guy most likely in the world to bowl six wides or 7 wides. Like,
makes sense.
You know, he's so fast, but he has no idea where the ball's going.
Like, coming back to Holder, in the last 12 months, this guy has really worked very hard on his overall T20 skills. So, definitely it has to be the recency bias. And we actually discussed about this, me and Akshay, in one of the lives, like how he has kind of turned around things for himself in the last 12 months or so.
And by the way, just a betting thing, Stumped is an amazing bet at like 50s because they're going to bowl spin in the last over. There's no other option. They can't not bowl spin.
We've done this before, haven't we? There was a Zimbabwe game where this happened, and there were 2 stumpings in the last over.
It's an amazing bet. When stumpings happen, they happen at the death. You just need this ball not be a wicket. They might even leave it there after this because they're that stupid, these bookies.
Shubman Gill comes from a very traditional school of batting. So, like, I clearly remember I've listened to his under 14, under 15 interviews, and he would not play a single shot in the air and would end up batting for days, like double hundreds, triple hundreds, like insane partnerships, long partnerships without even a single hit in the air. So he's like comes from that school of batting, and now to like kind of see him evolve as a T20 batter is so different because he comes from border part of Punjab, the border district of Punjab. It's like a proper border district of Punjab, I would say. So pretty backward also in terms of resources and everything. And to expect somebody to play cricket for India from that part of the world is unimaginable, literally unimaginable. Hats off to him that he actually ended up reaching to this level, because it's like,
is it harder for him to do that or for you to get into IoT?
Him by some distance. By some distance, I would say. It's like it's
just so you know why Rob is quiet at the moment is because he's absolutely slamming Stumped.
I don't like the fact that Marco's going to face all 6 of these.
Marco's more of a slug sweeper. You want more of an active feet here, don't
you? I don't think
Yes.
he's going to run down the pitch. I want a wicket this over, though. I do want that. That would help a lot of bets.
We know there's a bunch of super chats. We'll get to them at the start of the next innings, everyone. Oh, that's a nice shot.
That's a nice shot.
Oh, probably only get 1 though. Oh no,
double.
Good running.
Yes,
very good running.
So I've been to his school. I've interacted with his with the principal of the school also. It's a very remote area. It's like Pakistan border would be like 10 kilometers away or something. That's like, you don't expect people to come up to this level from, but like hats off to his parents because his dad shifted base to Mohali.
Oh, this is a hit down the ground from Marco for 6.
Nice.
Step hit though, Rob. That's not what you need.
Yes.
I'll take any wicket this over, even a filthy caught long on. Good shot that, to be fair. He's got all of that.
So at the age of 7 or 8, his father shifted base to Mohali. And
If they haven't have shifted, would he be playing for India?
No chance. And even he was accidentally discovered. So he was like, there
Same.
was a state. No, even after
saying
coming
me
to
too.
Mohali. Oh, okay. So even after coming to Mohali, he was accidentally discovered. It was not like as if everybody knew about him that he exists or something of that sort.
Oh, it's good
more.
over there.
Yeah,
This is a very good
exactly.
over. Dot
160
2
break.
6 and a 4.
Now that'll do, Marco. Out you go. So this run line has gone from 200, more than 200 at the start. People were betting over 201. It went all the way down to 125 at one point, and now they've got 160. And Rashid Khan looks like he's struggling to grip the ball, to me.
To be fair, that last one was an inside edge, wasn't it? It's not much
through his
he
leg.
did wrong.
Yes. They're still in with a chance to get 170 here, right?
Yep.
It's wide. That's the stumping ball you wanted, and Marco left it and took the run.
It's very, very good batting from Marco, isn't it?
Yeah, sensible batting, I would say.
20 off 10 here.
When
really
he's
important
set, he's lethal, Marco.
Yes.
He smashed
That's a
this
good
to cover.
shot. And he's taken
And
it,
he's
I guess.
Caught, I think.
I'm hoping that's a catch.
Didn't you need a stumping?
I need a wicket. He's got his thumb
He's
in the
done.
air. Yeah, he has caught it. Yeah, well, that's good. No,
Why
I wanted
do they keep doing these background
for all of them.
checks and make them really small so that no one can see them?
I mean, I can't even see that there's cricket being played in the background check that they just showed us.
I mean, why not show the actual action large and the faces of the players small if the action is now important enough for you to actually put it on the screen?
I could not understand why the Punjabi fans were kind of celebrating that dismissal. They showed on TV like it was.
So that wicket probably saves them potentially. Well, that would have been 4, wouldn't it, if he'd got it through the gap?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that might save them, 6-8 runs? Apparently catching's quite important in cricket.
We get
Does
to
that
see
mean that you won your bet, Rob?
Won a bet. Yeah, it's not been a good day, but clawed a few quid back there. I'll tell you what's a good bet before we go to halftime. I don't normally give out really good bets on here. Because they're just not paying me enough, these people on the super chats. You need to send suitcases full of money to my house if you want me to give you good bets, not to this channel. But that's LBW, isn't it? Or did that hit the bat?
No. That came in the middle of the bat, I would say.
That's the end of the innings. Give everyone your good bet, Rob.
All right, how about this? Gujarat to score a 4 in each of their first 3 overs, right? I have seen this price at 1.5 several times, which is an awful price because it should be somewhere in between 2 and 2.5, but they are 5-2, which is 3.5. So that's a really good bet. Main high street bookies over here think that it's 5-2, which it isn't.
Which it isn't. We're on Gold
28%.
Box. That is Rob Barron, one of the greatest bettors in his family. That is Deepak Goyal, who just absolutely will not read a super chat out unless I stick a knife into his ribs. I'm Jared Kimber. The 3 of us will hopefully be back in a couple of minutes, but you never know. There could be an asteroid that wipes out the entire planet. Stay tuned to see what happens. We love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on. So I think we're much closer to 200 being a pass score in T20 cricket than we've ever been before. But that's when I wanted to look at what the impact was, pardon the pun, on everything else in cricket. And that's when you realize this is really only happening in the IPL. And specifically, it only started happening when they changed the regulations.
Yeah, because historically, I think if we take a look at which areas get the most run scoring, it's always the death, right? That's always what happens. The death pushes the limits, then it trickles down to the middle overs, and then the power play comes, right? And that's so. I think what we're seeing is completely different. Where it's the power play which is like leading the charge on these higher run rates. Right? We don't see teams blocking out the power play anymore. Right? If we look at the first over, which is probably one of my favorite things ever, for a long time, even till 2023, it was basically a given that the first over would go for 6 runs, right? Teams, it's always 6 for 0, isn't it? Which is quite insane when you think about it, because it's the first over is usually when there's the most amount of swing, and we don't see any wickets or any boundaries.
Yeah, and not only you say it's 6 runs, but it's also sometimes less than 6. Like as in some years it was averaging like 5.7 runs and over, right? So it's a very, very confusing over, all things considered.
It was 5.2 in 2013.
Oh my God. And I kind of understand it on some levels. The ball is swinging, you want to get yourself set and everything else. But it also means you're wasting a lot of time in the power play when you don't really need to waste that time. And separate to that, also, people quite often bowl really bad balls with the new ball, right? Like it slips out of their hands all the time. It seems like everyone was... I think there was an agreed upon way of playing T20 cricket, and one of them was just knocking the ball around at the start. And what has happened now is that teams are like, no, we can't waste any of the power play.
Yeah, and in this year, I think the first over has gone above 9 runs per over. It's at 9.2, which is remarkable because everyone's doing it. Gujarat Titans, who are the most conservative first over team, were getting 9 and 10 runs and over in the first over regularly this season, right? We're not even talking about the lunatics like Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Abhishek Sharma, or Priyansh Charya at this point. Even the anchors are trying to score quickly in the first over, and that's been a big change for this.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't happen in 2023. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. And so the first year of the Impact Sub, teams keep playing the normal way. And then basically from 2024, and I know Travishek get a lot of credit for this, but it's not just them, right? We see it right across. In fact, Sunrisers aren't particularly one of the more faster scoring first over teams compared to some of the others. You know, Phil Salt's a one-man machine in the first over, right? Like, you know, there are certain players who kind of do it on their own. Arya, Salt, those sorts of guys. But it doesn't happen in the first year. So there are some things that change straight away with the Impact Sub, and there are some things that take a year to come in. And so I do think that there has been lots of conversations and discussions about actually, we are watching people learn T20 cricket in the IPL in real time. This is completely different to what was happening 4 years ago.
I think for the Impact Sub era, the critical point was probably the 287 game, right? Not the 278 game, because with 278, if the team did it once, you'd be like, okay, it hit that record had stayed for like a decade. Someone was bound to break it. The fact that Sunrisers did it again the same year, I think that changed T20 cricket. Right? We see RCB's revolution starts from that game, essentially, right? They go, okay, we can't just keep making below pass goes, and we have to attack. And Virat becomes, I think Virat Kohli is almost a very important person in this, right? He's almost the last of the old guard, and he changed, and everyone followed with him.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing is that what happens in most major sports is when there's a trend, everyone sort of hops on, right? So even as you said, Gujarat, who we're not talking about a team like this, I think everyone's looked around and been like, we have to do something here, and the game is changing very drastically around us. So you talked about the first over. You might have the stats there, but what are the stats in the 7th over? Because the 7th over, again, was very traditional. People would, I used to call it the captain's over. You would sneak your worst bowler out in that over if you had to. And now, so in 2022, it was about a run a ball, just over a run a ball.
Yeah, it was 6.81.
6.81. And what is it this year?
When we did it was 8.6, basically.
So it shows you this isn't just about the power play. This is a whole different way that teams are playing. And if you look at it from the perspective of, the way that T20 cricket has always been played, which is from the start, we were told if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you're going to lose. We always thought that was a bit of a silly way of thinking.
Or is it is it 75% or is it 70% of the games?
It changes. It changes every time we talk about it anyway. But that percentage, I think, was really, it became such a big stat and was so talked about. Whereas actually, when you look at it, the best thing that you can do is bat in a way to get yourself into a position where you're definitely going to make runs in this game. right? Like it's actually very, very hard not to be able to do that. The best time to hit boundaries is with a hard ball and with the field up, right? Nothing has changed in that. The ball is still swinging at the same amount. The ball is still seaming. People are still bowling really, really good deliveries up top. It's just that teams are like, we are going to go harder. And that's why I think the actual impact sub is so fascinating, is because the impact sub usually means you have a lower order batter coming in, right? It's usually someone coming in further down the order available to you, or it extends your order a little bit, whichever way, even if it's a top order player coming up, they extend your order a little bit. But actually all the impact is at the top. It's not it's not the batting order being longer. It's not like people are using the number 7 and number 8 better than they used to. Number 7 and number 8 actually aren't still not having a very big impact on T20
I
games.
think I was telling you, right, in the live yesterday, the top 3 have a better strike rate than number 7, 6, and 7 this season.
Right. And so what is happening is we are, for the first time ever, expanding what is possible for top order batters. And for people like me who've been talking about this for 20, 30 years now, like, I've always thought this was possible. I never really understood the way that we played before. And also, this is what our frustration has been with, people like Kohli and Williamson and Bubba Azam and
Rahul,
Steve Smith. All these sorts of guys, right? Is that your best batters are the ones most likely to score really, really quickly, because they have more options than anyone else and they can play more kinds of bowling than everyone else, right? And what the impact sub has done is really open that up, right? So that now you can really go hard, and Kohli can attack pace bowling the way that you and I always wanted him to attack pace bowling, right? But the funny thing is, the extra batter at the end isn't making much of a difference. It's really just the fact that they know it's there. And that's, as we've talked about a lot on this channel, that's the Evan Galbus effect, right? When you look at a batting order and you can see that it goes really deep, your top order plays with more freedom and everything else. Have a look at the great England team, right? When they were going all the way, down to number 9, 10, and 11 in some of those games, look at the freedom that their top order played with. And when you have really skilled top order players, as a lot of these teams do, suddenly it's just opening up. And so that first 10 to 12 overs is huge when it comes to scoring now.
And the other thing which makes it surprising is, if we look at fast bowling in general, the default bowl a fast bowler bowls is the one that doesn't seam. I don't know if many people talk about that. So I think if you look at it historically, do you remember we were talking about this, where it's from 2015 to 2019, batters really respected that. And now batters are smashing that. I think that's, again, a big change, because I've been hearing a lot from people that, it's like batters are worse when the ball moves now. I looked into the data, Jared. They're not any better or worse. They're just as shit when the ball moves as they were 10 years ago. Or what we're seeing now is, if the ball moves a little bit, they're better. If the ball doesn't move at all, they're a lot better. And what Himanish was telling us, he's also correct, is we are seeing more flat pitches. And what my point is, I don't disagree that we are seeing more flat pitches. My argument is, batters are better at big flat pitch bullies now than they were 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And your data's showing this, and Himanish and myself, we've all looked at this in different ways, right? Which is, when the ball, there's a couple of ways of putting this. When the ball is not doing anything, there were times in traditional cricket where people would still hit that ball for a single, right? If they get an over-pitched ball, Andre Fletcher played with me at St. Lucia, and if he was facing finger spin and he got a low full toss, he would punch it down to long off for 1, right? Over and over again. Players don't do that anymore, right? Every bad ball is now maximized. And I think that's the thing that the casual people, or the people who are not like hardcore looking at this, are not seeing. What they're seeing is, there's more 4s and 6s, so it's a flatter pitch and the game's been ruined for bowlers. There's elements of that are true. But the other element is now, and we've seen this with Varun Chakravarti recently, is every time you miss your length, every time you bowl wide, you are a chance of being hit for a boundary. And traditionally, no form of cricket has ever had this before, right? And that is a combination of new batters being set up for that, and then the impact sub allowing you to know that you've always got one extra batter in your lineup, right? Even if it's only half a batter at number 8, whatever it may be, you've always got that little bit of extra batting available to you in that side, and so you can go that little bit harder. So they are punishing every single mistake of bowlers, and this is something that people who've watched cricket for 20 and 30 years will never agree with. They would say, our bowlers were more accurate in the old days. But if you go back and you look at some of the great overs bowled by people, there's full tosses in them, there's wide half volleys that are missed, and everything else. Players don't miss those shots as much as they used to. right? And it's much harder to bowl a Yorker than ever before. There's all these like little things that have changed within cricket that make it really, really tough for bowlers at the moment. But one of those is, without anything changing at all in cricket, players are much better at hitting boundaries off bad balls. And that would have happened without flat pitches and would have happened without impact subs. Those two things have nothing to do with the other two changes.
Yeah, I think we're also seeing this carry over to other formats, aren't we? Like like batters are doing that in Test cricket a lot, right? They're like, wait, if the ball is not doing anything, why am I blocking it?
Yeah.
Right. I do think Test batters are taking it too far. Like, for the love of God, like just learn how to leave the ball at times, please. But I think it's quite fascinating because there's also an element of common sense here, isn't there, Jared? It's like, well, if the ball is hard and new at the start, and there's only 2 fielders out, that should be the fastest scoring period of your game, is should it not? Than when the ball is older and all the fielders are out.
Yeah, and I think that's what the impact sub has shown us, is it actually might be easier to score in the first 10 overs just because the ball is harder than anything else. And I think that is something that we had never really thought about before. But that is because of the way the cricket was playing, right? In our minds, we thought the cricketers were doing right. And what we're seeing happen in real time in front of us is actually the cricketers have always thought about this incorrectly. How many times this year have we seen a team like, 100 after 10 overs, and in our heads we're thinking 240, 250, and they make 200? Yep. It's happening so regularly. And that's because in our brains, you ramp up. Whereas actually these teams have already ramped up and now they're trying to stay on. On top of that, what is happening in real time is that teams are getting much better at bowling defensively, right? It's the one thing that no one's talking about. But how often do we see players just can't get the ball away for long periods of time?
Also, teams are going to defensive plans much quicker than they did historically, right? How many times
even in the power play, right?
Power play, right? Bowlers are bowling wide Yorkers. They're going for the Yorkers. That never used to happen. It's always bowl length, think twice, bowl length again. Right? We don't see that anymore. They're like, we'll bowl the slower ball bounces, we'll bowl the slow ball length, we'll bowl the slower ball ones that dip that are fuller and that are wide as well. Right? Sometimes it's annoying to watch it when it happens too much. Where like, we've all seen the Steep Singh overs where he's bowling 25 balls in an over because he keeps bowling wides. Right? But that is a deliberate plan from teams, isn't it? Like, because they're like, we have to go to defensive bowling soon, otherwise these lunatics will keep scoring.
Exactly. And I think there's a really interesting period in games now, right, isn't there? Probably between the 4th, 5th, and 6th over, where everything is in favor of the batters, and yet the bowlers have to now completely change every theory they've ever had and come at that from a very, very different angle. And I think that's without doubt what we are seeing at the moment, is teams are looking at this and going, how do we manage this situation? And so, yes, we're going to bowl slow ball. So one of the things we talk about in the piece is Mohammad Shami, right? Who is traditionally, it's funny, I talked to Abhishek Janjanwala, who sort of grew up with Mohammad Shami, and I said, do you remember him bowling a slow ball? And he's like, no, like it just wasn't a thing that he ever did. And he's never had a particularly good slower ball either, right? Like, because he's such a good fast bowler, occasionally his slow ball will get a wicket, but we love the game, but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on. Welcome back, Jared and Rob here for the denouement of this game, as we're fond of saying here at Combox. Rob, let's just have a look here. The market says that there is a 21% chance Lucknow wins this.
It's
Lucknow,
all about
Punjab. It'd be bloody huge if it was
very big price. Lucknow. Bartlett getting the first over and not Arshdeep is a surprise, I have to say.
Feels like a Ricky Ponting move.
And the first ball is 1. So they have hit a 4 in their first over. 8 out of 9 so far, this team.
I just feel the way you've been betting this year, it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen.
It's going to happen. Good things sometimes happen to bad people. It's got to happen. Did they get 2 then? Did Vishak make that much of a mess of it that they got 2 off that ball?
They got 2 off that ball.
Wow. Okay.
So it's Bartlett again, bowling to Sai Sadashian. Slip in place, outside off stump, punch to covers, 4.
Yay.
There's his boundary.
Okay. We need one in the next over and in the next over after that. But there's nothing like the movement that was happening in the first innings, which
To
is
be fair,
very
it-
good news
What
for
one
red
thing
team.
I would say about Arshdeep and Bartlett is they kind of both pitch it up and skid it through a little bit more, don't they? They're not really whack it into the pitch bowlers or seam bowlers in the way the other guys are. Marco is probably the time they're going to have to do that.
Yeah, if this over goes, then he may get the third.
Tried to do it on that ball, but there wasn't a lot of seam movement, and they should pick up another 2 here. 8 runs off 3 balls without really ringing a bell, as they say in the classics. I don't know if they say that.
They
I don't
do
know
say
what
that.
that phrase means.
They very good at running in the power play, these two of the best. Because they kind of have to be, because they're not standard deliverers normally, are they? He's had a season that I didn't think was possible, Saisad Hassan, this season, where he's been a bit up and down. He's
The
normally
most
just
consistent man in cricket. It's suddenly
He-
lost his consistency. He's going to pick up another 2 here, though. He is scoring completely in even numbers.
3 twos in the first over. Doesn't happen very often. Not sure who that fielder was, but he enjoyed himself rolling around.
That does feel a little bit slidey out there, doesn't it?
See, Saisad Hassan has been out for 13, 12, 15, 0, 22 and 6 in this Indian Premier
So
League.
bizarre, isn't it?
I mean, that just doesn't happen. None of those scores happen with him.
Bartlett for his 5th ball, the over, and this one's defended. They'll get an odd number, Rob.
Wow. It can happen.
It happens to good people. No, that's not right.
So last game, Shubman Gill was 35 off 10, and I didn't understand it. It was a net run rate move, which paid off. Let's see what he does this game.
Yeah, I thought that I was really impressed with the way they went about that one, especially after watching KKR and everyone else.
If the pitch doesn't misbehave early, Jared, they could do it again here, go for the net run rate boost. Because winning this game with a good net run rate, right? Let's not get ahead of Squared him up.
Leading edge. Good bowling by Bartlett.
If they
Best
want
ball,
this
that is.
game quickly, that's beating Punjab with a good net run rate boost as masses for GT season, considering the result we had earlier today, which was an extremely boring game of cricket. I'm going to look at the table now. So if they win today, which they're going to, they join the 12-point brigade. And then it is all net run rate, isn't it? Then that's 4 of them on 12 points. So they're still minus 0.2 in the net run rate, and all of the ones above them are at least 0.5 plus. So they have to win. Yeah, they got to get on with it.
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
Here's Arshdeep from the other end.
So we expected Arshdeep to take the first over. They've switched that up a little bit. Arshdeep outside our stump.
Oh, 4's not good stops.
That was a good stop at cover. Was that Stoinis?
Yeah, I think so. Just sort of fell on it, really, didn't he?
So 12 without loss after 7 balls. If they can continue at any kind of rate like this for 2 or 3 overs, the game is dead if it wasn't already. And this is pulled away, and this will be a 4 for Rob Barron.
Very good. One more over to get a 4 in then.
You sound like you're making bets.
No, I'm updating my sheet because if I don't on a Sunday update my sheet of stuff that happens, and most of that, there's so many things to record from first over because like a third of the markets available for pre-match punters are to do with the first over. Somebody, I can't remember the fella's name, who keeps texting in what bets he's had.
Was it? Oh, this is up in the air. This could be out. I mean, it should be out, but it's the IPL, so it could actually land on the ground. It doesn't. Looks like Cooper Connolly came around there. He went for an angled bat and just a swipe across the line from Shubman Gill and straight up in the air, and it went out to point, and that was Cooper Connolly, I think, coming in to take that catch.
Yeah, that's a very, very easy catch, but
well,
Connolly's the one of the people that you wouldn't expect to drop it. There's quite a few on the field that you would expect to drop. If Chahal's under that, then you can run two, can't you?
You might have killed him.
Yeah, so he was saying I think he backed Punjab highest first over. Now that's a market where have a look at the stats and keep them for those sort of markets yourself. They're very easy to retrospectively get. It'll take you a while, but keep stats on things like that and you'll notice patterns. You know, like SRH don't actually gun the first over. They've started doing it a lot more recently. Last 3 games they've gone quite well, but compared to how they gun all the other overs, and then obviously you look at Rajasthan and what they're doing to the first over, averaging a lot, 12, I think. And then you've got LSG who average 5.75, and Shami is giving up less than that with the ball. That is something to be aware of for tomorrow. Shami's first overs are going for 5.38 this season on average, and he hasn't been hit once in the first over. The highest score against Lucknow in the first over this season is 8. And Rajasthan can only get 7 off Shami. Like, nobody is hitting Shami in that first over. So those sort of things are what you can keep track of when you're betting in those sort of markets, because all the stats are very easy to find for them.
So Josh Butler, 16 for 1 after 9 balls. And this is on the pads. It's about ball from Arshdeep, actually. It'll be 2. Because apparently that's all we're scoring in this game. In this innings, I should say. Do you think not giving Arshdeep the new ball is going to matter? There's a hell of a first over in the end, and Arshdeep's just come in and got a wicket straight away. It wasn't I wouldn't say it was exactly a new bally wicket, though, was it?
Well, earlier on, Joe, for the first time maybe ever, Sunil Narayan opened the bowling.
Yeah, I saw that.
When they had, and he got hit, when they had Aurora at the other end, who is out and out swing bowler, must bowl the first over because of the swing, right? And they went Narayan.
About the left hand, the 2 left-handed openers, everyone's decided you just have to use your offie with them, don't you?
But it went block, massive, great big 6. They got 9 off the first over, no harm done. I mean, then it went very badly for KKR, and then it went really, really easy for the whole of the rest of the game after Rovman took a really good catch, by the way. Must flag that up. There was a really good catch in a cricket match earlier. Rodman Powell took it with his right hand, I think. Okay, nothing else matters in this cricket match other than they hit a 4 in this over.
That's how I'm pretty sure Ravi Shastri just did the same thing on comms. So they're 18 for 1 after 2 overs. Arshdeep got that wicket when Shubman Gill swiped across the line and got a leading edge, top edge, straight up in the air. He actually got a leading edge to Bartlett, though, didn't he? In the previous over. Says the man who just realised he hasn't put that in his notes.
Also, one thing I've not done great.
Did you read my notes, by the way? I know I shared them with you. Did you see how many words they were?
I read some of them. You do a lot of them, don't you?
26,000 words of notes on the IPL.
Oh yeah, I didn't read all of them. That's for sure. Come on then, hit the great big giraffe for 4, please. Side.
It's Marco, and it's defended from Sai Sudarshan.
No more of those. So I'm looking for any type of movement here, and there was none whatsoever off that ball.
Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend.
Quick training session.
No. Sunday. I was just having my meal.
You know me, I don't use my personal trainer on days ending with the Ys. This one is sort of pushed up to mid-wicket for no run.
So I was just, there's this amazing pickle that my wife has bought.
It's not
So
often you hear
spicy.
that phrase, is it? There's an amazing pickle my wife has bought. It's up
It's
there with
amazing.
choke a goat, isn't it? I feel like we're inventing a lot of new phrases on this watch along.
Yes. It's like, it's a very different kind of a pickle. So I was not supposed to do my dinner today, but that pickle kind of just got me in.
So what
Oh,
did
so
she
you're-
do with the pickle? How did she cook it?
No, she bought it from somewhere.
Oh, it was just raw.
No. The packing, he bought it from an exhibition. The packing of pickle,
I'm
ready-made
confused.
pickle, I would say.
There's some sort of poem in here somewhere, or limerick.
You packed the pickle.
Here we go.
No, it's like packing of a pickle. Like we bought it from the market, so
Packing of a pickle.
a jar of a pickle, I would say, or something. Small bottle of pickle, I would
So have
say.
you been pickle packing in the break? Is that what we're saying
So
here?
you mean someone
I was-
pickled a cucumber and turned it into a pickle, or are you talking about other vegetables?
So
Oh,
it's
this could be
mango pickle.
LBW. He's coming around the
mango
wicket
pickle.
here, Marco, and it's a big shout. He thinks it's out. Prab's not as sure. Shreyas I thinks it's too high. Are they going to go?
Back leg, maybe. I think it's too high, doesn't he?
Has
think you review
has
this.
he packed his pickle?
Has he packed this pickle?
He'll be packing his pickle now if this is out.
Oh,
Back leg.
pickle packers. It is being DRS'd.
Yes. So it's a mango pickle, and they've added hing in it. So hing has a very different English name. It's very difficult to kind of spell it out. It's
But you
Sort
ate
of-
the pickle.
yeah.
Yeah. But your wife didn't cook it. It just came. You ate it cold.
No. We had bought it from the market. It was ready-made stuff.
Oh, awesome.
think
Does
that's-
he hit that, guys?
I think
No.
he's doing a bit too much.
Bit
I
high,
think that's
isn't it?
jagging. It's one of those that sort of
Yeah.
maybe clipping top of leg sort of thing. Maybe
So
even
do
going down.
you don't get pickle in UK? Like, is it like you have to make it yourself?
No,
It's not
you
available
can
in the
buy
market?
pickles. I don't think anyone would come onto a watch along from the UK just being like, I just ate the most delicious pickle, though.
No. Yeah, I mean,
In
you pickle
India,
things,
it's the
right?
thing.
Pickle is more of a backup for your burger, or you might eat with something else.
Do you mean a
might have,
gherkin?
yeah, you might have a gherkin with like at a bar or something, right?
Okay. Like in India, it is certain times pretty much a staple part of your diet also. It's the, I would say, the probiotic part of it. So it's almost the part of your diet.
I was going to learn to make my own pickles though. About 2 years ago, I bought the jars. Still hasn't happened. This is up and over and
Whoa.
six.
No, Josh, not the 6, the 4.
Oh no,
That was
Deepak,
amazing.
Rob needs a 4 off this ball, and he's sweating. And it's not from the spicy pickle.
I am sweating as
Yeah,
if
it's,
If
packing
he's packed a pickle, it's in a whole different part of his body.
but you had bet for 3 4s in every over, like one 4 in every over.
No, at
right?
least 1 4 in each of the first 3 overs that they thought was 27% or 28%.
So 6 is not counted. Oh,
Here he comes.
not a
Marco
boundary.
Janssen is in, and it's defended, and there's no boundary.
The block. Joss.
So how?
I mean, I do
So
love
how-
you, Joss, but what is that? I think that the one from Sai that he got the wide one and just smashed it straight to the fielder was the best chance.
So
Or-
how much did you lose on that bet?
£10,000.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the amount because the bookies will find my bets, but it was a lot. I'll put it in the chat
He's messaging his wife now to tell her to move out.
to say we have to have beans on toast for the next
No pickles for you.
months.
Pack up
Yeah,
our pickle
so-
jars and fuck off.
So like India, it's almost the part of your lunch and dinner. It's like even at times in your breakfast.
I can't remember ever eating a pickle in India, and I like pickles.
Very amazing, like very strange. But like, what kind of foods
Ooh.
you have had? Like You never went to like a proper North Indian food or Mughlai food or something of that sort?
I've been to
Chapati
North
and
India,
curries.
so I'm assuming I've eaten North Indian food.
So like with chapati and curry, I think any restaurant would give you an option of having a pickle also, right?
Maybe they have.
Very
I just
strange.
haven't paid any attention.
Uh,
I'm not very good at remembering what I've eaten at places. Oh wait, do we have the pickles on the screen? Are we pickling? Oh wow.
Oh wow.
that's amazing.
So what? That's a pickle then cut up. So is that is it pickled cucumber or pickled mango?
No, it's pickled mango for sure, and
Okay.
it's almost the same thing that I've just had.
So are you saying a pickle is a gherkin, or are you saying something else has been pickled?
No,
here?
because you can pickle other foods. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
in the
you
UK,
can.
I think that's mostly cucumber.
No,
right?
no. So we don't use pickle as a gherkin, right? Gherkin is a gherkin, and Americans call that a pickle. What
Fair.
a pickle is what I am in financially after that last over. But what a pickle is it's a verb. It's what you do to stuff. You put it in
Yes.
vinegar, right?
True.
Okay.
So you can do that to anything. The pickled onions are quite big over here.
Yeah. So the other people have started making pickle sandwiches too from cucumber.
Oh, okay. Because that's what a gherkin is, right? A dead cucumber.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. We may not be experts on this.
Feels like we should be.
Yeah.
So they gave the new ball to Bartlett, and then this is kind of.
And there he got hit for about 9 twos.
So that Gill ball on which he got out, I think that held into the pitch a little bit, right? He was a little early into the shot. Looked
Yeah, it's a
like.
bit of a dirty slog though, wasn't it?
Yeah, we have a new Gill now, I think. The guy that got 35 off 10 last time. I think they've had the conversation. Let's go for it early and see if we can get the net run rate up here, because they're joining the pack. If they win this D-pack, they'll all have the same points.
Yes.
Oh, an up and over short third here from Sai. He rode that. That was almost a nipple flick, Rob.
And Arshdeep is bowling little short today, so he's not relying on his seam and swing movement. So he's bowling more back of the length kind of balls.
I mean, he got Gill with a fuller one.
Yeah, but before that, he bowled a shorter one, right? He got pulled, and then he corrected his length
I
a
mean,
bit.
that last one was definitely short.
Even the boundary that Gill had hit was of a short ball, right?
Yeah, it was a cool
More.
shot. I wouldn't say it was that short, but yeah, it was. It certainly wasn't full. So Sudarshan facing up again, 31 for 1, and this is a good ball and push to mid wicket for no run.
So did Marco Jansen find some seam on
He
this
was
wicket?
good around the wicket. He was a good over, unfortunately, but I wouldn't say he seamed it much. He got hit for
No, I don't
1-6, and he
I
ruined
don't
Rob's
think
bet.
Yeah, I don't think it's his fault. I'm not blaming Marco. I think he bowled 2 balls that could have been hit for 4.
So like, it is not about boundaries. It's about fours in particular only. It has to be
That bet.
specifically 4.
Yeah.
That bet was, yeah. Quite often I'm backing 6s at the start, but not this team and not this pitch.
Surely not.
Although there might be some value in 6s if Shubman Gill's going to keep swinging out off his ass.
Yeah, I honestly think it's the net run rate thing. I think he's decided that if we're gonna, get into the playoffs, that look at it now. If they win this, there's 4 teams on 12 points.
I think it was that match against KKR, right, which they kind of took it to the 19th over, and he actually kind of blasted his batting unit in the post-match conversation, where he said that we should have finished that much early. We should have actually gone hard. Where he scored like 90 or 50 ball or something, if I remember correctly. So I think post
They were
that
chasing
match,
180, weren't they? He got 86 off 50, and then at the end, but this is what everybody else got, right? So the first 3 did their jobs. Washington got 13 off 13. Glenn Phillips got 19 off 16. And Tawatia and Sherrod Khan managed 10 off 8 between them at the end. So nobody whacked it. They just fell over the line going really, really slow. And I think that has stuck in their brains. That was the 25th match. What match are we on now? 45th?
43rd.
Yes.
46th.
46. Okay.
Because post that match, like Shubman has gone a little hard. Like even that RCB match also came in where they scored 120 odd, 127, but Shubman was just not getting enough strike in that match. So he was like what, 32 of 24 in that match. Whoa, this is some shot.
Great scoop over fine leg for 6.
Yeah, that was the one when Sai got 100, right? That one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
match in which I got 100. So there he just couldn't get any strikes. So otherwise, like apart from that, I think in every match he has shown the intent to get them off the blocks quickly. So
That is something to
maybe
keep
it's
an eye on moving forward.
yeah. That was some shot. Maybe they should have. Oh,
Where did that hit? That must have hit his bat, did it?
Yes,
He went right across the scoop again, and it's ended up at mid wicket. But I'm assuming if it hits his pads, he's gone.
Like why not like bring in I would say Marcos Stoinis because he has a brilliant matchup against Butler.
Why not lose the game? I agree with you.
Like
it is weird that they're not bringing on a guy who goes at about 12 runs and over.
Rick freakishly gets him out. I don't know like why. But his matchup is really
How many
great
times has
against
he
Butler.
gotten him out?
I think 3 times.
Oh, another 4. This is down the leg side. Okay,
So-
so if you're running $1 billion franchise,
5 wides there, by the way.
I thought he got something on that.
No, it just swung.
If you're running $1 billion franchise, how many balls has Stoinis bowled to Butler?
Oh,
He missed that by a mile.
so Rob, do you have the matchup?
I
Butler
don't think I
versus
put
Stoinis.
I didn't put Stoinis in it because I didn't think he would bowl. What matchups are particular? None of them are interesting in this one. Saisad Hassan to Arshdeep, 48 for 2 off 39. 31 for 2 off 25.
Another 4 here from Butler. He's just timed this through point for 4. And that over from Bartlett. Basically, both of Bartlett's overs have cost them so far.
Yes, it's almost killed the match for them.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to do well on the surface because he's getting some help.
I'm
of
not
the
sure
net.
he's a big seam bowler either, though, mate. I was saying before, him and Arshdeep are not really natural for this surface. Marco is.
Yes. I think that is the reason why Arshdeep is kind of trying to bowl back of the length because seam doesn't come naturally to him. He's more of a swing bowler, so I kind of agree on that. So that's why he's trying to maybe change his original plans here.
Oh, that's a good ball. That one did something.
Yes.
And Butler ends up just stealing a single. A little bit of bat onto the pad, perhaps, as it runs out on the offside.
I'm trying to find this matchup. You want Stoinis v Butler?
Yes.
All right, let me see. Talk amongst yourselves.
So I'm just trying to look into this myself. So, where are we here? He has
It's
gone
79 for 3 off 63 I've got.
How
So
much?
he's got him out 3 times. He's 79 for 3 off 63 balls against him. Bartlett bowled a wide and appealed and got away with it not being a wide. Old school.
Might have flicked the pad.
Or his bum, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so based on those numbers, I think you have to at least wait until the power play's finished before you bowl Stoinis to Butler.
And like whenever there's some sheepish bounce in the surface, I think somehow like Stoinis is able to surprise few batters. Like people find that he might be a little dibbly dobbly, but he would get that extra bounce.
He's
from the
not
surface.
slow, right?
Yeah.
Because he's strong. So, and he hits the pitch really hard for someone who bowls
Really
at his
hard.
pace. And
Exactly.
so if there is something in the wicket, that's why when he's bowling back of a length, I don't mind it at all. It's when because he could swing it, sometimes he'll pitch it up, and it's like, yeah, but your swing's not, it's not for you.
But I
Right?
think this is the kind of surface where he will be more tempted to bowl back of the length stuff because it
No
is
issue
doing a
there.
little bit.
Just you can't bowl him in the power play.
Yeah, totally. I'm not even expecting him to bowl in power play, but just maybe outside of the power play.
Okay, so in 2 overs, Bartlett's gone for 28 runs, and the other two bowlers combined in 3 overs have gone for 21. Who's better? Marco comes around the wicket. There could have been some bat on this as Butler ran across to play the scoop again. Butler's just trying to play it over and over again.
He's on one here, isn't he, Joss? I think this is a concerted effort to get the net run rate up, which is absolutely the right thing to do.
So we have an amazing match tomorrow. I think 2 evenly matched sides.
Oh, we need to do a bunch of super chats too. Sorry, everyone. My fault. I did say I was going to do them, and then I didn't.
By evenly matched, Deepak, do you mean rubbish?
So
Mumbai
can you
and
guess?
Mumbai and LSG. 2 crap teams who are evenly matched because they're both crap.
Narayan says, with passage of time, Heat 200 pitches are passed. Heat 200 pitches. Anyone know what that means?
Is it? I'm guessing the translation that as you get towards the end of the season, the pitches start playing.
Yeah, he's saying that the same wickets are being used over and over again. Yeah, possible. Sometimes that does happen occasionally. This could be another half an appeal down the leg side. Pull shot. There seems to be smoke all over the field at the moment, by the way, as well.
I think they're looking at this.
No, I think Punjab.
He wasn't making the tee.
He was just
it didn't hit his.
Yeah, Punjab has already lost a review, so I don't think so. They'll.
Indra says Ash made a prediction that LSG or KKR could surprise us before in his podcast, which seems quite true. How did Ash see it when KKR was at bottom? Because so if you look at Mumbai at the moment, and what are Mumbai guys? How many wins have they had? Oh, what a ball by Marco Janssen. Sai Sudarshan somehow missed. So Mumbai's won 2 from 7, right? Now, I want you to close your eyes and imagine that Trent Bolt goes back to bowling like Trent Bolt. Jasper Bumrah starts taking wickets again. And Sky and Tilak both make 70s and 80s in the next game. Was that a good dream?
Yeah, I was just about to fall asleep, and then I got shocked because you appeared in it.
So, well, not for the first time. But so at that stage, of course you're going to win games. Like any of these teams, no matter how bad they are playing this year, if Mitch Marsh gets on one, LSG wins their next game. KKR's main chance of winning games is Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Narayan combining to strangle teams in the middle.
I'm Finn Allen.
Yeah, that's the other one. What happened today, Deepak? Did Sunil Narayan and Varun? Do you know what I mean? Like, and
actually happened in all the 3 matches for that matter.
Yeah,
like, happened against RR also. Today also, so they've won matches based on that. And even happened against LSG.
Yeah. If Mitch Marsh made big fast 70s in the next couple of games, the Sai Sudarshan hooks is for 6. Big hit. Really good hit. Reminds me of the one that Shedge hit off Arshad in the first innings. These teams are not, they're not like got no talent in them. Pooran's been in the world's worst form. He could easily catch form for a couple of games and win them some games. Mohammad Shami could take a couple of 4-wicket hauls in the power play and LSG win games. All these things are still possible. And so generally what happens is, have a look at Sunrisers. They went through an incredible run of form and they won a bunch of games. And now there is going to be a natural regression. Right? Punjab, right? They might lose 2 games in a row. That's what form does.
At one point of time, it looked like nobody would be able to catch them.
Yeah, except for one person who kept refusing to put them as number 1 on the power list. I just didn't trust them because they hadn't played the good teams, right? It's not. Yeah. It's really easy to get good form and then play a bunch of shit teams and go on a really good run. Denver Nuggets won like 12 games in a row coming into the playoffs, then lost 4-2 to a team who was injured in the playoffs. They hadn't played anyone coming in. These things happen.
And
time out here. As Prudvi says, do you think cricket would also go the route of the NBA and NFL with physical freaks, or is it too technical and you need physical attributes? I think, well, Shane Warne and Murali were physical freaks to begin with. I would say Kyle Jamieson is a physical freak. Brian Lara's hands are physical freaks. So I think we've already had them. They won't look like NFL and NBA players.
I thought the Chris Gale thing would have promoted just getting absolutely massively ripped to play T20 cricket. But it didn't really, did it?
I know a bit about this. The stronger he got across the chest, the less success he started having, Rob. And so what he started doing was getting incredibly strong at the core, and then all the other players copied that rather than the chest.
He wrote about that a bit in his book, actually, which is really good. It's called Six Machine, I think, his book.
Yeah.
And he has a lot bigger cricket brain than people give him credit for.
Oh, he's a genius the way he thinks about the game, yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. The guy was a success at all the three formats, so surely...
Proper clever cricketer.
I think, Rob, if I remember the story correctly, and this was told to me by someone who had worked with him quite a bit as a physio, but not as a physio, sorry, as his trainer, but it wasn't his trainer at that time, who said that basically he realized he got too big and it made him sluggish, and he went through a bit of a dip when he was about 37, 38, I want to say. And he got together with his trainer, and his trainer's just like, just work on your core from here on in. Forget everything else. And then he started traveling with his trainer and working on his core. And that's when he had that late career surge where he started making runs again?
Yeah, where he scored 100 for Punjab also and all those.
The same thing happened. I'm pretty sure the same thing happened with Shane Watson. I think he got too big around the chest. Where else are we here? Bart says, you've talked about how much better Andy Flower is as a coach now versus his time with England. What other coach-team combos can you think of that might have better chances of success now? I don't think necessarily that, like, Andy Flower could go back and coach England. I just think that Andy Flower was an incredible coach, but let's be honest, and Rob would know this even better than I will. He broke a lot of people, right? There was only one way he could coach at that time. And what Andy Flower has managed to do in the last 5 to 6 years is understand life a little bit better. I think he's probably in a slightly better place emotionally than he was back in those days. I think he was going through a divorce around that time when he was coaching England as well. Or maybe he divorced afterwards. I can't remember the full thing. But there was a lot going on in Andy Flower's life, and Andy Flower is an incredibly, like, full-on dude, right? Like, and he's a very intense person, and he coached in a very intense way, and he hasn't done that. I think Peter Moores was a better coach later in his career than he was earlier in his career. Trying to think of some others. So it's a common thing. You mature as a coach the same way that you mature as a player, right? McCullum's going to be a great coach in 5 years' time, and the good thing is England will never fire him, Rob.
Well, yeah, he's enjoying his holiday at the moment for 6 months, so let him enjoy that. And yeah, I mean, I think maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago with you, Jared, that the greatest trick that the devil pulls off is convincing people that he doesn't exist. And the greatest trick that McCullum pulled off right at the very start in his first meeting was that results don't matter whatsoever when you're manager of a cricket team. Like, you lose as many as you like, as long as you're whacking it everywhere every now and then. So yeah, whatever he's done, like, I want a bit of that. Like, honestly, I would be really happy if I got £2 million a year for doing nothing. That's what I want. That's my dream. I don't actually want to work hard to get all the money.
Those white sports socks don't pay for themselves, mate.
Well, when he wears them, you know, or just the flip flops, feet up. I liked the speaking of people that con people, the Netflix series, Brendan McCullum and Phil Tufnell buggering about playing golf and getting drunk everywhere, and Netflix made it into a series and paid them to do it. What was it called? I'm embarrassed to say that I watched some of it.
I was going to say, I don't think I've met anyone who's watched that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I might have been ill or injured or something, and put it on. It's called This Could Go Anywhere. Now, spoiler alert, everyone. It doesn't go anywhere. It goes the exact same thing every time. They have, like, laddie banter about playing golf, and then they go to a pub after the game.
Is it like it sounds like the I forget the name of it now, but what the one with Alan Partridge and the other comedian. I should know that. Rob
Yeah,
Brydon.
the trip.
Yeah. It sounds like that if you took away all the comedic talent.
Yeah. Here's the tagline. I mean, bearing in mind, I read this tagline and then I watched it, right? So this says an awful lot.
Good ball by Shakir. It's hit Butler. I think might have missed his pad. It might have hit him on the inside part of the leg. Yeah, he's limping a little bit at the moment. Good delivery, but it wasn't going to be out.
That's hitting where you don't want to get hit.
Oh, you think lower testicle?
So this could go anywhere. Reality TV. Nope. Cricketers Brendan Baz McCullum and Phil Tuffers Tufnell go on an exhilarating road trip to explore New Zealand's most picturesque golf courses.
Rob is right. It did hit him in the nuts. As this is punched out to deep point and one, or as we call it on this channel, choke the goat. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun. My favorite thing was when I moved over to the UK, and remember when in the UK they were trying to make out that Monty Panesar was a fun guy that everyone would love to watch on TV and camera, and they made a DVD of like the best bloopers in cricket, and Monty Panesar hosted it. And Monty Panesar has none of that. That's not who Monty Panesar is, Deepak. He's not a fun guy. He's a very serious, weird sort of...
Who is Monty Panesar, though?
Monty Panesar is the person who took a selfie with me while I was midway through eating my breakfast.
Good.
So, yeah.
So it's a cultural thing, na? In India, people would not even mind doing that, right? Even if you're having anything, they would just come in and take a selfie. It's very normal, but like it's such a cultural thing, right? I think.
Well, it's normal to take a picture with someone when they're eating their breakfast.
Well, when I've got a fork,
you wouldn't care if someone came up.
Say, they have DRS this. They have DRS
this,
by the way. I thought this was just going down leg, but they took a single, and Vaishak kept appealing. It's miles down leg.
Easily missing leg.
If I've got food, if I'm like this, you can just come up and take a selfie with me.
That's what I'm saying. In India, people don't have that sense.
He's not in India. He was brought up over here.
No. I'm not saying about him in general. I'm saying, like, I think
you
in
take
Asia
a
in
selfie with me
particular,
and I'm eating bacon and eggs. I'm stabbing you in the eye with a fork. I'm letting you, Deepak, and everyone else know that now.
I totally understand that because
I know what
I said,
doing.
like, it's such a like privacy and all those things is such a different such a different definition.
It wasn't about privacy. It's just, isn't it a better photo if I'm not midway through the fork being in my mouth?
I totally agree with you. But
in your case, no.
Well, maybe it's not. Anyone could go to Monty Panesar's Instagram and try and find the photo. I can't imagine it's a good photo, lads, is all I'm saying. That was going down leg.
So they burnt.
I don't know why they reviewed that one. Like, it was never going to be hitting the stumps enough.
It was ballers reviews. A baller, they kind of.
It did feel like that, didn't it? Rohit says, thoughts on Abhishek Bachchan's ETPL? Will it work? Deepak.
It should. It should.
Okay, it's worth saying.
Bowling, by the way, Stoinis to Butler, everyone.
Stoinis to Butler, and he bowls the wrong length. Yeah, as that's knocked down to mid-on for no run. We don't want to say there's a conflict of interest, but we have already talked to this league. So if you're looking for completely unbiased views on this league,
it'll be tough.
We may not be the greatest, but I would say, though, having met with lots of people from lots of leagues over the years, I thought they sounded really professional and they really understood what they were doing. And I can promise you, I've had lots of meetings with people some people have even given me money where I haven't felt that way before. As Stoinis comes into Butler again, and it's flick for one. So I thought they seemed to understand what the league was. There's a lot of organizational structure in there. I'll be cautiously optimistic. The same way I was with the South Africa SA20. I've seen failures in Europe before, so I'll need to see that they get this right. But I can understand why it could work.
And the best part is they're planning to basically expand it in phase wise, right? It's not like they're kind of going with the entire piece in one go. They know that there are certain limitations and they want to do it in a phased manner. And so let's see that really comes off well. Because they mentioned that they wanted to have a much bigger league, but then they decided that they have to basically first get the certain pieces right and only then they can expand on top of it. So they had clarity.
There will
about
be a
this, for sure.
successful league in Europe eventually, right? Like, I mean, Rob knows this. There's enough people who want to watch. There's money, there's interest, there's sponsors. It's just you have to get it running. Remember, the last time they did this, the entire league collapsed. You know, I still have my Edinburgh Rocks shirt, which one day I will eBay for upwards of £24. Might give it to Rob.
I just did a chargeback on a Italy shirt that I bought about 2 months before the World Cup, right? I bought an authentic, proper Italy cricket shirt, and it was delivered to my house 1 week after the World Cup finished, and it looked like it was made by someone on like a game show who had 1 hour to make it and started with like a t-shirt and some pens. It was like really, really shit. And I was like, what are you doing? This is hopeless. Send me my money back. And they were like, we never said it was an actual Italy shirt. I said, actually, yes, you did. And they just held firm. And I was like, okay, I'll charge it back through the bank and then we'll see what happens there. And eventually I won the war. So I got my £36 back or whatever it was.
Do you still have the shirt?
I do have the shirt. I will give it to you for your birthday.
Thank you. I was going to say, I want that more than I would want an official shirt.
It's so shit. It's like it's got bits of cotton falling off it. It's got buttons missing. It's definitely never been any kind of, you know, can you call it a replica if it's just a blue shirt with Italy written on the front?
I can and I will.
It's really bad. And also if it's triple XL, I don't even know if it fit you, Jared. And you do 800 press-ups a day.
Oh, with these guns, I need triple XL just to fit them in. As he backs away here, Butler, and swings this out to leg side. This is a pretty good over from Stoinis. 5 runs off it.
Yes.
It's not how I want Stoinis to bowl this over, but they got away with it. So, Gopal's come up with this. An interesting one, lads. If you could teleport into any game and sledge, which game would it be, and what would you say? I don't know. I don't know what I would say, but the game I would go back to would be Herschel Gibbs in the '99 World Cup where he dropped it, because that is that would be my favorite. I don't think I've ever had a situation where someone has caught me and then just dropped me for no reason, and I would absolutely rip that person. I think Steve Waugh was actually soft on Herschel Gibbs. I would have been.
Do you think he said that, by the way? Do you think he said you've just dropped the World Cup?
He didn't just say that.
Gone.
As this is out off the toe, Butler's gone. Weird innings by Butler in the end, which I think tells you there's still a little bit in this wicket. He's gone for 26 off 22. He's tried to hit Vaishak over the top and sort of spooned it up, and he's caught.
And guys, to be honest, like if the next 2 overs go for 6-7 runs, we have a serious match on our hands. Like 90 runs in last 10 overs against this batting lineup is still, I think, quite a task, I would say.
Well, these 2 guys being out is the big change, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, if somehow they manage to get Sai out here, I think this can be really tricky.
Also, the last over from Stoinis, like, I'm not being funny, but Stoinis doesn't usually bowl overs for 5 runs, right? Like, not like that. So I think the ball is sticky in the wicket, and that last wicket, again, is similar to the kind of dismissals we saw in the first innings, right? Where it just gets stuck a little bit. I think it looked like a leg cutter, Deepak. Did you see that?
Yes. And he does that.
So yeah, I would go back to Herschel Gibbs. That's the one. Anything for you guys?
Sindhu's in now.
Sindhu.
It's a really good question, and I want to give it the thought it deserves. I don't want to just dive into that answer. Like, I would want to annoy David Warner. That would be my first instinct, is to do something that would maybe the one where Warner left his brother's wedding in the middle of his brother's wedding to get a helicopter to play in a meaningless Big Bash game, and then stunk the place out with the bat, chewing up balls, and they lost. I'd like to be there that day. I would have given him so much, because that match was not more important than his brother's wedding. There's for David Warner, who is already, retired from internationals at this point, I think. And to make them spend all the money on the helicopter to like land next to the pitch so that he could come and play was just all David Warner wanting the world to be about David Warner. And when he played terribly badly and then they lost, I think I would have really enjoyed to have been on the field to let him know what I thought about that.
The day I played with Andy Caddick, he flew his helicopter and landed it next to the ground. And then
has he got a helicopter?
Yeah, he's a pilot.
Nice. I didn't think you'd earn enough money to get a helicopter in the 90s.
I don't know if he got it from that. I think he might have been a pilot and maybe made his money from. I don't actually know.
Oh. Or maybe it was just like the big ears thing, and he just turns them into a helicopter. I'm going to get the.
Was it a leg cutter or a more of a knuckle ball? But because it
seems
kind
to
of-
have moved away though. That's why I don't know.
Okay, here's what the internet says about it. January the 12th, 2024, it was. He arrived at the SCG via helicopter to play for Thunder against the Sixers. He left his brother's wedding utilizing air transport to make the 45-minute journey just in time for the Big Bash League game. He landed directly on the SCG outfield. He wanted to show his commitment to the BBL and not to his brother, whose wedding day it was that day. Despite the dramatic entrance, Warner then scored 37 off 39 as his team lost.
What was his brother's thing? His brother got called out for tweeting something. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember what it was. I'm going to have to look that up. It wasn't...
A scapegoat.
How good are turtles? A scapegoat.
He's... Sorry.
If you type in Warner Brother, by the way, you get something different when you go on the internet.
Warner Brother a scapegoat. So Theme Park, he... Have you got it?
Yeah. The tweet in July the 2013 during the Ashes series, Stephen Warner, who is David Warner's brother and tweeted under the handle @WarnerDog79, good lad, tweeted that former Australia coach Mickey Arthur was an scapegoat.
So for those who don't know, the phrase is scapegoat.
This is oh wow. So he was quite vociferous with his tweets. Here's an article by Malcolm Conn. David Warner has been dragged into another Twitter controversy after his brother Stephen abused Shane Watson on Twitter.
That's the one where he says you're a fucking ass clown or something, or you're
fucking selfish Watson. Sooner you're out. If the side you great pretender, the better. Stephen Warner tweeted after he did you won't believe this. I find this hard to believe. He had an unsuccessful review for LBW. I don't believe that at all from Shane Watson.
A scapegoat.
Earlier this week, my brother Stephen published a tweet about Shane Watson. Like everyone, he is entitled to his opinions, but I want to state categorically that I do not endorse his comments. Maybe this is why he sacked off his wedding to go and score 37 off 39 Right, I want to find the exact. Please.
Warner is a very different person altogether. So I saw him in Delhi in 2024. So he was like when he was playing for Delhi, and everybody, like a lot of Delhi cricketers, like DC cricketers, were kind of having photos.
Oh,
so the league, yeah. So like a lot of DC players were kind of having pics with the fan, and then Warner was just dining with his family. And he was going upstairs. He was there in the lift area, and a fan walked up to him and said, "Like, can I have a photograph with you?" And he said, "No, I don't want to have one." So he was just walking.
I will say this about Warner: he's very consistent. He hates selfies.
People.
I mean, also
the thing.
Like,
was,
I mean, I've seen that. I obviously know him, and I've seen him do that a lot.
No. The thing was, then Warner accused that guy that you have taken my pic without my permission. So that guy took his phone, his wife's phone, kid's phone, handed it over to Warner. Said, "Go and check it." Why the hell would I do that? I was standing like
nice
3-4 feet away from Warner. I was like, maybe like, should I walk up to him or not? Like, well, no way, I'm not going to do that for sure.
Karthik says, Jared, Indian pickles are different. Yes, we have. I think we've covered Picklegate.
Hang on. I found the exact tweet. So the previous one was, "Okay, Cricket Australia, I hope you have a business class seat booked from South Africa to London because it's about time you had a batsman there who will have a go." Nice one. And then he's put, "Good on Mickey Arthur finally letting the truth be known and proving he was just an scapegoat. Hashtag awesome bloke. Hashtag gentlemen."
I really like Mickey Arthur, and I can tell you this for a fact. I know this very, very well, that Warner and Mickey Arthur had a really, really interesting relationship. And I've always felt with Davey that he makes people into like father figures sometimes, if that makes sense.
Ooh.
And I think Mickey Arthur was one of those guys. So I could see why his brother would also.
Hello?
Oh my God,
Oh,
he hit that. How did he hit that? I thought he was ducking a bouncer, and next thing you know, the ball's flying up to Arshdeep at 5 leg.
That was
It looked-
spicy.
Oh my God, can someone just clip the noise that Deepak just made?
Yeah, I enjoyed that noise. So he was going to play a massive pull shot, and then he bailed, and then it hit the face of the bat and went straight up in the air, and nobody caught it.
Wow. And then it made
That was
Deepak make some noises.
yes. That was there for longest possible time, and still nobody could even reach close to that ball.
Abe says, I'm on Gujarat for most 4s at 2.1 and 6s at 3.25. No 2s. He had about 9 2s to start the game.
Stop backing Gujarat most 4s. That was the excellent bet last season, particularly in certain games when they're playing 60 teams.
Yeah.
But here's a stat for you if you keep backing Gujarat for most 4s. This season, Gujarat have played 9 matches and they have got the most 4s 3 times. And Gujarat have conceded more 4s than they have scored this season. So what is a good train one year isn't necessarily a good train the next.
And considering the fact that surely they must be lagging in the 6th matchup also, right? Because surely they must be conceding more 6s than what they're scoring.
Oh yeah, they're horrible. They're horrible 6 team, but it's all about the price. Like I backed KKR earlier to have more than whoever it was because the price was huge. But
So
yes,
last time these two teams met, I think GT scored 3 6s and Punjab scored like 14 6s in that new Chandigarh stadium, right? And I'm not
correct.
yeah, and I'm very sure even today also it will be pretty much skewed in the favor of Punjab only. Like, even though they didn't manage to score much, but still, I have a very strong feeling that Punjab might win on that front again today also.
Yeah,
Like, how many?
They've scored 64 6s, which is terrible. And before this game, they'd conceded 87. That's quite a big difference.
Oh, if they were going to win, I think that almost had to go to hand. It was a hoik across the line by Sindhu, who's got stuck here.
Yeah.
And he's got that just past mid wicket. I can tell you this. If you really believe it, you want to tell Rob to put some of his hard-earned on it, because the odds are very, very good if you want to put a bet on it at the moment.
What do they need? 8.7 and over. And the last boundary was... They haven't got a boundary since power play, have they? They haven't scored a boundary since power play.
Didn't look like.
Marco's penultimate ball went for 6. That was the last time the ball went to the rope. So 8.6 and over is going to become a thing soon, unless Sindhu does that.
Oh, and here's the boundary that Rob was looking for as he whacks this for 6.
So that was 27 balls, no boundary. And then Vaishak goes short and Sindhu is onto it really well, isn't he? That's a lovely shot.
Yep.
Yes, and that's changed the whole complexion of the match, I would say, because that was...
So, you know when we say a 6 is 6?
Yeah. Lucky Deepak didn't put his money on.
So, yeah, you would have got...
Now's when you put the bet on, Rob.
They were 20% to win the game before that 6, and now they're 13% or 12% to win the game after that 6. So that's a huge deal.
You see. And I could not understand somebody who's finding it so difficult to time the ball. Oh, why the hell did he didn't go for the run out?
I think he failed to pick the ball up. Who was that?
Shreyas Iyer, it looked like.
He's taken off for a run that isn't really there. I think who was that? Shreyas?
Shreyas looks like Shreyas too.
You have to bowl Chahal now, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. This is where he should be bowling now.
Content says GT is looking like a top contender to win this IPL now if they can get Krishna in place of Sathar. That bowling lineup becomes very hard to score off. Yes, just remember though, it's really hard for them to get into the playoffs still. They're in an awkward position for a little while longer. And they've still got, who are their next 2 games against? Don't they still have 2 hard games coming up? Rajasthan and Sunrisers. So they've still got 2 more tough games to go. But yeah, if they keep going with that.
It's the net run rate that's going to cost them.
Yeah, at the moment anyway.
If you're conceding more 4s and 6s than your opposition, then definitely run rate should be an issue for you.
Rohit says 200. I'm not sure if this is 2 million trees or 200,000 trees planted by Tata through the IPL 2025. Damn. Anyway, can I just say something? And I know this is not going to go down well with everyone, but tree planting is kind of a scam. It's just greenwashing. Tree planting is the new recycling. The problem, it's not really fixing the problems that it says it's fixing. So let's say you're a big industrial company, like, I don't know, Tata. The amount of effect that you're having on the world is probably still a net negative no matter how many trees that you plant. It's a bit like, who was it? Aramco with the ICC's recycling sponsors. Great. We can't recycle enough to make up for what Aramco does to the world. A lot of these things are greenwashing.
So
it's sad to say, but true.
When I lived in Spain, who have slightly different views on looking after the planet to a lot of countries, I think it's fair to say. They don't do like in England now. It's a joke in England. I just got a thing the other day saying that there's yet another bin that we have to put outside the. They're charging us more for council tax for taking bins less often. That was the last letter I got. But now there's another bin that you have to separate stuff into. So it's like food bin, gardening bin, recycling bin, normal bin, right? But in Spain, it was just we're going to put massive bins at the end of every road, and they have it's either normal bin or recycling bin, right? And there's huge, great big bin at the end of the road, and you go and put all your stuff in the bin, and that's that. You don't have a bin collection outside your house. You go to the bin, and then we separated our stuff to recycling and normal. And I was taking it all down to the bin once, and I saw a bin truck pull up, and he just tipped everything out of both bins into the back. So they weren't separating anything. That was all going in the same landfill wherever. I don't think
it's really hard to recycle things, like as in plastics specifically. So I think cans are very easy to recycle, aren't they? And I think maybe paper or cardboard, one of those is quite easy. Everything else is hard, and it costs more money, and it uses more process, and it actually uses oil to be able to do it. And the main people in the world who are causing the problems when it comes to environmental issues are not people failing to recycle at home. It is literally the big companies who then do things like say, tell the rest of us to recycle, or we're going to plant trees for you.
Let's go out.
Oh, this
that
is high.
Should be taken over.
Oh my God. Vaishak down on the boundary. And was that my man Marcus Stoinis with a short ball? As I said, only ball he should ever bowl.
Sindhu almost tried to play that up rather than to the boundary. He properly levered himself underneath that to hit it skyward, rather than let's just make sure it goes to the fence because we only need 70 or 51. Watch this. He levers up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he should be going, let me just smack it to the fence because there's no man there. But instead, he gave the chance of a catch. To be fair to Vaishak, he caught that quite well.
Yeah.
Yes. It was actually a very good
lower
catch.
than I thought he needed to, but...
And now they are again in that precarious situation where they can still kind of mess this up big time. So,
oh, no, definitely. What are the odds now, Rob? I mean...
So it went from 10% chance to win there. Where are we now? 1.23. So they're 20, near enough. 19. Who have we got then? Why hasn't Chahal bowled any balls? Why is he not?
Because there's so many left-handers.
Yeah, and I think Stoinis has stolen them a bit too, because this wicket is such a good wicket for him to bowl on, right? Especially once the power play finished.
I think they have like 4 left-handers with them, right?
Well, they had 2 left-handers at the crease, didn't they?
And then they have Washi and Tavatia to come. So they're like plenty of left-handers, I would say.
I don't think that's a good enough reason not to bowl one of your best bowlers in the highest wicket.
Exactly. Even I would also say the same, because he's still he has the googly for the left-handers and should be able to make an impact. And I think the ball is gripping a bit into the surface, so why not?
I think when you're like 10% to win, as they were then, you've got to give him a go before you're 0% to win.
Yeah.
I'm just going to look his numbers up against righties and lefties.
He did well there, Vishak. They just showed how far he ran as well. Great effort. Chiru says, IPL versus national coach, better pay or lifestyle? I actually don't think the IPL coaches,
Shot.
this is
Oh, that's a good shot.
line,
That's a very good shot.
for 4. That's basically, Washi's played the shot, but who's the last guy who went out?
Nishant.
Nishant should have played.
Sandhu. Yes.
There. So there is still a lot of money to be paid if you're an international coach. I think though, overall, there's a lot more money to be made as an IPL coach, and at the moment, it's a much cruisier lifestyle. It's a much more enjoyable job. There are not many people who wouldn't prefer to be an IPL coach than an international coach right at the moment. That might change as the league gets bigger and bigger and there's more stress on you. But at the moment,
Yes.
I'd much rather be a coach of anyone who is not RCB than I would be a coach of most international teams. Certainly Sri Lanka or Pakistan or Bangladesh, right? Like, the pressure that you're under as those coaches is so much higher than you are for most of the IPL teams.
What amount of money would you have to be paid to be Pakistan coach?
Oh, no, I do it for free.
Just for the
lols.
fun of it.
Oh, how much
Yeah.
fun would it be?
Well, I don't know. I think it'd be quite scary.
That too. And
be
also,
funny, though.
if I do it for free, the one thing that they can't do is leak my wage like they do with every other coach and person who works for them.
So how much Mike Hessen is getting?
I don't know. I don't follow it. I'm not sure if this has been leaked, but it's very rare that it's not, Deepak.
So Chahal, righties and lefties,
Go
the
for
last
it,
few
Deepak.
years, he's actually been terrible. There's a huge difference. So if you just looked at the numbers, I get that actually. So maybe the Boffins have decided that he can't bowl. All time, his numbers, it doesn't look all that bad. Lefty, he averages 27 at 8.8, and righty, he averages 23 at 7.8. So there's a difference, but it's not enough to be like, well, you're not allowed to bowl at them because they use this hand. But if you run it from 2023, after
I think it's like 11 or 8 or something of that sort.
it's only 26 innings, but in his last 26 innings, which is a reasonable enough sample size to talk about, he's averaging 61 against left-handed bats at 11 and over,
That
and
doesn't sound-
23.7 at 8.8 against the righties. So
Yes.
to be fair, sometimes you look the numbers up in the case of GUJ against spin and pace, and you're just like, all of these people that say that you can't possibly bowl a spinner to him are idiots. But when you look at that one, you're like, okay, fair enough. You shouldn't bowl this guy too much at lefties.
I don't mind though, Rob. Like we complain when teams don't use their resources correctly. There aren't that many pitches in which Marcus Stoinis is a plus bowler on. Surely this has to be one. I don't
Agreed.
even think he got the first over right. I think he still got his length wrong in the first over, and yet they still couldn't hit him.
Yes.
Do you think this would be a good Lockie pitch or not?
Yeah, he would have been impossible to play.
Yeah.
on this wicket.
Exactly.
So-
Even I also thought so, and that's why I was pretty amazed when I saw Bartlett in that playing 11 this surface.
So Bartlett for Lockie, that's probably a punting decision, isn't it? And I think that might be a misstep.
Yeah.
They might.
You know,
they
I did a
might-
post match. So
Go
I
ahead,
did
mate.
a post match, like post match yesterday. In that, we did a preview of this match. So I knew about that they're playing on pitch number 5, the Blackswell wicket. It'll be up and down and all everything. So I had basically said one thing, like giving this kind of a pitch against Punjab would be a little tricky because Lockie could actually be a big factor on this pitch. And also, if Punjab somehow manages to score 180, it'll be a very tough chase. So we actually discussed that yesterday in the live. And that's why I was still kind of backing it up if Punjab could have scored 180. But like the time I saw Bartlett in that playing 11, I was like, how the hell they can do such a thing. So me and Shravan, we actually discussed this yesterday when we were doing the preview. So we were hoping that Punjab, because the surface would do something, because it was mentioned that the same pitch was used against Mumbai also, and we saw that what new ball did in that match. But somehow the late resurgence from Tilak gave them a pretty sizable total, and almost similar thing happened today also. Like Shedge also did almost a similar thing. Like in 14 balls, he got like what 40 odd, because he was like 13 or 14, and then from 26 he was 56, right? So
Hmm.
almost a similar thing, kind of a thing happened today also. So if they would have scored 180, and with the Ferguson and that side, I was actually fancying Punjab.
7.9 runs and over, and they need what 8.7. It's fascinating. I'm just saying, Rob. I would never tell you what to bet, but 5.5 seems way too high for what one wicket could change
You just
drastically.
have told me what to bet, and so I may as well back it. I think 5.5 is big enough. It's the thing is, it's one of those where you could look like a real judge in 1 over, or you could look like an absolute idiot, because they can break the game with a decent over here, can't they?
Yeah, no. In either way, also. Prithvi says,
Either way.
Monty Panesar versus Steve Smith is still the best part of the Ashes gone by, much more competitive than the cricket too. That was painful. Abel says, have you seen the Lalit Modi interview with Vaughan? I've only seen clips. I haven't seen the full thing. There was about 9 other interviews that Lalit did, I think, around that time.
Why does he want himself back in the game?
I think he just goes through. It's quite helpful. You got to remember, so his main business these days is hooking up people, and I think him being known as if you Google him and all this stuff comes up, it opens a lot more doors for him. So I would assume it was that.
Makes sense.
Mind you, I think I was one of the few people he said no to for an interview. He did one with Saurabh, I think, as well, Samani, for his RCB book. I think I'm right in saying that, unless I've made it up. Jack says, Punjab's probability for the title probably went up after the previous loss, as a loss is mandatory for an IPL title. It still goes up if they lose today. Yeah, I mean, their probability to win the title didn't go up because they lost the game the other day.
So, like, what do you think might be the reason? Why the hell he said no to you? He loves you, right?
He retweeted one of my tweets the other day, right? I think he was maybe going for something else. Also, he knows me well enough that if we were going to sit down, I was going to do a proper interview with him. I'm not having got Michael Vaughan or anyone else who had interviews with him.
This is...
Yeah, and I made it very clear I was going to do that as well. Like, I don't lie to him. I'm like, I'm coming and I'm doing this, and I'm going to ask questions. I think at other times it wasn't, I haven't always had the ability to go full hog on him. But yeah, I think so. I think that was a part of it, honestly, which is fair enough.
Is it like
he doesn't show it once, and I think he knows once he starts the interview, like he's not a person who walks away from interviews, right? He will stay there, and so that's where we would have ended up. It wouldn't be like the Australian guy in clavicular.
Right.
All the kids in the comments are going to know what that is about, and you two have no idea.
So is it like because he knew that once he's in the same room with you, you would open up the can of worms, and there won't be any going back for him from there. So like maybe he just wanted to avoid that situation.
I think it's a different interview with me than it is with other people, right?
Agreed.
I just it's not even that I would hardball the questions. It's just that he would have to back up the things that he said, because I know enough to go back with him, which is fine. And look, we've got a long, complicated history and everything else. And, he's a fascinating dude, but yeah, I don't know. But it could also have been that maybe he looked at my numbers and he's like, "Oh, you're not getting a lot of views on your videos at the moment," or it could have been that he wanted to do more maybe pop culture-y crickety things rather than hardcore cricket things. He might just be.
Makes sense.
Chahal's allowed to play.
Chahal is here to watch it to the two left-handers.
So Chahal is now going to be the death bowler here.
Huge over.
And single. No, maybe 2.
Double for sure.
Well done to Sudarshan, because I don't think Washington was running for 2.
That's knowing which hand the fielder has to throw with. That too.
Clever batter.
Yes.
Because he had to run around it, didn't he?
Yes. It was smart from him. And he's the kind of batter who would actually notice all these.
Yeah, it's good stuff, that. That's Shedbury, isn't it? Who had to throw it right-handed and couldn't chuck it in with his left.
Oh, sweeps this and it's a bit.
Oh, come on!
Oh
man.
no! And it is parried for 4. Chahal wanted to be angry. Did you see the close-up? He so much wanted to be angry. And
Was
you could
that
just...
Steve? My God, watch this dive. That ball is traveling really slowly.
I think he
Watch
punched
this.
it further away. It was the wrong end.
I'm not
Yes.
sure.
Well, he edged
He's
that.
flipped that onto his pad.
Yes, he actually punched it further away.
Watch this.
He definitely punched it further away, didn't he? Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't. He just kind of missed it.
That ball is traveling so slowly because he's edged it onto his pad and it's gone behind him. So
Actually, he could have
run next
easily
to it.
chased it, to be honest.
Yeah, he could have run next to it and picked it up, and it would have definitely been one.
A double at max.
And instead, he dived on his own head and watched it go for away.
So, like, this is like so typical of Sudarshan. So he knows the difficult part of the over is done. So he's already scored 7 of 3. Now he can just take a single and can see like what Washi can do. Like now, it's kind of a free hit for Washi also, because the majority of the runs expected from this over are already done. So they're not going to get into a rut for sure. Too predictable from Chahal. So he's just bowling the googlies.
Well, he's bowling really a defensive line here, isn't he? And I don't
Too
think that's what
predictable.
they need from him here.
Exactly.
I
This
think
is
you
this
need
is
to say,
very
look, if you get hit for a 6, you get hit for a 6. We're going to lose this game unless you don't take us 1 or 2 wickets here.
exactly. That's like very defensive.
So Sudarshan's on 49 of 36.
And this is not taking them anywhere.
Swept 12 for 4. That
That's
was a
rubbish.
terrible
Yeah,
over.
that's rubbish bowling, to be honest.
because he's trying to bowl a ball that guarantees that he goes for a single, which is kind of the opposite of what they want him to do now. And instead, he's gone too far. He tried to bowl the Jadeja ball into the pads, please hit one off me. And he's gone too wide down the leg side, and Sai's just said, thank you very much, I'll have another 50. And this over has gone really badly for the bowling team now.
Yeah, exactly. So this has almost killed the match, I would say.
Yeah. It's going to make it hard to come back. Sudarshan wants 2 again. I love Washi is not interested. He's just like, 1s are fine.
That's a very smart batting from Sudarshan. And they've scored 13 runs of that over without even breaking the sweat. And
That's
without
the
even
problem,
taking
isn't
any-
it? He's bowled a defensive
Yeah.
over that hasn't worked. He would have been better off going for the wicket. If he goes for 13 runs, then at least you say, no, there's no issue.
Yes. And this has been the problem with Punjab throughout the season. They've been such a defensive bowling unit that they've just forgot how to take wickets. Look, if you look at their own numbers this season, they're taking wicket every 30 balls in almost every phase of the match. And look where we are today. After 14 overs, they're like 116 for 3. So 3 wickets. It's almost the same what they've done throughout the season. So Rob, do you have the numbers? Like how many balls do they take? Balls per wicket for Punjab?
Who are you after?
Like as a team.
I do not. That's Jared, you have that number.
I'll bring it up in a second. Content says, Jared, quite right about pressure in RCB last game in Ahmedabad, where there were more people than the T20 World Cup final. I feel for players like Rajat and Jitesh. I can't remember saying any of that, but okay. I'm sure I did.
No, you were just mentioning about IPL teams. Like you said, except RCB.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just think RCB has a more ferocious fan base as Washi lifts this. Was that Washi or Sudarshan? I think it was Washi.
Washi.
Lifts this over mid-off for 4.
Oh, it's like almost becoming a stroll in the park for them. Like so. I think they take one wicket every 30 balls this IPL, if I'm not mistaken. The number that I have.
1
in my
second,
mind.
I'm just writing my million notes on the game. So what did you want to know?
So balls per wicket, phase wise and also collectively
This
Punjab.
season for all
Yes.
teams?
for Punjab.
Oh, Punjab. Sorry. Where are we? IPL. Just a moment, callers.
I would talk about the cricket in the meantime, but there's no cricket being played.
Yeah, it's
Oh, here we go.
nothing happening.
There's a ball being bowled. Vishak again. At least 1, maybe 2. Good running. And it's 2. And the last 5 minutes have gone very badly for the bowling team because they played their last card, which was Chahal. And as soon as Arshdeep escorted that ball halfway to the boundary and then parried it over the boundary, it's gone really badly. And what they should do now, Gujarat, because they won now, is they should be smacking everything. And I think they probably will do that. This is where Sai starts hitting sixes, guys.
Yes, exactly his range.
What did I tell you?
But he's gone.
He's on the rope trying to hit a six on the very
Here's
next
where
ball.
Sudarshan tries to hit sixes, as Rob said.
Can they still make a meal of it?
I mean, that last over should have been enough, but it's a weird time to lose a wicket, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a very Sai Sudarshan innings, this, though.
Yes, exactly. So did you get the numbers?
Oh, I did, and then I didn't do anything with them. Where are we here? For some reason, it doesn't. You want bowling strike rate, don't you?
Yeah.
For some reason, it doesn't want to give me that. So let me just do it manually, like the legend I am.
So they were 96%, and now it's back to like 89. And if there is a man that can get you into trouble when you need 40 off 31, they have called on his services. His name is Tawapia.
The legend.
All right.
This is one where I said one ball ago that they've won this game now, so Sai Sudarshan's going to start hitting sixes and then they'll just win it quickly. And then he got caught on the rope trying to do exactly what I just said. And now they have sent in a man that can make this one last till the 20th. No dangers. Because he doesn't think that 40 off 31 is anything for him to be at all concerned about. If he blocks this ball now, I'm telling you, it's going to go right to the end. This.
Okay, so Gujarat take a wicket every 15.7 deliveries in the IPL, which is the best in the league. Punjab take a wicket every 24.2 deliveries, which is worse in the league.
Yes.
So Punjab have dropped the most catches this year, and they have the worst bowling strike rate, and they've been on top for the majority of the year.
Yes.
Well, apparently Rohit's saying that the PSL finals are classic. As Tawatia comes in and he tries to block the first ball. He misses the first ball. Prabh Simran fumbles the first ball. I don't think he hit it, but he was close. Beautiful delivery. Vaishak finishes with 2 for 31 from 4 on a surface that should have helped him. It did help him, but he still bowled beautifully.
Do you know why they're top? Because they've hit more sixes than anybody else. It's as simple as that. That's all you have to do.
Yes.
I'm looking at everybody's sixes now, and they haven't hit more sixes than everybody else because Sunrisers have. Sunrisers have hit 107.
Is that why the Sunrisers are on top?
That's why Sunrisers are winning the table, you see. 117 for Sunrisers. KKR have got 62, and they've got Finn Allen available, but they don't pick him very often. And LSG have got 55 sixes, less than half. Bloody hell. 55 sixes, less than half the sixes that SRH have got. Punjab have only got 108.
Bartlett comes back on and is punched up to mid-off by Washi for 1. So the IPL, the PSL final is on. Hyderabad Kingsmen made 129. And in response, Peshawar Zalmi are 12 for 2 with Aaron Hardy at the crease and Kusul Mendes.
Babar gone for first. So Babar gone for first ball duck.
That seems like a fun one, though.
Should we just turn this off and put that on?
Muhammad Harris as well.
So Labuschagne got 20 off 12. Siam.
So how many sixes did SRH hit? You mentioned
117. That's a lot. 117, which is more than double what LSG have managed.
And SRH are topping that list, right?
Bearing in mind that Punjab have had one game rained out and played a game less anyway, they would be top if that hadn't have happened. But yeah, SRH 117 in 10 games, and Punjab have played kind of 7.5, haven't they? And they've got 108. And the only other team that's got 100, I think, is Rajasthan. Yeah, they got 100 in their 10. But the
So
bad one,
Sai Sudarshan was having such a dull season to start with, and now he's back in the reckoning for Orange Cap. Just
that was a really old school Siddharthan innings. That
Yeah.
complete control, gets to 50, tries to blast, out he goes. That was like him from 3 years ago, wasn't it?
yes.
Wait, Glenn Maxwell played in that final. I didn't know he was doing that. Did you know that?
In the PSL?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea what's happening in the PSL.
He got first baller in the final.
It's a good ball by Bartlett, and there's almost a run out as
I
Tawati
just-
blocks it and just runs for no reason.
I just saw one YouTube short in which they were kind of mentioning that Manas was crying after his team qualified for the finals.
I
And
knew
there was
Marnus
like
was in it. That was, for some reason, I know he's been there.
he played the final, so and there was this mention of him like this guy has won Ashes, he's won the World Cup, but he never cried. But see how much he's crying just because his team qualified for the finals. I know, like I don't know what's the rationale behind it and what's the backstory, but it was pretty strange for me, to be honest.
Those sorts of social media posts do my head in. When, especially so many, like, it's just, you have no idea what's going on with that person at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's very bad cricket, that last ball, by the way. Bartlett's bowled a filthy ball down the leg side, and Tawatia has absolutely hammered his own pad with his bat, and it's just spooned off into the leg side for one.
No, they didn't even take the single.
Oh, they didn't take the single? Oh, because it's Tawatia.
So that was a dot ball.
You're joking.
No, that's
Yes.
the single.
They must have got the
Because
single.
Washi's striking.
Hello.
Hey, Varun.
Hi, Varun. Trying to take all the glory, are you, for the watch along by joining for the last 2 hours of this game?
He's here for the classic. As this is these slow ball bouncers are really gripping in the pitch. Rob, are you still on them?
Yeah, it's.
I'd go
it's
in again now.
Okay, it's
So
on,
like 24 ball 36. Guys,
Mm,
this seems to be
mm.
30,
going
what is it?
right.
38.
38 and 25.
With Tawatia there, Tawatia is such great insurance if you're on a batting team to go slow, because I didn't think Bartlett was the right answer to bowl that over, I'll be honest. And he's just come on and bowled an over that's gone for what, 2?
Mm.
So what happened? I think the over is done. Why the hell am I getting the ads? The last one is still.
3 that over went for. They did take that single.
The answer is
over
on.
is done,
The
no?
commentary is really, really confusing me. Varun, who's going to win?
Oh. I want Punjab to win this.
Okay.
Is this for agenda or
Varun,
Always
is
isn't
agenda.
it better for
Definitely
GT to
better.
win? From
For the tournament, I think it is better for GC, but then it's like. But I thought that's so boring.
Marco Jansen's coming on. So this is his last over. So who do they have left to bowl after this? As Marco is in and at the
They have
pad.
one from Bartlett. I think one from maybe Arshdeep,
Chahal.
Chahal or Stoinis, maybe.
Stoinis
I-
can bowl to death on a wicket like this. I've got
It's
no
one
issue
of
with him
those
bowling.
2 bowls the last, right? Stoinis or Chahal bowls the last if it gets that far.
Yeah.
Depending on how many you're defending. If you're defending 6, you give the ball to Chahal 100%, and if you're defending 14, you go Stoin.
Hmm.
And their best chance of winning this game and their best chance of progressing further in the tournament is telling Tawatia that you're not playing today.
Oh, it's an edge. This might help.
Oh,
Tawatia
doesn't help,
should not have walked in at number 6 here. Rashid Khan or Holder would have been a better answer. Even Rabada would have been a better answer because he would have got on with it. And what Tawati's done is he's got 2 or 5 and has made Washington play risky shots like that. And he's got the edge for 4. But if he gets out that ball, they are massively under it, aren't they?
yes.
Oh,
'Cause
and I tell you what, he
If
could have been
played what
bowled
he
off
wanted
that.
to there, he could have got out.
Dreadful.
If that ball hits the middle, that's going straight up into the leg side somewhere. Because he's cramped for room. Lucky.
And
Oh, this is
Lucky.
over the top. Well, he's got away with 2 of those in a row.
Is that
And
that's a
Chahal,
foul, isn't it?
is it? No,
No,
Vaishak.
that's Vaishak.
Vaishak down on the boundary. I think that might have gone for 4, guys.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
could have caught it. He could have caught it, and then he's messed it up. And
You
then
really shouldn't have put that last bit of money on, Rob.
I mean, it's the last bit of money I've got in the world after our today's gone.
Mm.
So he's pushed the rope away, laid down on the rope. Watch this. Lying down on the rope, then he holds the ball, and then he jumps. If you want to see how not to boundary field, that is how a 4-year-old would boundary field.
I like how just for a second, though, he thought to himself, should I pick this up? Yes, I should. Now I have touched the ball. I will jump.
Oh my god.
He
He
is
waited for it to get
lying-
so close to the rope as
he was
well.
lying down on the rope. So first of all, he pushes the rope out the way before the ball gets there. Okay, so can't do that. Then the ball gets to him, and both his feet and his legs are in contact with the rope.
Why did he
That's
look
when
like
he
a
decides to
cat
push the
playing
ball
with
back,
the-
and then he jumps after he's pushed the ball back. So
It
he
just
could have
sounded like
Boy.
a cat playing with the
instead
ball
it's
there.
4 because they're incredibly stupid.
And they're coming back for 2.
And 2 more. And
Yep.
this is
End over.
edge for 4, ridiculously bad fielding that could have been a wicket for 4, and then a 2, and the game has changed completely in those 3 balls.
Yes.
And just like life, all of cricket is luck.
So I saw none of the first innings. Was this a tough pitch or did they bat badly?
Tough pitch, yeah. It
Incredibly
hasn't been as
tough
tough
to
in the
start.
second innings, but it's getting tougher now.
Incredibly tough at the start of the game.
Fair.
Looked like it was seam-man swing at the very start to me.
And bounce.
And bounce. Pretty uncomfortable bounce, I would say.
Mm.
Like, having said that, I think Punjab should have won with
This is not their kind of game, is it?
Ferguson. Yeah, definitely not. But at least they could have
Mm.
gone with Ferguson for this match. Ferguson would have really fancied this pitch.
Fair.
Like, Marco hasn't bowled well today, according to because we were kind of expecting him to.
I think he bowled. Where are we? Yeah. I don't think he went for runs in his first over, did he? Was it
No, he got hit for a
went
6 at the end of the
7.
power play, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, this is
And
a
he's a-
slog
is that
sweep straight to the fielder.
Oh, my
That's Tuatia 2 off 6 in a chase where only the 2 off 6 would
Hey,
get
Rob.
in trouble.
I haven't cost you any more money yet.
They're more likely to win now than they were before that ball. Because at least they'll get somebody in who will try and score runs. Like that was an embarrassing innings from Tuatia. Load of rubbish.
What was that shot, by the way? He got down to sweep
There's a man
that. It was
there.
above his head.
There's a
And
man
he's
there.
hit it straight to the fielder.
Mm.
And still manages
Also,
to
like,
get
how
the
many
gig.
bowlers do GT have? It feels like every time the batters aren't making runs, they replace them with one more bowling all-rounder.
And every year he gets a gig. So, like, after all these performances, I would say
Just to
so.
do that, right? Can't really field, doesn't bowl ever, and does one good one every 3 years with the bat. I mean, that is really optimizing your earning power, isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Surely that ball, once he gets into that position, he has to not play that shot. Like, he'd be better off to try and flick it around the corner. Hold it.
Who would you rather have after, what was he, 1 off 6, 2 off 6 or whatever? Would you rather have Holder having faced 6 balls now? Or would you rather have Tuatia having faced 6 balls?
Yeah.
Holder all day. And Rashid Khan all day. And probably Rabada.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Rabada than Savatia bat.
So, like, odds didn't even change with that wicket, to be honest.
Not much.
Hardly.
Market knows, market smart enough.
The odds did change a fair bit. They were 12s before that.
Oh, no, I was just checking the cricket info odds. They didn't change much.
Are those the rubbish, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not real odds.
Oh, what a
Oh,
shot
that
by
is-
Washington here from Bartlett. He pulls this away for 4. That's a good shot. He played a lot of bad ones, but that was a good one.
It's good innings this from Washington now.
Did he bowl today?
No.
Okay.
They forgot that.
Of course he didn't.
Sutar got an over and
And still,
They had Sindhu
I
as
think-
well, didn't they? Oh, Sindhu.
got hoofed.
Back to 12s now, Rob.
So they have Sindhu, Washington, and Sutar in the same team. How many bowling all-rounders do they need in one team?
Yeah, I
and
don't know how
Tavatia
mu-
also.
I don't know how much Sutar will be bowling after today. Washi all the way back in his crease here. And this is at the body. It's a good ball actually by Bartlett. And it should just be one. So what we're going to find out now is how easy this is to start for a new player, because Washington looked fine, Rahul Tewati didn't. And if Holder struggles here, he only needs to hit one straight up in the air, and this could change very, very quickly.
Yes, this can actually become a pretty spicy chase.
It's 19 off 16. It should be all over. It just depends on the wicket. God, that Tewati's shot is so bad. So when was Marco's second over?
I think it was in which he got Butler out, right? So he got that wicket of Sindhu, I guess.
He bowled the third, didn't he?
He bowled the third.
And then he came
Marco
back
or Son?
on in the
Okay.
sixth.
I thought you were
Gerard.
asking Stoinis.
He bowled the third and the sixth for some reason.
So he went for 9.
Okay,
So he got hit for 2 sixes. He actually bowled basically all dot balls in the power play, but 2 sixes cost him his run.
I got confused. I think you're asking about Stoinis. So I think if it's not swinging much, I would not trade Ferguson for Bartlett.
Kusal Mendes is out. 33 for 3 in the PSL final after 3.3, and this is hit in the air. Yeah,
I do a
think
watch
this is-
long of that game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tough. Just early on
Yes.
for Holder, because the ballers are definitely holding in the wicket now.
Yes, it's gripping. Spicy chase.
Yeah, but the issue is
So
like,
one of the
almost everything
matches-
needs to go perfect for Punjab, doesn't it? Because all you need is one edge 4 or like a top edge 6, and the game's done.
Yes.
They've been reasonably
Yes.
lucky in the chase, I think.
So I have to
Yeah.
untie
Yes.
shoelaces and gloves before going out. Well, he's got to do something. Bartlett in again. Good shot by Holder, but straight to cover. No run.
It's good.
It's just all
So you go Arshdeep next. You're
Has
India
to be.
player, and then you probably go Chahal last,
yes.
depending on how many it is, because it's going to be like 6. So you go.
If it's 8, do you go Chahal? And if it's 5, do you go Stoinis?
No, if it's 5, you go Chahal. The lower the number of runs, the more you bowl the madman. If it's 14,
I'm more
10,
thinking about the wicket.
Yeah, I think that the highest possible volatility. Holder's played 2 of the best
Oh.
shots of this match, and he's got 2 of the worst results.
Another dot ball. So that Bartlett
about
pulled
over?
that one back. Bartlett's ended up with not a terrible day after getting absolutely hammered around the park to begin with.
Mm. His last 2 overs, he's done pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, he was 28 off his first 2 and 10 off his last 2.
Mm.
They've done quite well to get this game to the last over again on Sunday.
Any more super overs, guy?
Oh, God.
It's still go in that territory, right?
5% to be a super over.
All right. Arshdeep is coming in. They need 17 off 12. And
That was the gentle
this is
nudge.
pushed down a long off. And just for a minute, Washi thought to himself, should I be taking this single?
I think that's quite a good result for Arshdeep. You want to bowl at a new bat here, don't you, and try and dot him up. This is where some of the field has got to come in.
Okay, so there's 2 balls that I think Arshdeep can bowl here. One is the very, very slow, wide cutter away from Holder and try and get Holder to play the leading edge straight up in the air. The other one is, it is worth bowling the bouncer that bounces on leg stump, but is also a cutter and goes across him, and Holder gets his massive limbs in the way.
I don't know if a bouncer is worth it with the field they have, because if all you
He's
need
not
is an
gonna.
edge and it's
He's
a
not gonna
four,
hook
right?
it. I'd be shocked.
Mm.
Oh, he's coming around the wicket. So nothing I just said, and it gives him an
They're
easy
coming for two.
single. And Washi
You
wants
can't
In fact,
be
a double.
giving to their fielding team. That was wrong end as
That's
well.
not far away from being run out. I think he's in.
Wrong end. Watch this.
That is the absolute. That's why you don't come around the wicket to hold her at that
Wrong
point.
end. Could have run him out at Arshdeep's end. If Arshdeep stood by the stumps, it wasn't a difficult chance at the other end. But this is the stage of the game, right, where you have to the captain has to go to the players. If we're going to win this, everybody has to be on it. You have to pay attention. You have to feel properly. You have to stand in the right place. And allowing two there is a crime.
Yeah.
And why would you go around the wicket to hold her? Because that's like
It's literally the opposite of what I said. The other two deliveries are the best ones on this pitch, and you can bowl both of them.
exactly. Like you kind of allowing him to get away with it. They're bowling into
They've
his
changed the
body
field
and
quite a bit here. They put fine leg back, so I expect a bouncer, and they brought mid wicket up into the circle to stop that too. After the horse has pickled his paddock, or whatever we were talking about before, packed a pickle. We'll explain that to Varun at another date. He's back over the wicket here, and this is a much better delivery. But good batting
this
by
is what we
Holden.
were expecting.
Singles, don't give them singles. Stop the singles. They don't need much more than run a ball. If you can be a new batsman and you can walk in, block the ball to your feet and walk down the other end, the other team has got the field wrong.
What do you bowl to?
And
Wash
see,
here?
like if you look at the percentage in this match, that particular over of Rabada to Shade gave, where like Rob kept on saying that Sonia should have walked up to him and should have had a word with him.
Yeah.
How much that particular dismissal is going to impact this game? Like 20 more runs, and it could have been a different ball game altogether.
He was
in again, and
tall,
he tries to whack this Washi, but it goes down a long on. He's just going to get a single, keeping us interested as long as they can.
Yeah,
Is it like the? Yeah.
He was absolutely teeing it, and then he went wild swing out, and at no point in that did Stoinis calm him down. And imagine if they had 15 more runs to play with.
So is it like a personality trait, or you just certain time you're just not that leadership kind of a person who would just do that instinctively? Like,
yeah, I think different people pick it up, right? Also, you could be in your own head and just not be focusing on it. It's a thing you would expect a senior Australian cricketer to do, though.
Exactly.
Arshdeep, holder over the wicket.
Ooh,
He just got that too straight, but it's up in the
massive.
air, and it is caught out there.
Oh,
Whoa.
It's
What
12
a
off
catch.
7. Good catch from Connolly.
Very good catch. Running. Also, they were running towards each other, Rob, so they could have put each other off there a little bit.
Yeah,
And
stress
this
is
is
they have to
exactly
just,
the time where you think the game will be interesting, and there's an outside edge for 4 that ruins everything.
Yes.
So where are we now? 10% chance.
Deepak,
of
was
a
that over
super
the wicket or around?
Apparently, another one is down in the PSL.
Is this over the wicket? Yeah.
Ah, funny that.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Like, that's why it didn't make any sense. Why the hell he went around the wicket?
Rob, you can
Yo.
cash out our bets now.
That's very true.
You're welcome. You can stick on it if you wanted to, but I mean, I would take it back to a neutral spot. and maybe
Peshawar at 40 for 4 now, by the way.
Are you watching that live?
No, we're looking at the scorecard.
Oh, no, because it didn't show to. Bracewell was just out. He made 4 off 5. Aaron Hardy, Pakistan Redemption, is not out of 20 off 12. He might win it on his own, Aaron Hardy.
Yeah, because he's
I have
taken
some,
4 wickets also. He took 4 wickets also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On his own, he might win the entire game.
Can Farhan Yusuf bat? He's a bat.
Rob, why is Rashid Khan come out in Arshad Khan's kit?
Okay, so Arshad Khan, one thing I know about him is he can hit sixes. That is that is something he can do.
Well,
So
I would save that until they need the sixes and set out the chaos hitter who will also get them lots of runs now.
this is a free hit, isn't it? This is just trying to hit this ball for 6.
Yeah,
so
maybe
he's
that's what it is,
Yes.
yeah. I like that then. No, I take
he's
it back.
hit
I'm on that side.
15 sixes in his 152 balls faced in T20.
No, it's actually a free hit. Exactly.
Yeah,
Because
so big
if he
swing
gets a
coming in.
6, Yeah, so this is what he's trying also. So
Then
if
why
he
are they
gets
running a
out-
single then?
Ooh.
Why are they running a
Oh.
single then?
That is very interesting. Very interesting.
11 needed now. Oof.
Oh, that is
So
some
Stoinis
match.
then Stoinis now, I assume? Or did they go Chahal?
Super over, guys.
I would go Stein here.
I think I'd go Stoinis.
Yeah.
64%.
Rob, did you keep
Hello.
your money in?
I am level on this market. I've done my absolute brains all day. Level if it's Gujarat and win a lot if Punjab
Yeah,
win.
I think that's the right bet from here. Don't worry, you don't need to get me anything for my help today. Maybe you should just let me bet for you.
What have I got you? I've got
You've
you an
got me-
Italy World
You've
Cup
got
shirt.
me in
haven't you,
an
Matt?
Italy shirt I could never possibly wear, but I want to own.
Yeah, it's yours. Coming your way.
So Jared, a favorite question. Why do T20 batters not turn down singles more often?
So I think in this situation, I don't mind if Rashid Khan had come out. It is Stoinis, by the way, 11 off 6. I actually don't mind it if Rashid Khan is out there and they take that single. But I think you want either Rashid Khan or Washington Sundar on strike here rather than Arshad Khan, right? So yeah, I'm with that person who asked the question. Anyway, the big Stoin.
This is one amazing match. So
As we know, Deepak said before this inning started that Stoinis would be the best bowler and would make all the difference in the world.
True
That's
story.
how I remember it.
Yep.
I also told
I
you
can
about an hour
confirm
ago
even
that
though I wasn't here.
they go to the end because of
Yeah.
how they're mucking up their batting order. As the man that could have won the game for them an hour ago watches on from the dugout, Rashid Khan.
Arshad will
Yes.
just dump
Oh, is
this
this
over
gonna
mid
be
wicket. It should
a-
be short
a
into the
longer?
pitch. It is.
Oh, that's
Oh,
wide.
it's going to be a wide. It's
Yeah.
given a
Wide.
wide.
yeah,
Will they review that?
No point.
Yeah.
they don't have the
Oh,
review. It's left.
Oh, they don't have any reviews. Yeah, they coughed
Oh.
them out.
Punjab,
Oh, they would have done.
Punjab has already burnt both of their reviews, so I don't think
It's
so. They
gone
have a
miles
chance.
over his head.
I was going to say, I think it was pretty safely a wide based on the first few. Oh, no, it might not have been a wide if Kyle Jameson was batting.
Oh, how are you guys seeing the Michael movie, by the way?
Yeah, I've seen that. I saw.
Yeah, I just went to that today. It's quite good.
10 off 6.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Oh, this is a good
That's a
ball
really
on
good
leg
shot,
stump.
isn't
And he somehow flicked it away for 4. I'm not sure he meant
Lucky.
to, but that's a very good delivery. And
Very,
that
very
is
good.
very unlucky for Punjab there.
They
Good
always
shot.
give us hope,
So-
and it's always 1-4, and it's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're like what Varun happened, like when the movie ended, both Swati and my wife and my son, they were like kind of sitting there. They felt it as if it's an interval. They said like, why the hell they're showing the half the movie? So because they just covered it till 1988.
Yeah.
So they were like, what the hell?
Oh, is this the Michael Jackson movie?
Yeah.
They probably
Yeah,
had
it
to
was
stop
good.
it. They probably had to stop it at that bit. It gets a bit dark afterwards, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So they have not covered those dark.
No, the starting was quite boring though, because it's like they just showed that he was getting abused by his dad. I'm like, he was born in the 60s. Of course he's getting beat up by his dad. Like, what are we doing here? Get to the music, folks. Right.
So that was one reason my wife was a little skeptical. Should we take our kids for the movie or not? Because like
There's lots of directions you could go if you're directing that film. Plenty of material to work with. I don't know whether Jared's internet's frozen again or he's just completely stopped. Yeah, he stopped.
6 off 5 required. Arshad is on strike again. This has to be into the pitch. It's
Filthy
not.
delivery.
shot.
That is
And-
bad bowling, and he's been dropped on the
Oh.
boundary.
Who dropped it?
Half volley on leg stump, and it was flicked away, and they're only going to get... They got 2. They did come back for 2, sorry.
Yeah.
So who dropped it?
Sorry, I should have been keeping an eye on it. Was it Vaishak?
No, I
it didn't
think
look
that's
like Vaishak.
Shadjay down there. Tough chance. He did his best there, I think. Awful ball though.
Why is he not bowling into the pitch?
No,
Oh, I
didn't
was just
carry
short
to
of him, actually. No, good effort. And he
He
kept
did
that
his
from
best.
being 4.
So why is he
Marcus-
bowling off?
Marcus
fuller
Stoinis
balls?
is like, you need to be finer. How about stop bowling outside leg stump to him?
Yeah, exactly.
Arshad knows what's coming now, doesn't he?
Oh,
This
the
is what
dot
he should have done
ball! And Arshad's
This
almost
is
run
what he
himself
should
out
have
here.
done. He should have bowled
Oh,
all these.
Did he go?
deliveries. Like, this
Did he
is
go
what-
into the pitch, Deepak?
Yeah. Like Jared, somebody who should have understood his own game. Why the hell they take so much time to kind of come up with these plans?
I honestly don't know. I
Very
think if
difficult
you
to
get
understand.
beaten bowling the ball into the pitch here, you go, that's what got us back into the game. And they picked me ahead of Chahal because this is what I do better than anyone else. Okay. So 4 off 3. There's still a chance. But it's more likely to be a
Yes.
super over now than anything else. It's either a win for Gujarat or a super over would be my guess.
What do you
from
think?
here.
An ego shot and he gets out, or like an outside
Slow
edge for
ball
four?
into the wicket.
Oh!
Oh,
That's a
that's
good ball. That is not. Oh my god! Is it the overthrow? Oh, good backing up there.
Good backing up from
That's right.
Shreyas. He
So
had to go.
Stoinis has just picked that up mid-pitch. It was an incredible Yorker. He got this one right. He's got 2 of them right, to be fair. I'm not sure why he keeps bowling them, but
Oh, that
That's a
was
really
good
good ball.
good ball.
And he's done well to keep it out as well.
Yes.
He probably should be hitting the stumps from there, to be fair.
Oh,
He's 16. No, he's not. He's 12 yards away with all 3 to aim at. He should hit. 3 off 2.
imagine that
Lost it.
Arshdeep and Vaishak fielding those boundaries that they gave away with those innovative fielding of theirs. How much that can hurt Punjab now? Like, and GT should be kicking then. So this should not have gone down to the wire.
they are a ridiculous team, aren't they?
Yeah, they should have won it in the 18th over itself, I would say.
Stoinis in again. It's a full toss. It's hit up in the air. It's really, really high.
And
It's
a
6. What a terrible delivery. Just hit the pitch. Just
Yeah, so
hit the pitch. Game over.
bye, guys. I'll just hop onto another live. Okay, then.
Bye.
Bye. But amazing innings from Washi. Like 40 of 23, any day will take that.
Very good.
Yeah.
Rob, we had a message from Andy yesterday. We had a message from Andy today, and both times he said, when cutters are working for you and into the pitch is working for you, why do teams go to Yorkers? And why Marcus Stoinis doesn't even have a good Yorker? It's not even his best delivery. His best delivery is into the pitch.
It's a fair question, isn't it?
Anyway, game over. Gujarat stay alive. So from that point on the season, I think we're pretty happy with that. It keeps us more interested as we get down to nitty/gritty. We now have quite a lot of teams with 12 points and Punjab at 13, right? So there's a lot left to play for. Do you know what their
They
net run
also
rate
played
goes
one.
up to?
They also played one less game, didn't they? Then
Yeah, they are one
Yeah.
game behind everyone else.
yeah.
I haven't got Gujarat's updated net run rate at the moment, so that
I
might
think
take
they
a-
had. So yeah, that's minus 0.147.
So it hasn't really changed much at all. They're
Yeah,
still
of
a
course
little
not.
bit-
They chased it nearly in the last
Yeah.
ball, right?
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
that's-
Of course, I was just
Yeah.
having a look at that. We're going to take a. We're going to end this watch along. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Varun, Deepak, Rob, myself, and the earlier gentlemen, of which I'm sure there were many. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back on this channel to do a podcast on this game here on Combox.tv. Combox. The game lives on.